Divine Wind Continent, Baishian Territory. In an ancient battlefield in a different space, the sky was dark and black fog rolled. Ha ha, you can't stop me from escaping. A strange black demon shadow emerged from the black fog, and a voice like a bellows filled the world. Don't even think about bringing disaster to the world. A handsome man in a black robe in the air gritted his teeth and panted slightly. Next to him, a woman in white stood in the air, graceful and elegant. A trace of coldness flashed across her beautiful face, and she bit her teeth lightly, shouting loudly, "This world does not belong to you. Wake up." "Ridiculous. You can use whatever tricks you have. You can't stop me, ha." The demon shadow said proudly, and the harsh voice kept echoing between heaven and earth. After speaking, the two continued to fight with the demon shadow. The magic wheel turns. The demon shadow shouted loudly and pushed forward with his hands condensed with rolling black air. Then, a huge demonic energy wrapped a completely black flywheel and rushed towards the two of them. Black fog rolled wherever it passed, and an extremely evil breath spread from it. The man's face was stern, and his hands quickly formed a mysterious hand seal on his chest like a butterfly flying through flowers. After a while, with the change of the hand seals, a fire palm seal formed by spiritual energy slowly appeared. Perhaps it was too reluctant to perform, and the condensed energy mark seemed a little illusory. Holy Flame Destroying World Seal. Looking closely, the rising flames kept changing 4 colors. It was covered with dense, mysterious spells, and the whole body exuded an ancient breath. It seemed that everything in the world could be suppressed by this palm seal. As soon as this seal appeared, a majestic and scorching temperature swept in all directions. The black fog that was originally all over the sky was now thinned out by this hot breath. The man pushed forward with both hands, and this ancient palm print covered with mysterious spells was burning with blazing flames, dragging a gorgeous flame tail, and suppressed the position of the demon shadow. After releasing this slightly illusory flame palm print, the man's face was slightly pale, and the spiritual energy fluctuations in his body dropped sharply, obviously consumed a lot. Scorching sun divine light. The beautiful woman opened her red lips slightly, bit her teeth lightly, and her eyes were dyed red. A line of blood emerged from the corner of her eyes and stayed in her eye sockets. Then a ball of light emitting colorful light appeared out of thin air in front of the demon shadow. A sharp pain came over her, and the woman covered her eyes that were bleeding and endured the severe pain. The fire seal and the magic wheel collided with each other brazenly. As soon as they came into contact, it was like water and fire that could not coexist, and a chi-chi sound was constantly emitted. The flames and the black mist eroded each other. After a while, the 4-color flames burning on the palm print and the black mist wrapped on the surface of the magic wheel dissipated together. The palm print collided with the magic wheel, and the magic wheel kept rotating and cutting, releasing rolling magic energy. The ancient and mysterious spell on the palm print was also constantly wriggling, emitting a strong flame. The two continued to fight, making a crackling sound. The 2 powerful attacks consumed each other, but they were evenly matched, not giving in at all, and finally dissipated together in this world. At this time, on the other side, as the colorful beams continued to shine, the majestic black air surrounding the surface of the demon shadow's body was like snow under the sun, constantly melting. Finally, the colorful beams broke through the protection of the magic energy and shone directly on the body of the demon shadow. As soon as the two came into contact, they were like dry firewood and raging fire, making a burning sound. "Ah, what is this? How dare you hurt me?" The demon shadow burned by the light ball screamed miserably. It was obvious that the woman's move was extremely restraining to him. "Xiao Bai, help me hold on for a while," the man said while gathering spiritual energy. "Yeah, but I can't hold on for long." The woman opened her eyes and increased the output of her pupil power. The light ball emitting colorful light suddenly expanded a large circle. So, under the shining of the hot, colorful light, the demon shadow's howling was instantly deafening. A huge burning breath suddenly emanated from the man's body. As this breath rose, a fiery red mark appeared on his forehead. He raised his right index finger and lightly tapped the fiery red mark. In an instant, a powerful and extremely hot breath emanated from his body and rushed straight into the sky. The black fog that covered the sky and the sun was now broken by a gap, revealing the blue sky. Scorching holy body. Start. A loud roar wandered between heaven and earth. Then, the breath emanating from his body instantly expanded and climbed up. At this moment, he seemed to be burning with invisible flames, and a powerful pressure emanated from him. The space around him was affected by this hot breath and trembled slightly. The flame mark on his forehead seemed to be alive, like a wisp of dancing flame. He waved his hands, and red, white, purple, and blue flames appeared and surrounded him. Then, the four-color flames continued to rise and expand. So, for groups of different colors of blazing flames were suspended above the man. Waves of violent high temperature also spread, scorching the surrounding air. Even the space around the flames was burned by this terrifying high temperature and became illusory. The four different colors of flames quickly squirmed, and then the four sacred beasts of azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, which were also a little illusory, condensed one by one. They were stationed in the east, west, south, and north, respectively. As soon as the four spirits appeared, they kept roaring and chirping at the demon shadow in the distance, with great momentum and unparalleled power. Four spirit flame array. Form the array. As the man shouted, the four sacred beasts in the sky responded one after another. The azure dragon swung its tail, the white tiger leaped, the vermilion bird flapped its wings, and the black tortoise roared. Flame patterns started from the positions of the four spirits and continued to connect and entangle with each other. After a while, a formation constructed by flames appeared in the sky, exuding a terrifying pressure. Four spirit flame array. Seal the demon. The man shouted loudly, pointed his right hand at the position of the demon shadow, and then the four spirits swept across the sky, dispersing the black fog and wrapping the demon shadow into the formation, suppressing it. It's not that easy to seal me. The demon disintegrates. The demon shadow shouted loudly, and his breath suddenly surged. The body that was originally severely injured by the colorful light was excited again, and the demonic energy entangled again. So, the demon shadow, who used a secret method to restore his strength, condensed his demonic energy and began to attack the flame formation that suppressed him. This is this spiritual flame, and there are four kinds of it. How is it possible? The demon shadow kept hitting the formation, and the demon shadow quickly became weak under the burning of the spiritual flame. The demon shadow itself was very afraid of this kind of extremely young and extremely strong thing. Now that it was suppressed, it was impossible to escape. Four elephant seal, the man shouted, and then the formation rotated and tightened, and he was about to seal the demon shadow in it and slowly refine it. The demon shadow guided the demonic energy with both hands, and the rolling black fog that filled half of the sky turned into a dark torrent and hit the formation barrier fiercely. For a moment, the barrier of the four spiritual flame formation that was hit began to fade, and the four-color spiritual flames lingering above it also became illusory. Not good. The man's heart trembled violently. If this demon head broke through the seal, then the two of them might not be able to seal it successfully today. If this demon is allowed to escape, the entire Baishan region may be turned upside down by this demon. Four spirit flame array, condense for me. The spiritual energy in the body is continuously transported to the array. Receiving this new force, the four sacred beasts in the array are also exerting their power with all their strength. At this time, the array that was diluted by the demonic energy torrent is solidified again. Seeing that the demonic energy torrent outside the array has taken effect, the demon shadow's eyes also flashed red, clenched his fists, and gathered the demonic energy to attack the array barrier again. Evil demon wave fist. The fist wrapped in rolling demonic energy kept smashing towards the barrier, cooperating with the collision of the dark torrent on the outer wall. After a while, the blazing four-color flame barrier actually showed a trace of cracks. Seeing this, the demon shadow kept swinging his fists, and the traces of cracks also expanded. Crack! A faint cracking sound was heard, and the four-spirit flame formation actually broke a gap under the double attack of the demon shadow. Ant, seal me, and you will have to pay the price. The demon shadow looked at the gap and felt the demonic energy in his body. He knew that he could not escape at the moment. A ferocious look appeared on his face, and then he condensed the demonic energy in his body and made a magic seal with all his strength, pushing it to the woman beside him. Obviously, the evil demon who had no hope of escaping chose to condense the demonic energy in his body and exchanged it with her at the limit. Bone Erosion Demon Seal. A huge magic seal wrapped in rolling demonic energy was shot out. The evil demon had no extra energy at this time and could only be suppressed again by the formation formed by the four-color flames. The thick black gas wrapped in the bone erosion magic seal attacked at a very fast speed. From a distance, the two smelled the unbearable stench. This evil demon was also insidious, and the last attack actually contained a bone-eroding demonic energy. Fenghua Barrier. Sensing the evil demon's attack, the woman covered her eyes with her right hand and forced herself to endure the pain. She silently chanted in her heart, immediately mobilized the spiritual energy in her body, and build a defense to resist. The man on the side saw this and immediately increased the output of spiritual energy. The four-spirit flame formation quickly rotated and shrank, quickly sealing the demon shadow in it. It only took a while for this evil demon to be refined into nothingness by the formation formed by these four kinds of spiritual flames. When he finished everything, the Fenghua barrier was about to collapse. In a hurry, he pushed the woman away and hurriedly built a wall of fire, wanting to take the attack on Xiaobai's behalf. I hate it. I was suppressed for thousands of years and went through untold hardships to break the seal. Today, I just broke the seal and was sealed by two ants. I'm unwilling. The low and harsh voice gradually dissipated as the seal tightened. After passing through two lines of defense, the bone-eroding magic seal that broke through the firewall also became visibly illusory. Although it consumed a lot of energy as the last blow of the evil demon, the magic seal still attacked the man with its remaining force. Puff! The man was hit by the magic seal that broke through the defense, and a large mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs spurted out and flew backwards. On the beautiful face of the woman, there was a panic. The two bloodlines on her face were slightly hideous, and her red eyes were wide open. She quickly flew towards the man who flew backwards and hugged him. Husband. I saw that his body was cracked and bleeding. The demonic energy was lingering around his body. Blood was gushing out from the corners of his mouth, and his breath was weak. The internal organs and meridians and even the spiritual sea were messed up by the demonic energy. He had already fallen into a coma, seriously injured and on the verge of death. Chapter 1. Attributes Long Feiyu. Attributes: Wind, Fire, Thunder. Gazing at the bold letters displayed on the testing platform, a faint smile graced the corners of the child's mouth as he raised his head, standing atop the platform like a crane among chickens. The expression on his youthful face, coupled with a hint of composure that belied his age, rendered him the focal point of the gathering. Beside the testing platform, a middle-aged man rubbed his eyes vigorously and loudly proclaimed the information displayed on the stone pillar, his voice betraying his astonishment. Were it not for the stone pillar's long-standing history of accuracy, he would have doubted the clarity of his vision. As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, a wave of murmurs surged through the crowd. 3 attributes. Could it be true? I must be dreaming. Never before had the town of Inshur seen a prodigy with 3 attributes. No, not even a dual attribute. Not just in Inshur, but the entire city of Inshur had never witnessed such a phenomenon. In fact, perhaps the whole of the Tianyan kingdom had yet to find such a rarity. Amidst the clamorous voices of the crowd, the young boy remained unperturbed, as if everything were perfectly natural. He slowly scanned the surrounding throng, his gaze eventually settling on the seats of his family as esteemed members. His dark eyes lingered on a few individuals at the center, observing their astonished expressions before he gradually withdrew from the square. Silence. Silence. The attribute awakening continues. The middle-aged man took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Next. Long failing. Upon hearing this, another child quickly dashed from the crowd. His youthful visage reflected both excitement and apprehension, elated for his twin brother's awakening of 3 attributes, yet anxious about the uncertainty of his own potential. The child hurriedly approached the stone pillar, determination etched on his small face. With outstretched hands, he placed them upon the pillar, which once again erupted in a brilliant glow. Long failing. Attributes: Fire, Thunder. Another dual attribute: Genius. Can we be like them? The children participating in the awakening ceremony turned their gazes toward the stone pillar, their hearts brimming with hope. Don't be foolish. Typically, one can only awaken a single attribute. Those who awaken dual attributes are exceedingly rare. Even within the entire city of Inshur, they number scarcely a handful over the past century. An elder beside the children promptly dashed their dreams. Next, Long Linger. It's my turn, exclaimed a little girl with a ponytail. Her excitement palpable as she sprinted to the stone pillar. Observing this, Long Failing waved at the middle-aged man, saying, "Uncle, I'm leaving." He then descended from the platform and walked toward Long Feiyu. The middle-aged man waved back with a smile, reflecting on the promising future of the family with such gifted heirs. Meanwhile, the ponytailed girl stood before the stone pillar, extending her hands with a beaming smile. Long Linger. Attributes: fire. Thank you, uncle. The little girl skipped joyfully away, gradually retreating to the back. The middle-aged man smiled kindly. Greetings, young Master Failing. The young Master Failing possesses such remarkable talent at such a tender age. His future is boundless. After Long Failing stepped away from the testing platform, a throng of admirers surrounded him, showering him with various compliments. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. As Long Failing weaved his way through the crowd, responding graciously while scanning his surroundings, a look of disappointment soon crept upon his youthful visage. Where has my brother gone? Long Failing held a deep affection for his elder brother, Long Feiyu. At such a young age, he could not comprehend why his brother was so exceptionally gifted. Despite being twins, from the moment they began to walk, Feiyu had always excelled. Long Failing had navigated his life largely under his brother's influence, seeking guidance on what to do, what to eat, and where to go, always eager to follow his brother. Alas, my brother has vanished again. I must search for him. Long Failing sighed. Failing go. Long Ling rushed over. Where's your brother? I don't know. I was just about to look for him. Long Failing replied with a smile. Long Linger, the daughter of his second uncle, was of the same age as the brothers, albeit 2 months younger, and they often played together. Failing Ge. You and Feiyu Ge are incredible. One possesses dual attributes, while the other possesses 3. Do you even know what attributes are? Upon hearing this, Long Linger pouted her little face, blinked her large eyes, then playfully stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, Nope, no idea. I knew you wouldn't know. Long Failing affectionately ruffled her hair, earning an indignant huff from the little girl. All right, Linger, let us go find Feiyu Ge. Long Failing beckoned as he walked ahead. The girl nodded eagerly and hurried to keep up. Within the Long family courtyard, a diminutive figure appeared in the library. Feiyu, back for more reading, are you? Before an antiquated wooden desk sat an elderly man with graying hair. Adjusting his glasses with a finger, he closed the leather-bound book and stood up. Yes, Grandpa Emo. I'm here to look for some books. The elderly gentleman, known as Long Emo, was of the elder generation in Long Feiyu's family and had overseen the library for many years. Feiyu, at your young age, you keep frequenting my library. I suspect you have nearly read all the books here. The old man stepped away from the desk to address Long Feiyu. Not at all, Grandpa Emo. There are still many I have yet to finish. I will continue to come and visit you. Long Feiyu responded with a warm smile. Come. Which book would you like me to retrieve for you? After selecting a few volumes, Long Feiyu settled down at a desk beside the bookshelves to read. His sole purpose for visiting the library was to comprehensively familiarize himself with this world, from its literature to its daily life, from astronomy to geography. Most importantly, he sought to understand the knowledge of cultivation within this realm. However, despite combing through the entire library, he found no information regarding cultivation techniques, only theoretical knowledge. Feiyu, Failing and Ling are looking for you. After about an hour, the elder called out to Long Feiyu. At this, Long Feiyu paused, a fleeting expression of helplessness and warmth crossing his face. He closed the book and stood up. Brother, Feiyu Ge. 2 voices resonated simultaneously. Long Feiyu approached and gently patted the heads of the 2 individuals. The day was still young. Let us take a moment to sit upon the great stone at the back mountain. The afterglow pierced through the clouds, painting the sky in vibrant hues. Crimson beams cascaded upon the earth, transforming it into a magnificent tapestry. As the light extended, an elder sat with his eyes closed, rhythmically breathing in the redwood chair. Although his hair bore traces of gray, his weathered visage commanded an unspoken authority. The elder's left hand lightly grasped the armrest, while his right fingers, the index and middle, tapped in measured cadence. As the final individual entered the hall, the rhythmic tapping ceased abruptly. The elder slowly lifted his head and opened his eyes, as if a divine light emanated from within. Noticing the elder's posture straighten, everyone present became fully attentive. Are all present? Today, as you are aware, is the attribute awakening ceremony. At this, the gathered individuals nodded in unison. One possessed dual attributes. Another triad. Such a combination within a single family was unparalleled throughout the entire Tianyan kingdom, let alone within the modest Long family, signaling a promising rise for the clan. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. To become a cultivator, one's innate talent is paramount. Beyond unique physiques, the quantity of innate attributes becomes the determining factor. Spiritual energy, the pinnacle of the cultivation system on the Divine Wind continent, is abundant with various attributes. Light, dark, wind, thunder, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and several complex mutated attributes abound. Among these, light, dark, wind, and thunder are exceedingly rare, with thunder possessing an unparalleled status due to its formidable lethality. The vast majority of ordinary individuals, lacking special physiques, possess a singular attribute and thus cultivate at a slower pace, unless fortune smiles upon them. Those endowed with special physiques not only cultivate more rapidly but also exhibit greater combat prowess, overcoming obstacles with relative ease. The same applies to individuals with multiple innate attributes. Such attributes are generally not cultivable through later efforts, yet exceptions do exist. A few fortunate souls may encounter heavenly spiritual entities that allow them to cultivate a singular attribute. However, attributes obtained through such means tend to be somewhat weaker. Individuals with a singular attribute need not have poor cultivation talent, as many have reached great heights powered solely by a single attribute. Nevertheless, those born with multiple attributes invariably possess superior cultivation talent. In essence, while a singular attribute does not guarantee weakness, some strong individuals exist. Though they are rare, those with multiple attributes are never weak. Seated at the head was the elder known as Long Zhan, who, decades prior, led a group from his family to establish dominance over the Yinshe town. Long Zhan had 3 sons, the eldest, Long Ding, the second, Long Zhe, and the youngest, Long Xiao. Chapter 2. The Divine Wind Continent. Long Zhan cleared his throat and spoke. Shower, you have always possessed remarkable talent since childhood. You are the only one from our family to have ventured beyond the northern mysterious domain. If it were not for, well, let that be. Now, with your 2 sons exhibiting such exceptional potential, you must nurture them diligently. As he spoke, Long Zhan paused, glancing at his son, clearly aware that he nearly touched upon a sensitive matter. Father, rest assured, I understand, Long Xiao replied. Upon closer inspection, the middle-aged man appeared to be in his 40s. Robust in stature, with disheveled medium-length hair cascading naturally. His sharp brows, stubbled chin, and face marked by the passage of time bore a certain handsomeness. It was evident that in his youth, he too was a strikingly handsome young man. However, his countenance exhibited an unusual pallor, suggesting a degree of frailty. Observing his son's pale visage, Long Zhan's wrinkles deepened, and he muttered to himself, at this age, why do I still speak so hastily? Let it be known. There is no need for further discussion on this matter, Long Zhan said slowly. In the rear mountain, 3 children sat atop a large round stone that was inclined. 2 of them were fast asleep, having been raucous and boisterous during their journey. Long Feiyu smiled tenderly, gazing at them. He lifted his eyes to the sky, where crimson clouds danced downwards, while beneath the stone, climbing vines flourished. Under the twilight glow, red, green, and white intertwined beautifully. A brief nap is rather pleasant. Long Feiyu murmured, extending his right hand. The sunset filtered through his fingers, while the left hand of the young child rested over his face, revealing only his closed eyes. Suddenly, Long Feiyu opened his eyes wide. His pupils constricted as a fleeting crimson glimmer flashed across his dark orbs, prompting him to close them once more. Silently, he intoned, "Awaken." Upon opening his eyes again, the original darkness vanished, replaced by a vivid scarlet hue, within which a small black tadpole-like pattern swirled. Indeed, using the Sharingan at this stage is still quite strenuous. Long Feiyu sighed after a few seconds, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his eyes. With another blink, his eyes returned to their original inky blackness. It had been 6 years since he arrived in this world. Long Tianyu did not belong to this realm, for his soul was originally from a cerulean planet. At that time, he had been staying up late to watch anime when suddenly, darkness enveloped him. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in another world, his body transformed into that of an infant. Having lost his parents to an accident shortly after reaching adulthood, and with no other relatives, Long Feiyu held little nostalgia for his previous world. He had embraced his new reality with resolve. Strangely, or perhaps by fate's design, his name remained unchanged. The language of this world mirrored his former tongue, and once he learned to walk, he spent every spare moment immersed in the family's library. Over the years, Long Feiyu developed a vague understanding of this realm. This world was known as the Divine Wind Continent, divided into 5 regions: the Eastern Mysterious Domain, the Western Mysterious Domain, the Southern Mysterious Domain, the Northern Mysterious Domain, and the Central Mysterious Domain, surrounded by the vast, boundless sea. Each mysterious domain is infinitely vast. Traversing one is a feat beyond even the most accomplished cultivators. Within each domain, there exist numerous powerful factions, as well as hidden masters of unparalleled strength. In essence, the Divine Wind Continent is a realm of boundless diversity, teeming with formidable individuals. Unlike the previous technological advancements, this land is rich solely in the spiritual energy developed to its utmost by its predecessors. Among the populace, almost everyone possesses the ability to cultivate this spiritual energy. The evolution of spiritual energy has given rise to countless cultivation methods, known as techniques, which are categorized into 4 tiers: celestial, earth, profound, and human, further divided into high, medium, and low levels. Human tier techniques flourish abundantly, allowing ordinary individuals to easily acquire intermediate level techniques. However, advanced human tier and profound tier techniques necessitate joining a faction or purchasing them with spiritual stones. Earth tier techniques require affiliation with a major power for cultivation. According to Long Feiyu's knowledge, it is exceedingly rare to find even a low-level Earth tier technique within the entirety of the Tianyan Kingdom. And celestial tier techniques have not surfaced for an indeterminate period. In the Divine Wind Continent, one's strength is assessed by 3 aspects. First, their own realm. Second, their techniques. And third, their spiritual skills, which are similarly stratified. The Long family possesses an advanced profound tier fire attribute technique, the Fiery Flame Art, along with its corresponding spiritual skill. Explosive Flame Technique, both brought from the ancestral clan by Long Zhan, Long Feiyu's grandfather. The cultivation realms of spiritual energy are divided into 11 stages: Spirit Cultivator, Spirit Scholar, Spirit Master, Spirit Pill, Spirit Infant, Spirit King, Spirit Emperor, Spirit Sovereign, Half Saint, and Spirit Saint. Long Feiyu shook his head in frustration, contemplating his inability to utilize the Sharingan. Even the benefits of being a transmigrator, such as system integration, perpetually stalled at 99%. Indeed, upon his arrival in this world, he awakened with the Sharingan, yet the system's integration lingered just short of completion. He focused his mind inward, summoning the system, and a luminous screen materialized in his consciousness, revealing the words Ninja System in bold. The integration was successful. Long Feiyu clenched his fists, overwhelmed with excitement. After a moment, he managed to calm his exhilaration. Though the joy on his face remained unmistakable, he decided to explore the system's introduction and functionalities. Thus, Long Feiyu meticulously examined the system, organizing the information he had gleaned. The ninja system and Sharingan were derived from the anime Naruto, which he had cherished in his previous life. Particularly the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, along with its myriad techniques and characters. Now, having crossed into the Divine Wind Continent with the coveted Sharingan and system, Long Feiyu felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria. The system's overview indicated that the cultivation framework of the Divine Wind Continent differed significantly from that of Naruto, prompting the system to adapt to the local paradigm in Long Feiyu's unique physical and spiritual condition. This explained why it had taken several years for the system to integrate after his arrival. The system is categorized into 3 main types: weapons, spiritual skills, and others, each further subdivided into numerous classifications. The system is equipped with an expansive storage space, and time within it is suspended, preventing the storage of living beings. Any item within the system can be exchanged for energy points, which may be acquired by vanquishing spiritual beasts or absorbing energy-rich items. The energy points obtained from defeating spiritual beasts depend on their realm. The system prompts: the host can enter the system interface by silently summoning it in their mind. All operations are conducted through thought, and the system is always available to resolve any queries. The gifted Sharingan bloodline to the host is the pinnacle of bloodlines in the Divine Wind Continent, integrating into its cultivation system. Furthermore, the host receives a vial of Sharingan serum, which can be administered to one individual to guarantee the awakening of the Sharingan bloodline. According to the Divine Wind Continent's cultivation framework and the host's constitution, a customized cultivation method, Spirit Gathering Technique, is granted. This technique's level progresses in tandem with the host's cultivation, with no upper limit to its growth. Moreover, this technique is exclusive to the host. The Spirit Gathering Technique is divided into the Spirit Energy chapter and the Soul chapter. with qualitative changes occurring at certain levels of mastery. A novice gift pack is also bestowed upon the host, containing 100 energy points, 10 shuriken, 10 kunai, 10 explosive talismans, and 3 low-tier mystical techniques, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and 3 elemental techniques, fire, wind, and lightning, corresponding to fireball, great breakthrough, and earth walk. The items available for exchange are linked to the host's realm, and all techniques acquired can be freely taught by the host. The system has synchronized with the Divine Wind Continent's cultivation framework. Long Feiyu briefly scanned the system and noted the limited items available for exchange. Currently, the system offers 5 mystical techniques, most significantly the Sharingan bloodline and a cultivation method that grows with the host's prowess, symbolizing the potential for companions to attain the top-tier Sharingan bloodline. As for the cultivation method, Long Feiyu can practice it continuously without concern, as the higher his cultivation, the greater the technique's level. Rubbing his eyes, Long Feiyu rose, stretching his arms in a leisurely manner. Embarking on the path of cultivation begins with drawing the essence of heaven and earth into one's body and refining it into spiritual energy. Given the rich and varied elemental aura in the world, if a child unversed in cultivation were to absorb it, they would not only struggle to refine it, but could also suffer bodily harm from the chaotic energies. Consequently, upon completing the elemental awakening ceremony at the age of 6, children must undergo approximately 4 years of physical training to ensure they can safely absorb spiritual energy without irreversible damage. Only at around the age of 10 can their bodies begin to withstand the cleansing of spiritual energy, allowing them to formally commence cultivation and enter the chi refinement stage. Contemplating all this feels somewhat unrealistic. The priority is to strengthen this frail body first. He stamped his foot, his delicate face twitching slightly, a grimace forming, clearly due to the hardness of the large stone. Failing, Linger, the day is drawing to a close. We should return, Long Feiyu urged, waking the two, lest his father. Chapter 3. The gathering of spirits initially still in a daze, Long Fei Ling and Long Ling Er were jolted awake by an unfinished remark from behind, their faces betraying a look of apprehension. Ha ha ha, indeed they have been scolded often. Long Feiyu, witnessing their frightened expressions, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Under the luminous glow of the full moon, a man within the room gazed upward, gently caressing 2 jade pendants in his hands. His brow slightly furrowed, he spoke softly, tinged with melancholy. Yinqing, are you well? Our son. After a moment of hushed reflection, he bowed his head, revealing a sense of solitude as his right hand tenderly stroked the jade, while his left hand clenched tightly, the veins prominently visible. The sound of a door opening abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Releasing his tight grip, he stored the jade pendants within a storage ring and moved to the living room. In the soft glow of the lights, the man's silhouette appeared slightly hunched. Feiyu, Fei Ling, please take a seat. The meal is prepared, he said, regaining his composure and donning a smile. Once the meal concluded, Long Shao tidied up the table, clearing away plates and remnants before taking a seat before the 2 brothers. Today, you have successfully awakened your attributes. Excellent. Both of you possess remarkable talents. However, mere talent is insufficient to become a cultivator, Long Shao began, his tone steady. Traditionally, one must commence 4 years of body refinement after the age of 6, and only after turning 10 can one engage in true cultivation. Body refinement, as the name suggests, involves rigorous training of the body. Can you persevere? Coughing twice, Long Shao left a trace of blood on his palm. Father, your injury, the brothers expressed their concern. It's nothing, just an old ailment. Long Shao waved his hand dismissively. Long Feiyu gazed at his father, who was coughing blood. He only knew that when he was but a few months old, his parents had gone out, returning 6 months later, and since then, his father had occasionally bled. Fortunately, he had improved significantly since then. Moreover, when they were just over a year old, their mother had left home. The brothers had inquired countless times to their family, only to be met with the same response. You two need not know that now. Clearing his throat, Long Shao declared, in any case, 1 week from now, I shall begin your training. Let us cherish this week of joyful moments. As night fell, the brothers were filled with mixed emotions. Long Feiling pondered over their father's injury and the impending 4 years of rigorous training that awaited them, silently encouraging himself to not disappoint his father. Long Feiyu also ruminated alongside his brother, tossing and turning in bed. He accessed the system, searching for other categories of elixirs. System, are there any remedies for chronic injuries? Long Feiyu inquired. Currently, Based on the host's exchange privileges, this system does not possess any elixirs to heal your father's injuries. Furthermore, it is not a common ailment and is exceedingly difficult to treat, the system responded. Hearing this, Long Feiyu had no choice but to abandon that line of thought. The brothers were aware of Long Zhao's old injuries, yet they remained oblivious to their origins. While they could not cultivate spiritual energy at present, what of their soul power? Long Feiyu sat up from his bed, stroked his chin, and declared his determination to proceed. The system responded, extracting the gathering spirit volume. Instantly, a flash of golden light illuminated the room, and a faint golden imprint appeared in the palm of Long Feiyu's hand. The luminous imprint, approximately 2 inches in size, features clear lines that delineate an irregular diamond-shaped border with the ancient characters inscribed above. Dragon Feiyu, intrigued, reached out to touch it. However, the imprint lacked physical substance, allowing his fingers to pass through and make contact with his palm. The host merely needs to affix the imprint to their forehead to acquire all knowledge of. The system provided without waiting for Dragon Feiyu's inquiry. Subsequently, he adhered the imprint to his forehead, and upon contact with his skin, it dispersed into countless motes of light that entered his mind. A torrent of information surged within him, inducing a feeling of dizziness. Shaking his head slightly, he waited for the sensation to subside before attempting to comprehend the vast influx of knowledge. After a moment of reflection, he realized that this system was meticulously tailored to him, and the technique it offered was exceptionally powerful. The method was divided into 2 segments. Firstly, upon practicing one would develop an affinity for the spiritual energy and entities of the world, gaining mastery over such forces with ease. It would also allow for the seamless fusion, transformation, or even detonation of 2 or more attributes of spiritual energy. The absorption and refinement of the world's spiritual essence would occur at an accelerated rate, enabling a far greater storage capacity for spiritual energy upon successful cultivation compared to conventional techniques. Most importantly, upon reaching the realm of spiritual elixir, one could safely engage in the cultivation of the immortal mode. It is worth noting that the protagonist Naruto from Naruto faced considerable hardships while attempting to master the immortal mode, as any misstep could result in turning to stone due to the uncontrollable natural energy. A perilous fate, indeed. In contrast to the presented fewer distinctive features. Initially, the techniques for cultivating soul power were of a low-tier celestial grade, yet the training was somewhat demanding, requiring practice only at night and under the moonlight, or else the efficacy would diminish significantly. Alongside the methods for cultivating soul power, there were also detailed instructions on its applications and combat techniques, including 2 soul abilities, Soul Shock, which serves as a means of interference and control, and Soul Detonation, which involves trading injury for injury. The levels of soul power are classified sequentially from low to high as Mortal Realm, Spirit Realm, Profound Realm, Earth Realm, Heaven Realm, and Sacred Realm. Reflecting on the moonlight that graced the night, Dragon Feiyu rose quietly and stepped outside into the courtyard, where he sat cross-legged beneath the moonlight, silently reciting the cultivation incantation. After some time, he perceived small, pale motes of light entering his mind, bringing a refreshing sensation to his soul. After 3 hours, he noted that the absorption rate had slowed considerably, as if the pale motes had diminished by more than half, prompting him to conclude his practice. He raised his gaze to the sky, only to find the bright moon obscured by thick clouds. Assessing his soul power, he estimated it to be at the intermediate level of the mortal realm. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his soul power was notably robust, and due to the initial practice, the effects were exceptionally pronounced, leading to a small elevation in rank. Using his hands to support himself, he straightened his numb legs, taking a moment before gradually rising to his feet. Indeed, his current form was not suited for prolonged cultivation. The following day, he planned to visit the market to exchange some goods, hoping to leverage the system for a profit. The next morning, after breakfast, Dragon Feiyu sought out a hooded black cloak from his room and dashed out of the Dragon family courtyard. The system allowed me to exchange for 10 bottles of body refining elixir. Exchange completed. Remaining energy points, 0. In the bustling marketplace of Longjia in Incher Town. The town is divided into southern and northern markets, both under the jurisdiction of the Long family. Currently, Long Feiyu finds himself in the southern market, where order is maintained by the Long family, and merchants pay a monthly fee to them. Due to the proximity of the Spirit Beast Mountains in the North Shin region, Incher Town thrives on its natural resources, with numerous small towns and markets scattered throughout the area. Among them are the beast hunters, who live a perilous existence, surviving by hunting spirit beasts, spirit crystals, beast skins, and the bones and flesh of spirit beasts. Weapons forged by master craftsmen. The dragon power grass aged 10 years. Its effects are simply remarkable. As Long Feiyu passed through the entrance guarded by 2 spirit master sentinels, he was met with the lively calls of merchants hawking their wares. Entering the market, he was nearly overwhelmed by the throngs of people, a testament to the bustling activity. No wonder his family placed such importance on this place. After wandering through the market for a while, he finally found his destination through a narrow alley. The sign above read, "Medicinal herbs, pills, recycling, barter." Straightening his attire, he stepped inside. At the front counter stood a beautiful young woman, smiling as she spoke. "Little one, you shouldn't play here. Where are your adults?" "I'm here to exchange goods," Long Feiyu replied, wrapping his voice with a hint of spiritual energy to alter its tone. He placed a small jade vial on the counter. "What do you think of this?" A flicker of curiosity crossed the young woman's face as she softly said, "Please wait a moment," before dashing behind the curtain with the vial. After about a minute, a slender man, wearing glasses and sporting a small tuft of beard on his chin, emerged. "This elixir enhances the body and alleviates fatigue. It's worth 25 low-grade spirit stones." "That's insufficient. 30 is the minimum," Long Feiyu retorted. "If not, I shall withdraw." "Please, let us agree on 30, the slender man quickly countered, sensing the urgency. "How much stock do you have?" Upon hearing Long Feiyu's reluctance to exchange, his demeanor shifted dramatically. With deft hands, he placed 9 bottles of body-refining elixir on the table, declaring, "This is all I have." "Very well, please wait," the slender man said, hastily inspecting each jade vial one by one. After a thorough examination, he nodded in satisfaction. "Please exchange it for medicinal herbs." "Certainly, here are 10 Zhu fruits, 10 spirit ginsengs, and 1 Emolan fruit." Long Feiyu collected the herbs into his system space and turned to leave. Chapter 4. Body Training Upon Returning Home. The sun had already risen high in the sky. Long Feiyu hurried to his bedroom and called out to the system, "System, what is the energy point gained from absorbing these spiritual herbs?" Based on the spiritual potency contained within the herbs, 1 G fruit yields 23 energy points. 1 spiritual ginseng provides 35 energy points, and 1 Missouri lawn fruit grants 100 energy points. The total absorption would yield 680 energy points, the system's voice responded, sounding somewhat mechanical yet precise. Total absorption. Long Feiyu mused, glancing at the 680 energy points displayed in the system. He nodded in satisfaction, realizing he had struck a lucrative deal. "System, why is it that the energy points gained from absorbing spiritual herbs are so substantial?" Long Feiyu inquired, puzzled, considering these were merely the most common grade 1 herbs. If absorbed in the conventional manner, the efficacy of the herbs would diminish by 70%. Even when refined into elixirs, potency is still lost. However, if absorbed by the system, 100% of the potency remains intact, the system proudly articulated. Listening to the system's boastful tone, Long Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle, and he was also impressed by its capabilities. Under these circumstances, he could indeed rely on selling elixirs to purchase herbs, subsequently exchanging them for energy points, thus achieving a form of energy point autonomy. Theoretically, what you propose is feasible. Yet this system has certain limitations regarding the scope of exchanges. The system's voice echoed once more. When did you become so intelligent, system?" Long Feiyu asked, taken aback. As the embodiment of rules, this system began assimilating with the laws of the world before binding to the host. Now, having merged with the host, the foundational rules of this system naturally integrate into the world, it explained. In simpler terms, this system can be likened to an encyclopedia, devoid of human traits. Most of your inquiries regarding the divine wind continent will be answered with utmost sincerity. This system has become inseparable from its master. We share glory and misfortune alike. While Long Feiyu listened to the system's grandiloquent claims, he chose not to comment, yet he was exceedingly pleased with its enhancement. In a sense, he had acquired an infallible ally, embodying both a cheat device and a mentor. A week later, early one morning, Long Shao summoned his 2 sons to stand in the courtyard. "From today onward, I shall train your physiques and enhance your constitutions." As always, Long Shao, with his pale visage, enunciated every word with gravitas. Clad in a black training outfit, he stood tall before Long Feiyu and Long Failing, his hands clasped behind his back. "First, you are to run 3 laps around the Long family courtyard to warm up, then return for breakfast. Begin now." Upon hearing this, the 2 immediately dashed off. Truly, he was their father. Even breakfast was withheld in favor of training. After completing the first lap, both sons began to feel fatigued, gasping for breath. "Huff, 2 more laps, keep pushing. They encouraged one another. Upon finishing the second lap, their legs felt as if they were laden with lead, their throats parched and dry. Their faces, flushed like roasted pigs, along with their sweat-soaked garments and unsteady strides, revealed the limits of their endurance. Brother, I can't go on. I'm so tired, so thirsty. Keep going, failing. Just one more lap, hold on. Even when Long Feiyu reached his limits, he continued to utter words of encouragement, trudging forward with heavy steps. Long Shao observed this scene, though he wished to call for them to halt. He understood that this was the only way to help them establish a solid foundation. Upon completing the third lap, or rather, with the two of them supporting each other, they finally arrived at their small courtyard. With a thud, they both collapsed. Brother, we finally finished. Long Feiyu gasped, but it seems we only walked the last lap. 10 minutes later, Long Shao returned with 2 cups of water, which the brothers eagerly drank down before heading in for breakfast, followed by a half-hour rest. After their respite, Long Shao led them to the backyard. I shall teach you a set of basic boxing techniques. You two will learn from me. He took a stance in front, and the brothers mimicked him. Arms extended. Do not hunch, lift your heads, and focus on the unity of your waist and stance. Good. Next movement. Long Shao demonstrated the basic techniques several times before instructing the two brothers to memorize the moves while practicing their postures. This grueling session continued until noon. After lunch and an hour's rest, Long Shao took them to the back mountain. I have set up this area over the past few days. Follow the arrows along the path and feel free to explore. However, you must understand that in this world, strength is revered, and to become a strong individual, one must invest effort in certain aspects. With that, Long Shao sat down and called out, Obstacle course, go? The brothers gazed at the scattered trees and paths before them, smirking. Truly, he is our father. He knows how to have fun, Long Feiyu thought with a shake of his head. Meanwhile, Long Failing hung his head low, looking at his brother with a pained expression and asked, Is this the training we can actually do? Long Feiyu, feeling helpless, glanced at the expressionless Long Shao. We have to push through, failing. With that, Long Feiyu dashed ahead, followed closely by Long Failing. After overcoming several obstacles, Long Feiyu realized that this area, though seemingly small, was expansive when running. Could it be that it's not fully prepared yet? Will we need to expand the map as we practice? He pondered. After running a distance, the difficulty increased, with arrows directly etched onto the obstacles. Long Feiyu approached and measured the height, which reached his abdomen. Ahead lay a series of wooden stakes blocking their path. Gritting their teeth, the two brothers had no choice but to climb over. Brother, I can't go on. Long Feiyu exclaimed after surmounting the last obstacle, turning back to stretch out his hand. Failing, grab my hand. He then pulled his brother up. Ugh, I'm so exhausted. They both slumped to the ground, leaning against each other. After catching their breath, Long Feiyu stood and walked towards the front, where a row of wooden beams stretched about 30 to 40 meters ahead, indicating they needed to crawl on the ground to get past. After expending considerable physical energy and time, the two individuals found themselves so fatigued that they could barely stand. Upon lifting their heads, they were confronted by an imposing earthen wall towering over them. Witnessing this scene, the exhausted duo promptly collapsed onto the ground. In the afternoon, Long Shao led the two weary trainees back home after a day of rigorous training. Upon entering, they were greeted by a massive vat, embraced by 3 adult men, standing proudly in the courtyard. Long Shao gestured towards the vat, indicating that the two should disrobe and step inside. As the brothers approached the vessel, they found it towering above their chests. With a leap, Long Feiyu, after removing his clothes and rising onto his toes, plunged into the embrace of the vibrant green liquid within the vat. Long Failing followed suit, mimicking his brother's actions. During their physical training phase, those with the means often employed medicinal baths to enhance their performance and expedite recovery. After your daily training, immerse yourselves in this bath. I will prepare the herbal concoctions for you, Long Shao stated before retreating indoors to prepare a meal. Upon entering the vat, the brothers were enveloped by the striking green liquid. Long Feiyu stirred the water with his right hand, feeling the fatigue from his training dissipating, and his body growing increasingly robust, albeit the improvement was subtle. As he soaked in the medicinal bath, an idea suddenly dawned on Long Feiyu. Could it be that the medicinal properties within the vat can be absorbed and transformed into energy points? He pondered inwardly. Any item containing celestial energy or spiritual medicine can be refined by the host or absorbed by the system. This system can convert the absorbed energy into energy points or store it to provide the host with the purest celestial energy or medicinal power. A mechanical female voice responded in his mind. Absorb all the medicinal power. He commanded. Remaining energy points, 1235. Exchange for 20 bottles of body refinement liquid. Exchange completed. Remaining energy points, 1035. As Long Feiyu issued his commands, he retrieved a small jade vial from the system's storage space. Removing the cap, he poured an entire bottle of body refinement liquid into the vat. True to the system's reputation, the effects were remarkable. He felt his recovery and enhancement accelerate significantly. An impressive potency indeed. After half an hour, Long Feiyu sensed that his stamina had nearly been restored. Glancing at the surface of the water, he noted that it retained its original vibrant green hue, though slightly lighter than before. At this rate, one bottle of body refinement liquid could last an entire week. Utilizing the buoyancy, he flipped over and landed on the ground, then made his way inside as dinner time approached, his stomach beginning to rumble in anticipation. Chapter 5. Invoking the spirit within. After finishing their meal, Long Feiyu exchanged greetings with the two others, closed the door, and settled onto the bed. He raked his fingers through his hair, suddenly recalling that there were some resources within the system that were ripe for utilization. Among them were a lineage of the Sharingan, 3 low-tier mystical techniques, as well as the shadow clone technique and transformation technique, alongside a collection of miscellaneous ninja tools. Reflecting on his current capabilities, he possessed a single Tomo Sharingan, 5 mystical techniques, and 2 soul techniques. However, due to the lack of spiritual energy, the former 2 remained dormant, leaving only the latter available for cultivation. As for the Sharingan, Long Feiyu contemplated that, without spiritual energy, he and his companions could not freely wield it. Yet they could aspire to develop a higher Tomo. Once his spiritual power grew stronger, he could implant illusions within himself, stimulating his mind to achieve development. In these past few years, while training, he resolved to prioritize the cultivation of his spiritual power and the mastery of ninja tools. As night descended, enveloping the world in silence, in the forest, radiant sunlight streamed down, illuminating 2 figures darting back and forth. The sound of their physical clashes resonating through the air. They were engaged in an intense duel when suddenly one stumbled, revealing an opening. The other's eyes gleamed with opportunity, launching a punch towards the exposed chest. The staggering one twisted at the waist, narrowly evading the blow. "You let your guard down," he remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. Clad in a black training outfit, the youth's youthful visage bore a hint of resolve. His sword-like brows arched slightly, and the corner of his peach blossom eyes sparkled with mirth, while his tousled yet aesthetically pleasing hair danced in the breeze. In the next moment, the youth seized his opponent's arm, pivoted, and executed a throw, subduing him. "That hurt too much," he exclaimed while sitting on the ground, dusting off his rear and rubbing his waist. "Brother, your strikes are too heavy. Why do you always win? I've been holding back, otherwise your backside would be in tatters. Besides, you fall for my tricks every time you expose a weakness. You really don't learn." The standing youth replied with a grin before bending down and extending his right hand. "Get up." Upon closer inspection, the 2 bore an uncanny resemblance in stature, physique, and appearance, as though carved from the same mold. Yet, upon discerning them closely, one exhibited composure while the other radiated vivacity. These 2 were Long Feiyu and Long Failing, now 10 years old. For years of rigorous training had wrought significant changes in them. Their shoulders had broadened considerably, their height reached 1.50 m, and their muscles had begun to define themselves, with their faces evolving from youthful innocence to striking handsomeness. During this period, Long Xiaoxiao had taken on the role of a relentless instructor, imparting multidimensional training encompassing combat, theory, and physical conditioning. Although they often lamented the arduousness of their training, the benefits they reaped over these years were immeasurable. Long Feiyu leapt to grasp a branch, then flipped his body to stand atop the tree. His gaze swept the surroundings, seeking their path back. "Let us go. Failing, it's time to return," he called out once he had oriented himself. The latter hurriedly followed suit. Over the past 4 years, the duo had endured grueling training regimens, encompassing physical conditioning, strength training, and agility training. Every aspect is extraordinary. The first year was manageable, but from the second year onward, the burden of cross-country training, muscle strains, and evading attacks became overwhelming, prompting Long Feiyu to exclaim that even the training of special forces in his previous life could hardly compare. The primary concern was their tender age. Yet they were fortunate to have the potent restorative effects of the body refining elixir acquired through the system. Now, after 4 years, they have finally reached a point where they can draw spiritual energy into their bodies and embark on their cultivation journey. The thought of this fills Long Feiyu with exhilaration. Over the years, they have not only conditioned their bodies, but Long Shao has also imparted a wealth of knowledge on cultivation and combat techniques, essentially laying bare his entire life's learnings. However, whether all that was truly returned is another matter. Currently, Long Feiyu has developed his Sharingan to the level of 2 Tomo, not out of laziness, but due to the absence of spiritual energy cultivation, leaving his spiritual power at a bottleneck. Nonetheless, his combat skills, mastery of weaponry, and proficiency in martial arts are exceptionally refined, and he wields ninja tools with complete mastery. 2.5 years ago, Long Feiyu reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm, just a step away from advancing to the spiritual realm. The system's bestowed low-tier celestial techniques are indeed formidable, albeit with certain limitations. However, perhaps due to the nature of spiritual energy, his spiritual power remains stuck at this bottleneck. Long Feiyu feels content with his spiritual realm, as he senses that his current physical condition can only withstand the pinnacle of spiritual power. Any breakthrough might be beyond his capacity. Recalling the Sharingan bloodline, Long Feiyu summoned the system, realizing it was time for Failing to consume it. Failing, I possess a spiritual elixir that can accelerate your cultivation speed. Drink it. Long Feiyu paused, extending his hand, revealing a vial of crimson potion. Failing took it immediately, opened it, and drank it down, smacking his lips and commenting, "There's no particular taste, just a slight chill as it goes down. Well, now that you've drunk it, let us hasten our journey. Father should be back soon." Long Feiyu urged, watching his brother drink while running. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Long Shao was preparing lunch. Sunlight streamed through the window, draping the room in a golden veil. Standing in the radiance, Long Shao meticulously handled the ingredients, seemingly casting all worries aside to present the best of himself. Enthusiastic, gentle, decisive, and composed. Over the past 4 years, despite setting the training regimen to be exceedingly rigorous, the two had never disappointed him, though they occasionally sneaked off to the woods or the market, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Today, it was time for them to start cultivating spiritual energy. Their foundation was already solid and robust. Moreover, it was time to pass down the belongings left by their mother. Thinking of his wife, a gentle expression graced Long Zhao's resolute face. "Yinqing, rest assured. Our sons are very obedient. I shall raise them to stand tall in this world." A knock echoed at the door. It seems they have returned. Long Shao turned to open the door. "Please, have a seat. The meal will be ready shortly," he said with a faint smile as he headed to the kitchen. In the evening, the sky, scorched by fire, cast a golden glow over the world, tinting everything in crimson. The two sat cross-legged on a large boulder at the back mountain, with Long Shao standing opposite them. Long Shao surveyed the two individuals before him, nodding slowly as he spoke. "At present, your physiques have met the criteria for absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. I am quite pleased. Your bodies are stronger than those of your peers, which signifies a greater capacity for storing spiritual energy and a more solid foundation. I now permit you to attempt to communicate with the celestial essence and draw it into your bodies." After a brief pause, Long Shao continued, "Commence." He then stepped aside to guard them. Interruption during cultivation is highly detrimental. Even a slight disturbance can cause spiritual energy to fluctuate, disrupting the meditative state. And a severe interruption may inflict damage to the meridians. Long Feiyu closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and began to sense the essence of heaven and earth. "Use your spiritual force to perceive," the system advised. Long Feiyu directed his spiritual force throughout his entire being, encompassing every nook and cranny, then extending into a space approximately the length of half an arm. He sensed that the air was imbued with myriad colorful specks of light. These specks represent the spiritual essence contained within the air. Absorb them into your body, and after circulating through the meridians for one complete cycle, they will be transformed into spiritual energy, the system elucidated. After absorbing a small portion of spiritual essence, Long Feiyu allowed it to traverse his meridians a few times. However, the essence quickly diminished, and after one cycle, only a trace of spiritual energy remained. "What is happening?" Long Feiyu queried, perplexed. "As this is your first attempt at cultivation, your control is still lacking, leading to the dissipation of the spiritual essence. Additionally, without a cultivation technique, the conversion into spiritual energy is minimal, resulting in this situation. With practice, you shall improve," the system responded. Upon hearing this, Long Feiyu refocused his attention on absorbing spiritual essence. He once again drew in a portion of the essence, mobilizing his spiritual force to envelop it, allowing it to circulate through his meridians. After one complete cycle, a small orb of pale white spiritual energy began to form. By repeating this process multiple times, the spiritual energy gradually coalesced to the size of a fist within him. Success! Long Feiyu exhaled with relief, gathering the spiritual energy in his right hand, which felt exceptionally strong at that moment. No wonder early cultivation was discouraged. Spiritual energy was indeed formidable. From this day forth, he officially embraced the path of a cultivator. Chapter 6. The Secret of Spiritual Fusion. The first step has been accomplished. With the addition of my Hokage system and the Divine Wind Continent, I hold a splendid hand. I must soar to great heights. I cannot afford to drift or waver, for losing would lead to utter ruin. Although Long Feiyu felt a surge of excitement within, he managed to suppress his emotions. The host is not mistaken. Possessing the system is akin to being fed by the heavens. If one cannot play such a hand well, it can only be said that the host is a mere dead fish, the system remarked, both supporting and subtly critiquing him. Long Feiyu mentally spat, irritated by the blunt truth, which, though accurate, left him with a faint sense of indignation. Long Shao noticed Long Feiyu's successful conversion of spiritual energy and beckoned him over. Father, I have succeeded. Long Feiyu gently rose and walked to Long Niao's side, beaming with joy. Indeed, quite commendable, Long Shao replied nonchalantly. But wait for your brother. Watching Long Feiyu absorb spiritual energy from start to finish within merely a quarter of an hour, Long Shao struggled to contain his astonishment. Typically, a practitioner of ordinary talent would require nearly 2 hours for their first attempt at refining spiritual energy. He recalled that he himself had been deemed a genius for extracting even a small amount in under an hour. The mere thought that his son had accomplished this several times faster was nothing short of astounding. Long Shao rubbed his chest to soothe his racing thoughts. His thumb grazing the storage ring, now was the moment to present them with this item. After another quarter of an hour, Long Feiling opened his eyes, raised his left hand, and exclaimed, "This is so difficult. It keeps dispersing. I had to try numerous times before discovering the trick." Long Shao gazed at the two, feeling as though he were in a dream. What an extraordinary occurrence! Yet, due to previous experiences, he was not as astonished this time. Long Shao gestured for them to stand before him. Ahem, he cleared his throat, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, and said seriously, "You both have successfully refined spiritual energy. But this is merely the first step. Do not become complacent over this achievement. Failing, why are you smiling? I'm speaking to you." "Dad, I was just smiling." "What's the big deal?" Long Feiling muttered, lowering his head after being scolded. Long Feiyu beside him chuckled, but remained silent. Long Shao continued, after absorbing spiritual energy, "You must circulate it through your main meridians in a complete cycle, ultimately infusing every corner of your body. Only when your entire being is suffused with spiritual energy can the refining phase be considered complete. Normally, even the most gifted practitioners require over a year to reach the pinnacle of this phase and to meet the conditions for opening their spiritual sea through cultivation techniques. During the refining phase, the meridians are still relatively weak, so one cannot practice ordinary techniques. Generally, one can only cultivate the foundational methods widely spread across the continent, which is what you were just using. Additionally, you must refrain from consuming market spiritual medicines or pills, as their potency is too overwhelming for the refining phase's meridians to absorb. Suddenly, Long Shao shifted his tone. However, although conventional techniques cannot be practiced, there are some rare, esoteric methods that can indeed be cultivated during the refining phase. Dad, what are those? Does our family possess them? Upon learning of the potential to enhance their cultivation speed, the two spoke in unison. Huh, how could that be possible? Long Shao replied with a faint smile. Such techniques suitable for cultivating during the spirit refinement phase are only possessed by major powers or hidden families, although their value may not be exceptionally high. The methods of cultivating gentle, attribute-free spiritual energy are exceedingly rare, yet they pertain to the vitality and strength of an entire force, often regarded as closely guarded secrets. Then we might as well cultivate diligently, Long Fei Ling remarked indifferently. I never held out much hope anyway. Observing her father's demeanor, Long Feiyu sensed that the matter was not as simple as it appeared. Her father typically did not speak nonsensically. She shook her younger brother's arm and cautioned, "Let us not speak too soon. Father might truly possess something." Feiyu is correct. I indeed have such a technique. One that is not limited to the spirit refinement phase, but encompasses an entire system of cultivation. Before Long Fei Ling could retort, Long Shao preempted him, prompting the former to fall silent. "Is it something left by mother? How much longer will you conceal matters regarding her and your injuries from us?" Long Feiyu pressed. eager to uncover the secrets that had long eluded them. Long Fei-ling nodded in agreement. Yes, father, we have the right to know. Sighing, Long Shao elevated his voice slightly. As for matters concerning your mother, I shall not disclose them now, nor will anyone else. When your cultivation surpasses mine, I will naturally reveal everything, but for now, it is unnecessary for you to know. He then lowered his voice and spoke softly. However, I can grant you the technique. With that, Long Shao flipped his palm and retrieved a black tome from his storage ring, inscribed with 4 golden characters, the secret classic of fusion, accompanied by a pair of jade pendants. These are remnants left by your mother. Long Shao handed a pendant to each of his sons. Each pendant was approximately 2 inches in size, entirely white, exquisitely smooth, and translucent. Round in shape, as thick as a button. It bore an engraving of an eastern dragon soaring amidst the clouds, with a single character inscribed in the center. The pendants were marked Yuanling respectively. After receiving the pendants, Long Shao continued, these pendants are not only storage treasures but also enhance cultivation speed and purify spiritual energy. They are crafted from the essence of spirit jade extracted from top-tier spirit stone veins, and within them lies a seal left by your mother. Once you attain the strength to break that seal, you will naturally uncover all that you wish to know. The pendants possess a storage space of 10,000 cubic meters. Simply drop your blood to recognize ownership, Long Shao elucidated. Subsequently, the brothers pricked their fingers, allowing a drop of crimson to fall. As the pendants transformed into specks of light, converging on their left wrists. Rolling up their sleeves, faint inscriptions began to materialize around their wrists. Host. These pendants are of exceptionally high quality. Should we allow the system to absorb them and convert them into energy points? The system's voice echoed in their ears. Do you think that is feasible? Silence. Long Fei-yu muttered under his breath, having accumulated nearly 200,000 energy points from the medicinal baths over the years, and was at a loss as to how to spend them, unable to exchange for anything worthwhile. The system is becoming increasingly intelligent, and soon it will be detached to take form, Dragon Fei-yu mused quietly. This system lacks life and cannot manifest, therefore, the host's thoughts are unfounded. Additionally, as the host's cultivation improves, a greater array of items will become available for exchange. He placed this item on his finger. Long Shao produced a low-level storage ring, and both of them followed suit, adorning their index fingers. This was to ensure discretion. When venturing out, one must always be wary of others. Next came the technique. The spirit melding secret tome. Long Shao held the tome, which had been tucked at his waist, and said, this technique has been attempted by your grandfather and 2 uncles. Yet none succeeded in their cultivation. The spiritual energy they produced was inferior even to the dragon family's advanced technique, the spirit flame art. Since it was left behind by her, you, as her son, should be able to cultivate it. Long Shao handed the tome to Dragon Fei-yu. It is getting late. Let us return, he said, tilting his head towards Dragon Fei-yu. Review it tonight and show it to Fei-ling tomorrow. With that, he turned and departed. And the two hurried to follow. As night fell, the stars twinkled brilliantly. After dinner, Dragon Fei-yu sat on his bed and opened the spirit-melding secret tome. He perused the introduction, discovering that this technique was attributeless. It would adopt the attribute of the practitioner upon successful cultivation. It absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth more swiftly and gently than typical techniques, allowing for a greater storage of spiritual energy. As for its rank, it was no lower than earth grade, depending on how far the practitioner could develop the technique. It was yet another technique defined similarly to the spirit gathering chapter, though it surely could not compare to those provided by the system. However, the spirit gathering chapter was too aggressive in its absorption of spiritual energy, rendering it incompatible for cultivation during the spirit refinement stage. Even upon reaching the spirit master realm, it might only rival an average human-grade high technique. There was no choice but to practice, Dragon Fei-yu thought helplessly. Half an hour later, Dragon Fei-yu opened his eyes, cursing softly. This technique is rather weak. Not only is the operation of spiritual energy cumbersome, but the quality of the energy cultivated is no better than the results from refining without a technique. What could be the issue? Just as Dragon Fei-yu was feeling frustrated and contemplating giving up, a mechanical female voice resonated in his mind. Chapter 7. The mysterious space. Are you giving up right from the start? That hardly seems to align with the host's character, Dragon Fei-yu pondered, perplexed. Am I perhaps approaching this incorrectly? Precisely. Examine the secrets of spirit fusion closely. The system did not provide a direct answer, but encouraged Dragon Fei-yu to seek the truth himself. With uncertainty lingering, Dragon Fei-yu decided to harness his soul power instead. A surge of ethereal energy enveloped the ancient tome, causing it to levitate under his command. The soul energy swiftly swept through every nook and cranny until it finally detected a peculiar rune on the last page. This rune appeared somewhat suspicious, resembling an eye, and emanated a faint allure. Dragon Feiyu stroked his chin, steeling himself. Regardless, he would venture forth. Slowly, he channeled his soul power into the rune. Minutes passed, and as the energy drained significantly, there was still no response from the rune. How much does this require? He mused, shaking his head, lightheaded from the depletion of his soul energy. Resolute, he decided to increase the output. It's a gamble. Let us treat a dead horse as a live one. Just as his soul power was nearing exhaustion, the rune began to transform into a swirling vortex, drawing his consciousness inward. In a dim, misty realm, Dragon Feiyu surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a narrow path, and upon inspecting his form, he noted it appeared somewhat ethereal, intermittently radiating specks of light. It seems I have entered an alternate dimension through my soul power, correct, system? To my knowledge, this space contains what the host desires, the system replied. Are you suggesting that the true secrets of spirit fusion resides here? How splendid. Dragon Feiyu felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the system's words. The system countered, well, it is more accurate to say it is a key. Upon hearing this, Dragon Feiyu strode forward. Minutes passed, yet the path remained unchanged. It felt as though he was caught in a loop. Something was amiss. Dragon Feiyu unleashed his soul power to probe further, yet found no anomalies. Then, let the Sharingan awaken. He closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the world around his pupils had transformed to a crimson hue. Two Tomo formed a 120-degree angle, a precursor to the emergence of the three Tomo. These eyes were enchanting and alluring, imbued with an almost magical quality. Anyone who beheld them would be irresistibly drawn in. Against the dim backdrop, the crimson glow emanating from his eyes resembled that of a bloodthirsty beast. No illusion could escape the clarity of my vision. Dragon Feiyu scanned the area and proceeded toward a wall, navigating several twists and turns until he reached an open space. Before him stood a stone tablet, encircled by a dozen stone pillars, which seemed to radiate an inner glow, while the tablet itself remained dull and devoid of light. System. Could the key be these stone pillars? Dragon Feiyu inquired, puzzled. No, the pillars merely serve to enhance the gathering of spirit energy. Approach the stone tablet and place your hand upon it. It is certain to bear an imprint, the system elaborated, once again assuming the role of an encyclopedia. Long Feiyu briskly approached the stone tablet, scanning for handprint recesses. Ultimately, he discovered a fist imprint on its side. As he placed his fist within the indentation, an overwhelming surge of energy enveloped him, probing through his very being. Suddenly, a multitude of light beams emanated from beneath the stone tablet, converging at its base. One by one, the inscriptions upon the tablet began to illuminate. Once all the characters radiated a golden glow. An ancient and profound voice resonated within Long Feiyu's mind. The bloodline of the Spirit Eye clan permits cultivation. As the voice faded, the luminous points of the inscriptions coalesced into a sphere that surged toward Long Feiyu. Upon absorbing the luminous energy, Long Feiyu was abruptly expelled. Shaking his head to dispel the throbbing pain from the influx of information, he commenced studying the martial arts manual before him. No wonder cultivation had been impossible. It turned out that the manuscript contained only fragmented passages, with the true essence residing within the enigmatic stone tablet. Long Feiyu marveled at how the Spirit Eye clan held their secrets in such high regard. This single set of techniques, even if the manual were to fall into the hands of others, could indeed dazzle and bewilder them. Absurdly, without the bloodline of this clan, cultivation was utterly unattainable. After filtering through the vast array of information, Long Feiyu found himself astonished. The martial art possessed a characteristic that was impossible to overlook. The spiritual energy cultivated contained a unique force that, if refined, could replenish the consumption of the Spirit Eye bloodline and enhance its evolution. Furthermore, it included a method for soul cultivation, albeit of a lower grade than the soul chapter, specifically of the earth level's lower tier. Though he was uncertain if it pertained to the eye power he was familiar with, if it could indeed replenish such power, he would no longer need to worry about the blindness associated with the Mangeki Sharingan. This realization filled Long Feiyu with boundless joy. What did this signify? Theoretically, it meant an infinite array of formidable abilities. Encountering an adversary, he could obliterate them with a mere glare. How exhilarating that sensation must be. Itachi Uchiha from Naruto would know, but Long Feiyu was yet unaware. In the early hours of the following day, after a night of fervent cultivation, Long Feiyu felt invigorated, save for a slight numbness in his lower body. As he stirred his limbs, the spiritual energy within him surged, dispelling the numbness instantaneously. Delving into his inner self, He engaged with the fusion of spirit secrets, allowing the grayish-white spiritual energy to coalesce in his arms. He decided to experiment with refining the cultivated energy, seeking to unlock the power of the three-tomo Sharingan. As he pondered this, he directed his soul energy into the spiritual energy, meticulously searching for the elusive points of light. Suddenly, some faint glimmers caught his attention. Indeed, these must be the very points he sought. He concentrated his soul energy, painstakingly collecting the glimmers, which caused him to feel slightly withdrawn. It was as he suspected, activating such powers was not a trivial matter, and the pace was exceedingly slow. It took a full quarter of an hour to refine a small handful of this special energy, leaving Long Feiyu feeling somewhat disheartened. Thus, he resorted to distributing his soul energy into multiple streams to expedite the refining process, though this approach proved challenging to control. Upon completion, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. The next step was to channel the special energy into his eyes. Long Feiyu wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and positioned a mirror in front of himself. Activating his Sharingan, he gazed into the mirror and observed that the two Tomo had already made way for a third, indicating a forthcoming advancement. Gradually, he directed his special energy towards his eyes. Upon contact, the former began to deplete rapidly. His eyes resembled a vortex, fervently absorbing energy, growing warmer in the process. Meanwhile, the two Tomo outside the pupils spun swiftly, the third appearing faintly. As the special energy was nearly exhausted, the rotating Tomo came to a halt, and the warmth in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a refreshing sensation. Opening his eyes, Long Feiyu looked into the mirror and beheld a pair of crimson orbs reflected in the smooth surface, with three small, tadpole-like Tomo languidly swirling in the red area surrounding his pupils, exuding an otherworldly aura. Indeed, it was effective. The evolution had succeeded. Henceforth, this special energy shall be referred to as eye power. Long Feiyu beamed with joy, although he had squandered the fruits of an entire night as cultivation. The awakening of the three Tomo was worth it. At that moment, however, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, compelling his soul cultivation technique to activate involuntarily. Could it be that a breakthrough was imminent? Did the evolution of the Sharingan catalyze the enhancement of his soul power? Long Feiyu immediately entered a meditative state, and soon, fine white elements from the universe rushed into his body, causing his soul power to swell rapidly. At this moment, he felt an astonishing ease in the growth of his soul power. Half an hour later, a wave of spiritual energy coursed through him, causing his garments to flutter slightly. He meticulously gauged his current soul power, and upon opening his eyes, he proclaimed with satisfaction, the peak of the initial stage of the soul realm. What a delightful double blessing today. However, the energy consumed during cultivation had been considerable. Though this was to be expected, Long Feiyu could not help but feel elated. The nature of the Sharingan leans towards soul power, thus theoretically, there exists a mutual influence between the two, the system elucidated. As the three-tomo Sharingan approaches maturity, it will indeed affect your soul power. Should the host activate the kaleidoscope, it would not be surprising for the soul power to transcend nearly half a realm. Hey, system. You're making me lose face here. I already know that. Long Feiyu retorted with dissatisfaction at the system's pretentiousness in a field he was well acquainted with. After all, one need not have seen a pig run to know what it looks like. He was quite familiar with the growth trajectory and power estimations of this lineage. Next, he would pursue the more advanced kaleidoscope Sharingan Chapter 8. The Sharingan and the spiritual eye. The Sharingan stands as a symbol of the Uchiha clan in the original Naruto series. When a member of this clan experiences the profound loss of cherished emotions, a peculiar ability manifests in their mind, infusing their eyes with this extraordinary power, marking the evolution of the Sharingan. The evolutionary path begins with 1 to 3 Tomo, ultimately culminating in the Meijiki Sharingan, which is also referred to as the eye of the mind's reflection. While the awakening of the Sharingan necessitates the loss of emotion, the activation of the Meijiki requires the sacrifice of love. The bearer activates 2 distinct ocular techniques housed within their eyes, each possessing unique abilities. When both eyes unite, they unlock the ultimate power concealed within the Meijiki, known as the third power, the divine might of Susanoo. Susanoo is lauded as a natural destroyer, embodying both offensive and defensive prowess, and is an exceptionally formidable life or death technique. However, with great power come significant drawbacks. Utilizing the inherent ocular techniques of the Meijiki and the third power of Susanoo inflicts irreversible damage upon the Meijiki. Each use of these techniques gradually seals away vision, and total blindness marks the day the Meijiki exhausts its ocular strength. To restore the light to a blind Mangeki, one must undergo eye transplantation, wherein the Mangeki from a blood relative is grafted, ensuring that the eyes will never succumb to blindness and enhancing their power. Thus, the greater the possession, the more one stands to lose. Theoretically, no matter how potent the secret art of fusion may be, it cannot entirely negate the side effects of the Mangeki. It can only alleviate the extent of blindness. Moreover, evolving the three-tomo Sharingan into the Mangeki is utterly impossible, at most. It can only push the three-tomo to their limits. Alas, the Mangeki presents a formidable challenge. Do not fret, host, the boat will naturally reach the bridge. The system reassured. Are you suggesting that you possess a cheat regarding the Mangeki? Long Feiyu's eyes lit up upon hearing the system's voice, as he had come to understand its nature and knew it would not make baseless claims. Cannot say. You will know once the host awakens the Mangeki. The system teased. How frustrating, Long Feiyu grumbled, feeling an urge to give the system a taste of its own medicine if it were to materialize before him. He shifted his numb legs, recalling the discomfort of sitting in meditation all night. Steadying himself against the wall, he opened the door and wobbled toward his brother's room. Failing. Rise and shine, Long Feiyu called as he pulled off the covers, rousing the drowsy Long Failing from slumber. Long Failing yawned and rubbed his eyes, inquiring, So, brother, did you succeed in your training? With a blink, Long Feiyu revealed his crimson, enchanting eyes before Long Failing. Look, what do you see? Ah, brother. When did you catch red eye? There is something swirling within. Upon seeing his brother's eyes, Long Failing sprang from the bed in shock. Long Feiyu slapped his forehead in exasperation. This is called the Sharingan. It is our bloodline's power, a so-called special constitution, he explained, feeling both bemused and compelled to clarify. So it is, brother. Do I possess it as well? Long Failing's eyes sparkled as they fixated on his elder sibling. You do, for we are brothers, Long Feiyu replied, subsequently flicking his forehead with 2 fingers and channeling the fusion spirit secret tome into his mind through spiritual energy. After a brief moment, Long Failing, overwhelmed by a surge of information that left his head throbbing, gazed at Long Feiyu in astonishment, exclaiming, Brother, this technique is formidable. It feels as though it was tailor-made for us. Why else would it be a family secret left by our mother if it were not compatible? Very well. I shall guide you through a complete cycle of the technique. Afterwards, you may cultivate independently after breakfast. With that, Long Feiyu pressed his fingers against Long Failing's forehead, guiding him through a complete cycle of the technique before stepping out to join the others at the dining table. At that moment, Long Xiao had already prepared breakfast and was beginning to eat. Feiyu, eat quickly, why isn't your brother out yet? Long Xiao inquired, swallowing a mouthful of food unhurriedly as he observed his son taking a seat. Father, let me show you something, Long Feiyu said mysteriously. Long Xiao, somewhat perplexed, nodded for him to continue. Without further ado, Long Feiyu revealed his Sharingan. This is my unique constitution, currently possessing exceptional dynamic vision, the ability to dispel illusions, record, replicate, and wield potent illusionary techniques. In short, it is quite powerful. Long Xiao gazed at his son's extraordinary eyes, took a sip of water, and stared wide-eyed at him. Then, grasping Long Feiyu's hand, he exclaimed excitedly, It must be the power of her bloodline, without a doubt. After observing closely for a moment, Long Xiao remarked, It bears resemblance. Yet there are some differences. Perhaps it has undergone some mutation? Has it awakened recently? Just then, Long Failing entered, glanced at the two, and took a seat on a stool. Long Feiyu patted his head, looked at his younger brother, and smiled as he replied, It awakened long ago. I simply hadn't mentioned it to you, and it has already evolved several times. By the way, father, could you share some information about mother with us? Long Xiao, satisfied to see his son had awakened his bloodline, said, I can now divulge a bit about your mother's lineage. I understand you both are eager to learn about us. But you are still too weak. The time is not yet right. Upon hearing their father was about to reveal some secrets, both brothers leaned in attentively. First, let us eat while we talk. Seeing their eager expressions, Long Xiao found it amusing, gathered his thoughts, and began to narrate. Your mother's clan has a long history and possesses great strength, ranking among the pinnacle of the divine wind continent. Within the clan, practitioners have a chance to awaken a bloodline known as spirit eyes, which are generally categorized into 3 colors, red, purple, and yellow, hence the name Spirit Eye Clan. Among them, those who awaken the red bloodline possess the most intense and powerful abilities, followed by purple, while yellow is comparatively weaker. As for their capabilities, the foundational powers include dynamic vision, illusion techniques, recording, and the ability to dispel illusions. The purple and red spiritual eyes differ significantly from the yellow ones. When the bloodline is cultivated to its utmost potential, it manifests a form of ocular technique, which varies in expression depending upon the individual, exhibiting strengths and weaknesses. The awakening of the red spiritual eye yields the most potent ocular technique, albeit at a greater cost, while the purple eye follows closely behind. The technique bequeathed to you by your mother is a treasured ancestral art of the spiritual eye clan, known to offer unforeseen benefits as one progresses in their cultivation. The members of the spiritual eye clan are formidable, often characterized by their extreme and haughty dispositions. Should you encounter a clansman with either purple or red eyes, especially if they are deep crimson or deep violet, exercise utmost caution regarding their ocular techniques. Long Shao paused, gazing into Long Feiyu's eyes, and remarked, "Your eyes are red. The strongest variant, yet there is something slightly amiss, likely due to a mutation in your bloodline. The information I have provided may serve as a reference, but it should not be entirely replicated. Approach its application with careful consideration, and carve out a method of utilizing your bloodline that is uniquely your own." Long Feiyu silently mused that it bore a resemblance to the Sharingan, although the upper limits of the Sharingan seemed to be more formidable. Upon hearing Long Shao's revelations regarding the spiritual eye clan, the system's voice supplemented, upon reaching the pinnacle of awakening. The red and purple spiritual eyes will only activate a singular ocular technique, which wields substantial power, yet its consumption cannot be underestimated. Excessive use may lead to blindness, as it harbors a critical vulnerability. Consequently, countless ancestors of this clan have devised the fusion of spirit's secret tome to facilitate the utilization and evolution of their bloodline's power. It is precisely due to the characteristics of this ancestral art that only those who cultivate it to its zenith while simultaneously evolving their spiritual eyes to the highest level can minimize the adverse effects of the spiritual eye bloodline, thereby averting the risk of blindness due to bloodline depletion. However, the immense consumption post-usage remains unavoidable. Upon hearing the system's voice, Long Feiyu meticulously assessed his circumstances and inquired, "System, the kaleidoscope should not be able to entirely mitigate the side effects of this technique, correct? Moreover, how should I choose my cultivation method? Should I continue refining the fusion of spirit's secret tome or wait until reaching the spirit pill realm before studying the gathering of spirits volume?" These two questions were of paramount importance, as the side effects of the kaleidoscope and the selection of cultivation techniques were critical concerns. Chapter 9. Awakening the Eyes. Concerning the two queries posed by the host. First, the power derived from the fusion of spirits can merely mitigate the visual impairment caused by the kaleidoscopic side effects rather than eliminate it entirely. According to the intelligence provided by the system, in an ideal scenario, it can counteract up to 80% of the impairment. Secondly, regarding the selection of cultivation techniques, the system recommends that the host commence training in the spirit gathering technique upon reaching the spiritual pill realm, as this level constitutes the minimum threshold for mastering the secret art, immortal mode. For the present, it is advisable for the host to cultivate the fusion of spirits for a more accelerated progression. As soon as Long Feiyu expressed his doubts, the system's responses materialized in his mind. Given this situation, it is indeed quite favorable. It appears that my assumptions were correct, Long Feiyu thought. Feeling a sense of certainty within, Long Shao turned to Long Failing and inquired casually, "Failing, have you familiarized yourself with the techniques?" "My brother has just imparted all the techniques to me, and I have even cultivated a small amount of spiritual energy," Long Failing replied, raising his hand to showcase a small, concentrated sphere of spiritual energy, which he waved lightly towards Long Shao. Long Shao nodded and said softly, "Failing, your brother possesses red eyes with slight mutations, therefore, your eyes should also share similar traits. Should you encounter any uncertainties, the two of you should meticulously study and develop a unique method for utilizing your bloodline." Clearing his throat, Long Shao gestured with his left hand, causing a pile of low-grade spirit stones to materialize beside the table. Upon closer inspection, the spirit stones were irregularly shaped, roughly the size of a chicken egg, emanating a pale white hue, with the essence of the world's spiritual energy subtly radiating, as if the very air had been infused with spiritual essence. Subsequently, Long Shao waved his hand again, dividing the stones into two heaps, stating, "Spirit stones are categorized into 4 grades based on purity and spiritual energy content: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. 100 low-grade spirit stones equate to 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and so forth. There are a total of 500 low-grade spirit stones here. Split them between you. Once you have opened your spiritual seas and reached the spiritualist realm, I will take you out of the Long family for practical training. Upon hearing this, both individuals accepted the spirit stones. Long Feiyu held a stone in his hand, scrutinizing it thoughtfully with a furrowed brow, lost in contemplation. After a moment, his expression relaxed, and a peculiar smile graced his face. Meanwhile, Long Failing examined the spirit stone from various angles, occasionally tapping it against the table. Before you reach the spiritualist level, I will train you in combat techniques, including unarmed close combat, the use of various weapons, and most importantly, the advanced close-range spiritual techniques of the Xiantier. You have 1 week to cultivate your spiritual energy to ensure you can master it. Long Shao said earnestly to the two. A week later, we shall engage in sparring. As soon as the words left his lips, Long Shao began to clear the dishes, while the two retreated to their respective rooms to commence their cultivation. After entering his room and kicking off his shoes, Long Feiyu sat cross-legged on the bed, producing a low-grade spirit stone. Instantly, the system's voice echoed in his ears. The host's recent smile was rather unsettling. Hearing the system's incessant teasing, Long Feiyu gritted his teeth in exasperation. This cheap system just can't resist mocking me every day, can it? Is the host contemplating the idea of allowing the system to absorb the spirit stones and subsequently return the purified spiritual energy for the host's cultivation? Inquired the system. Dragon Feiyu, taken aback, retorted with a chuckle, "Are you a worm in my belly?" He then smiled and asked, "System, what do you think of my idea? You mentioned the ability to absorb items containing spiritual energy, converting it into energy points or infusing pure spiritual energy." The system replied, "The host is indeed quite audacious. However, this is indeed one of the functions of this system. If you choose to infuse, this system will absorb the spiritual energy from the items without any loss and return it to the host." Upon hearing this, Dragon Feiyu disregarded the system's jab and was simply pleased to achieve his goal. He took out 9 lower-grade spirit stones, making a total of 10. "System, absorb and infuse me," he commanded, assuming a posture for cultivation and beginning to channel his techniques. In the blink of an eye, the 10 spirit stones transformed into mere shells, their spiritual energy completely absorbed by the system. A continuous stream of spiritual energy flowed into his body, which he began to guide through his techniques. Concurrently, Long Failing also commenced her absorption of the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. By noon, Long Failing, sensing the grayish-white spiritual energy within her, deemed it satisfactory. She promptly mobilized her soul power and spiritual energy, extracting multiple faint light points simultaneously, evidently employing the method advised by Dragon Feiyu. After a while, beads of sweat trickled down her face as she brushed them away and shook her hands. Finally extracted it. "What a laborious task," she remarked, feeling a bit lightheaded as she stretched. Clearly, extracting ocular power was quite burdensome for someone like Long Failing, whose soul power was not particularly robust. She rubbed her hands together, clenched her fists, and grinned. "Well then, let's begin." Subsequently, she divided the refined ocular power into 2 halves, infusing them into her eyes. As the ocular power flowed in, her 2 eyes, resembling black holes, voraciously absorbed the energy, leaving her with a sensation of warmth. Minutes later, the once considerable volume of ocular power began to diminish as it was absorbed by her eyes. Once the ocular power was nearly depleted, Long Failing glanced into a mirror, only to find that her eyes had undergone no noticeable change, leaving her somewhat disheartened. "Could it be that I failed to inherit the bloodline? That shouldn't be the case. My brother clearly mentioned that I have it too. Perhaps the ocular power wasn't sufficient to awaken the Sharingan." With that thought, she rubbed her growling stomach, deciding to dismiss her concerns. Never mind, food is the greatest priority. She turned and got off the bed, suddenly feeling a strain in her eyes. Closing them, she rubbed them gently, squeezing out a few tears. Afterward, she opened the door and made her way to the dining table. Upon reaching the table, she noticed that Long Shao and Dragon Feiyu were already seated, waiting for her. She hurriedly jogged over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. As soon as she settled, she greeted the two with a smile, but then realized that both were staring at her intently, which struck her as somewhat unusual. Long Failing absent-mindedly touched his face, finding no dirt upon it. Confused, he inquired, "Father, brother, what is wrong with you two? Is there something on my face? Your stares make me feel uneasy." Long Feiyu extended his arm, forming a fist and raising it playfully, signaling Failing to engage in a fist bump. Despite his bewilderment, Failing complied and bumped fists with him. Meanwhile, Long Shao approached from behind, affectionately ruffling Failing's hair. Although he was unaware of the cause of their excitement, a sense of sweetness filled his heart. "Failing, you have awakened your bloodline power. Long Xiao leaned in, softly uttering these words. Long Feiyu, releasing his fist, added with a grin, Failing, you've opened your eyes. Upon hearing their words, Long Failing dashed into his room and seized a mirror. To his astonishment, his formerly pitch-black eyes had transformed into a vibrant red, with a small black comma slowly rotating around his pupils. Clad in a black training outfit, with fair skin, a delicate face, tousled black hair, and those strikingly alluring crimson eyes, he presented an image of a graceful youth. Gazing at his reflection, Long Failing could hardly contain his joy. He had finally activated the Sharingan. Though it was merely a single tomo, he knew the dynamic vision this eye provided was a formidable asset in battle. With a week until his training in combat techniques and weapon usage, the timing of this awakening felt serendipitous. After a while, he managed to calm his excitement, repeatedly opening and closing his eyes in curious delight until the calls of his siblings beckoned him to the dining table. Long Xiao observed his son's beaming face and smiled silently, patting the chair beside him to indicate it was time to eat. Long Feiyu, noticing his brother's radiant smile, cautioned, Failing, do not be too hasty in your joy. This is only a single tomo. There is vast potential for further enhancement. With that, he activated his own mesmerizing red eyes, 3 tomos swirling gracefully, and continued, only after 2 evolutions does one attain this form. And there are even more powerful states to come. However, it is undeniable that awakening your bloodline will make you stronger. Seeing this, Long Failing said nothing and eagerly began to tackle the dishes laid out before him. Chapter 10. Mysterious energy. As the first light of dawn crept into the dimly lit room, a figure sat cross-legged, eyes closed in deep meditation. Moments later, Long Feiyu exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a brilliant glimmer erupted from his eyes. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body, erasing the lingering fatigue of an entire night's cultivation. Upon introspection, he discerned that his spiritual energy had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of spirit refinement. This was the culmination of Long Feiyu's efforts over the past few days. For those who had not practiced any technique, they would likely have just barely entered the realm of spirit refinement. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction with his achievements, considering that he had dedicated these days solely to cultivation, with nourishment consisting merely of meals and the absorption of spiritual energy provided by the system. With a cursory glance at his storage space, he noted that 150 inferior spirit stones remained. He then delved into the system to peruse the items available for exchange, only to find that the options were still exceedingly scarce. Stretching languidly on his bed, Long Feiyu inquired, System, when might I be able to exchange for more powerful techniques, such as Shadow Clone, Rasengan, or Chidori? The techniques you mention are too formidable, the system replied. According to your current cultivation level, you may exchange for Xian-level techniques only at the Spirit Master stage. The latter 2 techniques you seek are of the Earth level and require the Spirit Master realm for exchange. Then when will that be? Long Feiyu lamented, feeling despondent at the system's response. The agony of possessing energy points yet being unable to utilize them was indeed disheartening. Your aspirations are quite grand, the system retorted without hesitation. Even if you could exchange for Chidori and Rasengan now, you would still be incapable of employing them. The 3 Xian-level low techniques offered by the system would also be quite challenging for you at present. However, the system added, although there are restrictions on the exchange and usage of spiritual techniques, you must understand that in the category of ninja tools, a spirit master can acquire many items. And the system has also introduced several new capabilities. Long Feiyu mused, pondering for a moment before a spark of inspiration struck him. Are you suggesting that there are unexpectedly valuable items in the ninja tools exchange? That is not for me to say, the system teased. If you wish to know, hasten to advance to the Spirit Master realm, and the mysteries shall be revealed. However, one thing is certain, the more powerful an item, the greater the energy points required. Hearing the system's response, Long Feiyu suppressed his frustration. He understood that the system would not make idle promises. Thus, he was certain that the ninja tools section would indeed contain some remarkable treasures. Looking up at the window, he noticed the sun gradually rising. After adjusting his attire, Long Feiyu got out of bed, opened the door, and made his way directly to the weapon rack in the courtyard, where he picked up the iron sword resting atop it. In another corner of the yard stood a large wooden post, scarred with marks from sharp implements. This was where the 2 practiced with shurikens and kunai. Initially, Long Xiaolao had been puzzled by these odd-shaped tools, yet he eventually allowed the 2 to train with them. At that moment, Long Feiyu's younger brother, Long Failing, emerged through the door. Sensing his brother's energy fluctuations, Long Feiyu recognized that he had reached the pinnacle of the second level of spirit refinement. Over the years, the two had grown accustomed to their morning training sessions. And sometimes, in a fit of enthusiasm, they would engage in friendly sparring with the blunt iron sword. After exchanging a glance and greeting each other, Long Feiyu began his swordsmanship practice. The reason for his dedication to swordplay was his aspiration to exchange for Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, which naturally required him to master the art of wielding a sword. When the sound of Long Shao echoed, the two concluded their morning training and sat down at the table to enjoy breakfast. Once their meal was finished, Long Shao led them to the courtyard. Ready to impart the spiritual techniques he had mentioned a week prior, Long Shao scrutinized the two standing shoulder to shoulder, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. One at the second level and the other at the third. It seems you two have not been idle these past few days. Before Long Shao could finish his sentence, Long Failing, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed loudly, "Father, you promised a week ago to teach us the spiritual techniques. When will you do it? I can't wait any longer." "Spiritual techniques, just a moment, let me see," Long Shao replied, sensing his son's eagerness and feeling a playful spirit arise within him. He began to search his person, tilting his head and spreading his hands, saying, "It seems I've misplaced them." Realizing his father was merely jesting, Long Failing fell silent, lowering his head with a wry expression of bemusement and frustration. Seeing his demeanor, the instigator of the mischief, Long Shao, along with Long Feiyu, burst into laughter. Their mirth escalated until they were all doubled over in fits of laughter, leaving Long Failing alone to contend with his confusion. After the laughter subsided, Long Shao cleared his throat and said, "All right, the jesting ends here. Follow me. It's time for you both to practice the spiritual techniques." With that, he led them to the back mountain. The trio arrived before a large tree stump, which Long Shao had felled years ago to construct a training ground. The stump was thick enough to be embraced by a person. Observing the decayed stump now covered in moss, Long Shao approached and patted it, noting that it had not rotted and remained solid. "Next, I will allow you to experience the essence of pure strength," highlighting the distinction between utilizing spiritual energy and employing spiritual techniques, so you can witness it firsthand, he declared. With that, Long Shao bent down and struck the top of the stump with a punch. A dull thud resonated as splinters flew, revealing a clear imprint of his fist on the wood. "This is pure strength," Long Shao remarked, wiping his fist. The two watched the evident mark on the stump, astonished by the immense force behind the blow. They contemplated how devastating such a punch would be if aimed at them. "Brother, I wager that Father's next punch, infused with spiritual energy, will pierce the stump," Long Failing predicted. "Let us wait and see," Long Feiyu agreed. As they conversed, Long Shao's fist, imbued with spiritual energy, struck the center of the stump with a resounding bang. The sight was astonishing as Long Zhao's arm sank deep into the stump's core. Pulling his arm free, he walked behind the stump and gently prodded it, revealing a hole the size of a bowl. "Indeed, it has penetrated completely," Long Feiyu remarked, nudging his younger brother and giving him a thumbs up. "You guessed correctly," Long Failing replied with a smirk. "Of course. This is the final punch. Watch closely," Long Shao announced, raising his voice. With a powerful punch, Long Shao struck the stump from above. In the forest behind the mountain, several birds hastily took flight, and the stump shattered with a resounding crack, sending splinters and wooden fragments flying. Following this, Long Shao let out a low roar, and the entire stump disintegrated, scattering with chips across the ground. Xuanji Jin. The two onlookers stared in astonishment at the once sturdy stump, now reduced to mere debris, their mouths agape. "Wow. I anticipated it would be formidable, but I never imagined it would be this overwhelming," Long Feiyu exclaimed, jumping with excitement. "Father, I want to learn." Seeing this, Long Failing rushed over, embracing Long Zhao's arm and shouting fervently. After a brief moment to catch his breath, Long Shao began to explain the spiritual technique he had just employed. Xuanji Jin, an advanced technique of the Shin rank. Its essence lies in channeling spiritual energy to a specific part of the body. During an attack, this energy transforms into a force that penetrates the target, resulting in an explosive effect. The energy requirement can vary greatly, with greater energy leading to greater damage. However, one must note that it demands exceptional physical aptitude. Long Shao elaborated. As this technique involves direct physical confrontation, insufficient bodily resilience could lead to self-inflicted harm. Positioning himself before the two, Long Shao extended his hands over their crowns and instructed, "Close your eyes. I will transfer the cultivation method of Xuanji Jin to you through my spiritual power. Accept the information without resistance. It may be somewhat uncomfortable." As a wave of information surged into their minds, Long Feiyu felt a slight pressure in his head. After a moment, he shook it off and began to peruse the summary of the technique. Xuanji Jin, an advanced technique of the Xin rank. A close combat skill with formidable lethality. The attack encompasses explosive force, and when mastered, its power equates to that of the Earth rank. Equating to the Earth rank upon perfection? The disparity between the Earth and Xian ranks is not trivial, Long Feiyu thought, somewhat incredulous. The notion that its lethality could rival that of the Earth rank was profoundly shocking, considering that Xuanji Jin was merely an advanced technique of the Xian rank. Yet, recalling his father's earlier display of strength, he began to believe. Gradually processing the influx of information, the two opened their eyes and contemplated, if we master this technique, we could stride confidently through this realm. Do not rejoice too soon. You have yet to learn, Long Zhao's indifferent voice interrupted. Chapter 11. The Devil's Training. Long Zhao continued solemnly. Do not presume that merely knowing the cultivation methods of this spiritual technique grants you the liberty to wield it indiscriminately. At your current level of physical strength, attempting to utilize it will only result in self-inflicted injuries. The cold truth struck them, and both individuals regained their composure. Observing their tranquility, Long Zhao further elaborated. Although the requirements for spiritual energy may vary, the demands on physical strength are considerably high. If you attempt to unleash a profound strike at your present stage, it is highly probable that your opponent will suffer little, while you will sustain significant harm. Having trained for several years, yet still unable to master spiritual techniques, Long Feiling lamented. These years have merely brought us to a level where cultivation is feasible. Long Feiyu encouraged. Let us proceed with the training as long as we can successfully cultivate. It will be worthwhile, especially considering the vanished wooden post. By the way, Father, please instruct us directly on how we shall train. Long Feiyu playfully intoned the last 4 words, jesting with Long Zhao. To cultivate spiritual energy. The cleansing of the body by the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, combined with the refinement of spiritual energy to fortify the physical form, is the most effective method. However, if one desires to pursue greater speed and efficacy, there exists another method of augmentation. Upon hearing his son's words, Long Zhao patiently explained, but then narrowed his eyes with a hint of mischief, saying, in addition to standard training, there will be paired practice and some stimulating exercises. What kind of exercises? The two inquired, puzzled. The more severe the bodily damage and subsequent recovery, the more pronounced the results. Long Zhao remarked darkly, seemingly indifferent to the stiffening expressions of the two. A week later, as dusk fell, the golden rays of the sun bathed the forest in warmth, filtering through the leaves and casting intricate patterns of light upon the ground. The tranquility was disrupted by the sounds of bodies colliding. The three stood within the grove. 2 youths leaned against each other, breathless, with beads of sweat cascading down, saturating the earth beneath their feet, wiping the perspiration from their flushed cheeks. They charged forward once more, bare-shouldered. Before them stood a middle-aged man, calmly observing their advance. With his left hand, he deflected one of their strikes, pivoted to the side, and with a swift motion, landed a punch to the abdomen of one, toppling him. In a seamless flow, he spun around, blocked another attack, and with a combination of 2 punches and a kick, sent the second assailant crashing to the ground, executing defense and offense in perfect harmony. The two struggled to rise, feeling the dull ache coursing through their bodies, which bore a tapestry of bruises, marks of fists, palms, and feet. As the pain began to subside, they activated their techniques, allowing strands of spiritual energy to permeate the damaged cells, infusing warmth into their muscles and bones, as their bodies gradually healed and strengthened. Once they regained their composure, they stood and faced the middle-aged man before them. You're quite ruthless, father. That really hurts. Long Feiling grimaced, while Long Feiyu nodded in agreement. To Long Zhao explained with an impassive expression. The rapid succession of 3 inquiries provoked the 2 individuals to roar in unison, resolutely advancing towards him. Observing their charge, Long Zhao maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet inwardly he felt a profound sense of gratification. Nonetheless, despite his elation, his movements remained swift and forceful, leading to a series of resounding collisions of flesh against flesh. Although Long Zhao's strikes were unrelenting, he expertly moderated his strength, ensuring that neither of the two sustained serious injuries while still achieving optimal training results. As time elapsed, both individuals bore an increasing number of bruises. With each successive assault, their stamina waned, and the sensations of pain intensified, ultimately causing them to succumb and collapse in exhaustion. Father, what do you think? We still possess a measure of strength, do we not? Long Feiyu rested his shoulder upon his younger brothers as he turned to his father and inquired. Long Shao glanced at a faint mark on the hem of his garment, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed, quite impressive. How about the two of you practice with me alone in a couple of days?" The two individuals hurriedly fell silent, shaking their heads. After panting and resting for a moment, they immediately entered a state of meditation and cultivation. As the flow of spiritual energy circulated, their severely fatigued bodies gradually began to recuperate. Long Shao observed the two before him, noting their unwavering dedication to training over the past few years, beginning with physical conditioning. They excelled in every aspect, be it physical endurance, close combat, bodily strength, or weapon proficiency. If they continued on this path, it would be no surprise for them to master the mystical extreme force in due time. Once sufficiently recovered, they would descend the mountain and return home, bringing today's training to a close. Upon returning, a soak in the medicinal bath awaited, for neglecting this would surely result in bodily harm. After regaining his composure, Long Feiyu gradually donned his garments, wincing with each movement as the strain tugged at his sore muscles. Why didn't it hurt so much during the fight? He gritted his teeth. At that moment, Long Feiling also rose, clenching his jaw as he finished dressing. The two supported each other as they descended the mountain. Upon returning to their courtyard, they eagerly shed their clothes and immersed themselves in the medicinal vat. Over the years, both had experienced growth, necessitating a larger vat, however. Long Feiyu always sensed something extraordinary about this particular vessel. It possessed the ability to gather spiritual energy, effectively locking in the medicinal essence while autonomously absorbing the natural aura of the surroundings. Regrettably, the system informed Long Feiyu that it bore no offensive properties. Once inside the vat, Long Feiyu adhered to his usual practice, retrieving a small white jade vial to pour its contents into the basin. Yet, since embarking on his spiritual cultivation journey, he had refrained from allowing the system to absorb any medicinal essence. After completing the preliminary preparations, the two comfortably reclined and closed their eyes, gradually circulating their cultivation techniques. The cool medicinal liquid enveloped them, providing exquisite relief as the fatigue from a day of training slowly faded away. As the waning moon unveiled its sharp crescent, a gentle drowsiness enveloped them. With the passage of time, they succumbed to a deep slumber. While they slept, the spiritual energy within their bodies instinctively followed the rhythm of their cultivation methods, allowing the medicinal essence to flow in and nourish their cells, gradually fortifying their physical forms. As time progressed, the liquid's hue lightened, while the vat continuously absorbed the celestial spiritual energy. On the morning of the second day, Long Feiyu abruptly awoke, his mind barely having time to register the moment before he immediately commenced his cultivation practice. He was on the verge of advancement, urging the system to absorb the remaining spiritual stones to empower him. At that moment, the celestial and earthly spiritual energy was continuously drawn toward the medicinal cauldron. Long Feiling was awakened by the commotion caused by Long Feiyu, specifically by the gathering of spiritual energy during his brother's ascension. As he roused from his slumber, still somewhat dazed, he beheld his elder brother in the midst of his breakthrough. Just as he marveled at this sight, the spiritual energy within him began to stir, influenced by the swelling spiritual forces around them. Realizing that he too was on the brink of advancement, he promptly focused his thoughts inward and activated his cultivation techniques. As both brothers advanced simultaneously, a whirlwind formed above the small courtyard. Meanwhile, the liquid in the cauldron began to dilute rapidly. If this continued, even with the cauldron's assistance, their breakthroughs would become exceedingly challenging. Shortly thereafter, Long Shao emerged, drawn by the commotion. Approaching the cauldron with a smile, he softly remarked, "These two little rascals truly keep one on their toes." With a gesture of his right hand, he summoned a small pile of low-grade spiritual stones from the storage ring on his left index finger, which then appeared on the ground. Long Shao skillfully positioned the stones into the grooves surrounding the cauldron, creating a seamless integration. After completing this task, he turned and retreated to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the day. At that moment, both brothers sensed a sudden surge in celestial and earthly spiritual energy, prompting them to absorb it with even greater vigor. Before long, the medicinal liquid in the cauldron was entirely depleted of its potency, transforming into clear water. As their absorption rate quickened, the recently placed spiritual stones began to dwindle. Just as the energy within the stones was about to be exhausted, Long Feiling suddenly opened his eyes. A wave of spiritual energy emanated from him, causing ripples to dance across the water's surface. He exhaled deeply, relieved that the ordeal had passed without incident, and as he assessed the spiritual energy within his body, a smile graced his face. "I have reached the 5th level of spiritual cultivation." At that moment, The surrounding spiritual energy was swiftly consumed, followed by a surge of even more potent spiritual energy. Long Feiyu opened his eyes. Had the celestial and earthly spiritual energy been insufficient, he certainly could not have advanced so swiftly. The prospect of failure loomed large, yet fortuitously, his father had provided the necessary spiritual stones just in time. I have attained the 7th level of spiritual cultivation. Chapter 12. Inshur City. Long Feiyu stirred, producing a series of crisp sounds as his bones clicked together. He leapt from the large vat, shaking off the droplets of water from his body, and swiftly donned his clothing. Once dressed, he turned his head to share a moment of eye contact with his brother. The two exchanged smiles and lightly bumped fists. At that moment, a voice called from within the house, prompting them to scamper over to the dining table and settle down, where they swiftly devoured their breakfast. Long Shao observed the two and nodded, remarking, "Impressive. In just over 2 months, your progress is astonishing." He could hardly believe how rapidly they were advancing in their training. Long Failing's achievements alone were remarkable enough, having reached the 5th level of cultivation in merely 2 months. It was disheartening to compare, as he himself had taken half a year to barely reach that level. To his astonishment, another was even more exceptional. Having attained the 7th level of cultivation in the same time frame, Long Shao began to suspect they might be using some sort of enhancement, for their speed was almost monstrous. Yet, he quickly reconsidered, acknowledging that having a son with such remarkable talent and strength was indeed a blessing. "I intend to lead a merchant caravan on a journey, which will take about a month round trip. Would you both like to accompany me?" Long Shao inquired while tidying up the dishes. After the two had dozed off in the medicinal vat the previous day, Long Jin had sent word for him to come to his courtyard. Upon arrival, he discovered that all the family members responsible for various affairs had gathered. He learned that the family had a precious shipment to deliver to Inshur City. Traditionally, Long Jun or his 2 elder brothers would oversee such transport. However, due to their current commitments, they were unable to do so. After much discussion, it was ultimately decided that Long Shao would take on the task, despite having refrained from family affairs for over a decade. Just as he was about to decline, he caught sight of the hopeful expressions on the faces of the 3 men, prompting him to reconsider. The journey itself would require 10 days for a round trip, and given the considerable value of the cargo, it necessitated a powerful individual to oversee it. Within the family, only a few possessed the requisite strength and qualifications for such a task. With this in mind, Long Shao acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Long Failing eagerly interjected, "I want to go, father." His excitement was palpable. It was no surprise, as the two had never ventured beyond Inshur town since their birth, having always remained within this familiar territory. Long Shao turned to Long Feiyu and said, "If you wish to join, you must gather your belongings immediately. You have only 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, the two dashed to their rooms to prepare. Half an hour later, a long procession departed from the Long family estate. Due to the nature of the cargo, their pace was somewhat slow, and they estimated it would take half a day to leave the confines of Inshur town. The 3 sat in the central carriage of the caravan, where the head of the escort, Long Yu, bellowed, "Everyone, pay close attention. Maintain your utmost vigilance. For the journey to the city will take 5 days. Stay alert and beware of bandits lurking along the way." Inside the carriage, Long Shao was resting with his eyes closed, while Long Failing peered out the window, captivated by the passing scenery. Clearly thrilled by the prospect of their first journey away from home, Long Feiyu, in contrast, was elated, as this trip marked his chance to reasonably utilize the items he had exchanged through the system, now having a legitimate explanation for their use. Gazing at the over 200,000 energy points within the system, the potency absorbed over the years, coupled with my own shrewd trading, has finally become useful. In the diminutive Inshur town, the variety of goods is limited. However, Inshur City is a different story altogether. It boasts numerous markets and shops, offering goods of a higher variety and quality. Although I cannot exchange items just yet, once I break through to the Spirit Master realm, I plan to fully exploit the system. When asked about my acquisitions, I shall simply claim to have procured them from Inshur City. Host, are you perhaps overthinking? This system would never engage in a losing venture. Given your discerning nature, wouldn't you only exchange for the finest items? Are good things necessarily expensive? The system's voice chimed in. Hearing this, Long Feiyu retorted inwardly, "I've saved energy points for several years. Surely I can secure a few fine items. If the system dares to deceive me, I won't hesitate to slap it with a shoe." Isn't it a bit premature to worry about such matters when you have yet to reach the Spirit Master realm? The system's voice, laced with sarcasm, echoed in his mind, leaving Long Feiyu both frustrated and resigned. This cheap system loves to mock its companion, proving to be a burden, with a sense of helplessness. Long Feiyu perused the system's exchange section, only to find a scant selection of items available. Host, do not fret. Once you break through to the Spirit Master realm, wonderful items will naturally become available, and you shall be met with surprises. At this moment, Long Feiyu could only succumb to the system's whims. Asking Long Xiao to provide him with 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to commence his cultivation. Observing his elder brother begin his training, Long Feiyu also settled down, taking out several spirit stones to channel his energy. This journey was relatively uneventful. They merely followed the merchant caravan, alternating between training and gazing vacantly at the passing scenery. In fact, Long Feiyu found himself whimsically imagining bandits attempting to ambush their goods. Days later, on a serene morning, the road gradually widened and solidified, with small stalls and vendors appearing along the roadside. Long Feiyu leaned out, catching a glimpse of some outer walls obscured by morning mist in the distance. "Father, brother, look. We must be nearing Incher City," he exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the view outside. After approximately 10 minutes of progress, an ancient-looking city wall loomed ahead, constructed entirely of stone. The wall bore signs of age, with green shadows in the crevices and markings on the surface indicating its long-standing presence. As they approached the city gate, Long Feiyu looked up to see 3 imposing characters inscribed above, flanked by a pair of guards standing at the grand entrance. The caravan formed a lengthy line, slowly advancing along the spacious, stone-paved road. "Halt! What is your purpose?" one guard called out. "Routine inspection." The leading guard stepped forward, waving his hand to stop the caravan. Prepared for this, Long Yu immediately approached, saying, "We are transporting some goods. Please allow us passage. We are from the Long family of Incher Town." He then discreetly produced a small cloth bag from his sleeve and placed it in the guard's hand, adding, "Just a token of goodwill." Initially indifferent, the guard's demeanor shifted upon receiving the item, his eyes lighting up. He nodded to Long Yu and turned to his companions, signaling them with a glance. "Go check the goods, but be thorough." Upon hearing the command from the elder, several individuals swiftly encircled an entire merchant caravan with remarkable efficiency. "Let them pass." With a resounding shout, the caravan gradually made its way into the city. Once inside, the scenery indeed diverged from that outside the city walls. The roads were clean and spacious, lined with bustling shops that exuded a vibrant prosperity, devoid of the clamorous hawking typical of the market in Incher Town. Long Failing's eyes widened with wonder as they entered, akin to a discovery of a new world, brimming with excitement. The caravan first sought accommodation at an inn. During this period, Long Xiao intended to contact previously engaged merchants from the Long family, allowing the two to roam freely within the city. Long Xiao specifically cautioned them to be vigilant regarding their safety. With a grand gesture, he granted them a sum of 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. This windfall was serendipitous for Long Failing, who had planned to enjoy himself, and now with this substantial amount, he was even more motivated. Consequently, their daily routine transformed into a pattern of practicing cultivation at the inn during the night and exploring the city during the day. Long Feiyu expressed his uncertainty on how to spend the newfound wealth. After indulging in a few days of revelry, Long Failing decided to remain at the inn to focus on his cultivation, having fallen behind by 2 realms. This provided Long Feiyu with an excellent opportunity to pursue his own endeavors. He scoured the city, visiting every establishment that sold spiritual herbs, regardless of the type of herb. As long as it was within his means, he engaged in a lucrative trade with the system. After several days, the quantity of low-grade spiritual stones in Long Feiyu's possession astonishingly soared to over 100,000. The energy points surged even more dramatically, multiplying several times to reach a staggering 1,000,000. Due to his frenzied purchasing spree, the prices of spiritual herbs in Incher City skyrocketed, inflating several times over. News of a diminutive man in a black robe fervently acquiring spiritual herbs spread throughout the city's herbal circles, disrupting the entire spiritual herb economy single-handedly. However, it wasn't that Long Feiyu was unwilling to continue purchasing. Rather, he had exhausted all available items for exchange. Moreover, with the price inflation, his ultimate gains had reached a plateau. During this time, he was also followed by several individuals, yet relying on his formidable spiritual strength. He adeptly evaded them one by one. Unbeknownst to him, the unintentional consequences of his actions resulted in the Long family's goods being traded at inflated multiples, significantly boosting their transactions. Chapter 13. The primary cargo of the Long family consisted predominantly of spiritual herbs, which accounted for a staggering 70% of the total. In recent days, due to a dramatic surge in prices, all of it was sold, resulting in profits tripling compared to previous ventures. The atmosphere was one of exuberance, as the increase in profits symbolized a greater remuneration for their efforts. Consequently, everyone worked with renewed vigor, and at this pace, they would surely be able to leave the city and return to Inshur town within 3 days. System, are you truly omniscient, akin to an encyclopedia of the continent? Long Fei Yu inquired, summoning the system. What do you intend to do now, host? Haven't you enjoyed using the system's enhancements these past few days? Young one, moderation is key. Do not let desire cloud your judgment. The system's voice echoed, conveying a tone that was both advisory and teasing. Long Fei Yu was unfazed by this. He recognized the system's playful sarcasm. Oh, so that means I can proceed? He responded languidly. Ah, esteemed system, you are indeed the strongest. I have always believed in you. He delivered a half-hearted compliment to the system. Of course. However, I must say, host, you are quite shameless, the system retorted with a hint of sarcasm. I shall explore those rather dubious shops, Long Fei Yu declared through gritted teeth, venting his frustration at the system. Very well. The system accepted cheerfully, displaying no signs of offense, embodying the essence of provoking without repercussions. Thus, the diminutive figure clad in black fixated on the city's miscellaneous shops. As anticipated, most of the items were utterly useless. Occasionally, he stumbled upon a few trinkets of minor value, but they were hardly worth his attention. It wasn't until the final half-day before their departure that he discovered a small red stone tablet at a humble stall. System, is this the one? Long Fei Yu inquired. What a remarkable item. We must acquire it. The system replied. Listening to the system's mechanical tone, Long Fei Yu recognized that such enthusiasm was rare from it, suggesting that this little red stone tablet was indeed extraordinary. The tablet felt cool to the touch, neither quite jade nor stone, roughly the size of a palm, adorned with faint lines that seemed to depict flames in motion. Let us examine it with soul power, the system suggested. Long Fei Yu complied, enveloping the tablet with his soul energy. Almost instantly, a wave of heat enveloped him, akin to plunging into a sea of fire. In a daze, he perceived a flickering flame before him. What is this? It feels so hot, he mused. Hey, wake up. An elderly man, glasses perched upon his nose, rapped his cane against Long Fei Yu's arm, expressing his displeasure. What are you daydreaming about? Are you buying or not? If not, then leave. Snapping back to reality, Long Fei Yu steadied himself and, in a raspy voice, remarked, I find this stone tablet quite appealing. I was momentarily entranced by it. He then set the tablet down and began to peruse other items. Before long, he had selected several visually appealing objects and inquired, what about these? 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, the old man replied nonchalantly. You are asking for an exorbitant price, Long Fei Yu countered, maintaining his composure. Take it if you want. Or just leave it. The old man remarked nonchalantly. Long Fei Yu, having pocketed a few items along with the stone tablet, shook it slightly and declared, with these. It's 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The old man then revealed a peculiar grin. This is no mere 1,000. I require 10,000. Ever since I acquired this tablet, I have been studying it, though I have yet to discern its true nature. One thing I am certain of is that it is no ordinary object. You need not say much. You must have perceived its significance. 10,000 is a friendly price, cash up front for the goods. The old man asserted decisively. Just as Long Fei Yu contemplated leaving, the system immediately chimed in. Purchase it. You will undoubtedly profit. The value of this tablet is incalculable. Upon hearing the system's words, Long Fei Yu gritted his teeth and produced 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, stowing the item away in his storage space before departing. Once near the inn, he slipped into a shadowy corner and shed his black cloak. The system cautioned, be wary, that old man has followed you. The old fool wants to renege. Long Fei Yu cursed, then swiftly took several detours. He extended his spiritual energy to ensure he was not being pursued before heading toward the inn. Just as he arrived at the inn's entrance, the old man suddenly descended from above. Ha ha ha, little brat, where do you think you're going? Hand over the item, or you may not see the sun rise tomorrow, the elder sneered. Be cautious, that old man appears to be in the early stages of spirit pills, the system warned. Humph, we are within the city. I doubt you would dare act. If the guard team discovers you, there will be no escape, Long Fei Yu thought. Realizing there was no way out, he resolved to intimidate the old man instead. The elder slowly approached, exuding a faint aura of menace. With a chilling expression, he remarked, Enough nonsense. It would take but a flick of my finger to end your life. Since you seem intent on courting death, then perish. Is this how my illustrious name, Long Feiyu, meets its end today? Panic washed over him. He understood that even if he surrendered the item, he would still face certain death. As the old man drew closer, he frantically sought assistance from the system, yet it offered only the calm reassurance of silence. Damn it, if I must die, I will stand my ground. You murderous old wretch, come at me. If you dare kill me today, then I am not the child of my parents. As he retreated, catching his breath, Long Feiyu continued, if you do not slay me today, you will be my foster parent. The old man's fury surged as he advanced, channeling his spiritual energy to strike Long Feiyu down. Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged toward the elder, accompanied by a voice from the heavens. If you strike with that hand, you shall meet your demise. A spirit infant realm expert? The elder was taken aback, immediately halting his attack and pleading, Senior, please spare me, I was blind to my own ignorance. I shall take my leave at once. Long Feiyu watched in bewilderment as the once formidable elder now cowered. Was that voice his savior? Why would someone come to his rescue? In a flurry of inquiries, the old man found himself utterly perplexed, as the system seemed to have fallen silent, uttering not a word despite his relentless questioning. Get lost. A voice resonated through the air. Just get lost. Without a shred of dignity, the old man immediately fled into the skies, racing towards the outskirts of the city. Damn it, that little brat possesses quite the backing. Alas, it is best not to contend for what does not belong to me, he lamented with trepidation. Having been saved, Long Feiyu bowed towards the heavens, expressing his gratitude. I am deeply thankful for your life-saving grace, esteemed elder. I shall repay you handsomely in the days to come. After a prolonged silence without any response, he spat in frustration. What kind of world is this, where even the smallest matters warrant death? Fortunately, luck was on my side today, thanks to that great figure. Contemplating his next move, Long Feiyu returned to the inn. Meanwhile, within the confines of his chamber, Long Shao suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughs. After a moment, he regained his composure, sitting cross-legged to meditate and cultivate his techniques. Indeed, his injuries could not be trifled with. At dawn the next day, Long Shao opened his eyes, rose after a few coughs, and found that, after a night of recuperation, his condition had stabilized considerably. At that moment, the two brothers had already risen and were preparing to depart. Long Shao pushed open the door to find them ready. With a grand gesture, he signaled for their departure. Soon after, a caravan slowly exited the city gates. In the Lord's mansion, a middle-aged man clad in green gazed intently at the city gate, instructing a subordinate beside him, convey this order. From now on, treat anyone from the Long family of Incher Town with respect. Yes, my lord. The subordinate replied promptly before retreating. The man mused, so he has returned. A hint of confusion flickered in the green-clad man's eyes. Inside the carriage, Long Feiyu observed his father, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale, stirring a sense of concern within him. Yet, Long Shao, as always, brushed off his inquiries with a few casual remarks. Beside him, his younger brother was diligently training, displaying commendable discipline over several days. I must bridge the gap between us, he lamented, prompting a resigned smile from Long Feiyu. Recalling the stone tablet from that day, Long Feiyu began to inquire of the system. Host, do not dwell on that for now. To unravel the secrets of the stone tablet, one must at least attain the rank of Spirit Master. Chapter 14. The Clear Wind Stronghold. Why is it always something related to the future? Long Feiyu howled. The Spirit Master unlocked the system to exchange for a mysterious redstone tablet. This felt akin to playing an online game, battling monsters, leveling up, and opening treasure chests. Patience, host. This system assures you that both will not disappoint, and will undoubtedly dazzle your titanium alloy, diamond-studded eyes, the system replied. Pa, you are the one with the dog eyes, Long Feiyu muttered under his breath, taking out a spirit stone to cultivate. Thus, 2 days passed in tranquility, until an unexpected group of visitors shattered this peace. Suddenly, dozens of individuals sprang forth from the surrounding paths, encircling the merchant convoy, armed and menacing. Each bore a conspicuous tattoo of the character Wind on their arms. Brothers from the Clear Wind Stronghold, we are a bit strapped for cash lately, so we'd like to borrow some money. A burly, bald man wielding an iron rod stepped forward with a fierce expression. The Clear Wind Stronghold had been gaining notoriety in recent years. It seemed our personnel strength and numbers were at a disadvantage. Whispers of unease arose among the team, each member feeling apprehensive. At this moment, Long Yu stepped forward, standing tall before the merchant convoy. Esteemed heroes of the Clear Wind Stronghold, we understand the rules. If you allow us to pass, we shall offer you 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. With that, he tossed a storage ring their way. The bald man caught it, inspected its contents, and grinned. You do understand the rules. But then his expression soured. What the hell? This paltry sum is an insult. My men have had their eyes on you since you arrived. This is the merchant convoy of the Long family from Yinshan Town. We hope you gentlemen will accept our good intentions, Long Yu remarked, his temper flaring at the greed displayed by their adversaries. In all of Yinshan Town, no one dared to disregard the Long family's reputation, especially with powerful individuals accompanying them on this journey. Enough talk, let us get to it, the second-in-command declared. A figure clad in black, wielding twin blades, his countenance shadowy. To hell with it. Brothers, charge. Leave none alive. Eradicate them. With the bald man's command. The bandits surged forward. The Long family had approximately 30 individuals of Spirit Master rank and above, including 10 Spirit Masters. Long Yu himself, at the 7th level of Spirit Master, stood as the strongest in the entire convoy, aside from Long Shao. In contrast, the Clear Wind Stronghold had only 5 Spirit Masters, the strongest being 2 at the 5th level, while the rest were Spirit Warriors, with a notable number at the peak of that realm. As both sides clashed, despite the Long family possessing a higher overall rank, the peak Spirit Warriors of the Clear Wind Stronghold outmatched them considerably. In the ensuing stalemate, the Long family found themselves at a disadvantage. Each of the 10 Spirit Masters of the Long family faced 2 or 3 opponents to alleviate the pressure from the Spirit Warriors, while the captain of the guard confronted the 2 5th-level Spirit Masters alone. Though the Long family boasted a higher overall rank, their combat prowess paled in comparison to the battle-hardened bandits of the Clear Wind Stronghold, who thrived on the edge of danger. This point is easily manifested in the realm of spiritual mastery. After a prolonged skirmish, the practitioners of the Long family fought with trepidation, while the bandits of Qifeng village grew ever bolder, undeterred by death. As time passed, the brigands began to harbor some doubts. There were moments when a single strike could have easily dispatched their opponents, yet for reasons unknown, that decisive blow would inexplicably miss its mark. Inside the carriage, Long Failing observed the unfolding scene and urgently exclaimed, "Father, shall we not lend our assistance? Our people seem on the brink of collapse." "Fear not, Failing. Remain here and do not move," Long Shao replied, continuing to wield his soul power across the battlefield, stealthily neutralizing attacks aimed at the Long family practitioners. The reason Long Shao refrained from direct intervention was to hone their combat experience. With his soul power aiding them, the most they would suffer would be minor injuries. Thus, he allowed the battle to unfold, aiming to enhance the combat capabilities of the Long family. "Father, I wish to join the fight," Long Feiyu stated, locking eyes with Long Shao. Long Shao raised an eyebrow at Long Feiyu, initially inclined to refuse. However, considering his own presence would ensure safety, he acquiesced. "Go, but exercise caution." Upon receiving permission, Long Feiyu opened the carriage door and leaped down, racing toward the battlefield in search of a suitable opponent. Long Failing, witnessing his brother's impending participation, was about to speak but thought better of it, recognizing his own inferior strength. He thus seated himself obediently, peering out to watch his brother. "These 2 little rascals have grown up," Long Shao mused, nodding with a smile of satisfaction. Long Feiyu swiftly approached the fray, silently intoning, "Sharingan, activate." His eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. Aware that his own strength could not withstand battles of higher spiritual ranks, he swiftly scanned for adversaries of lower intermediate spiritual levels. Given his current predicament, a direct confrontation was inadvisable. He would have to engage from the shadows. Long Feiyu resolved, "If I'm to play the role of the underhanded attacker, I must strike decisively." Before long, he identified his target, a 5th-tier spiritual practitioner, perfectly situated at the threshold of his capabilities. Long Feiyu advanced rapidly, exchanging a knowing glance with an ally. This gesture sent a jolt of fear through the Long family's spiritual practitioner, recognizing the young master's apparent vulnerability, barely at the 7th level of spiritual cultivation. The potential for mishap was no jest, prompting a frenzied assault upon the opponent. The adversary, momentarily bewildered by the sudden shift in intensity, found himself floundering under the onslaught. Seizing the moment, Long Feiyu darted behind his target and delivered a powerful punch. The bandit, sensing danger, instinctively sidestepped, pushing back against his opponent in a hasty maneuver. Before swinging his blade diagonally toward Long Feiyu, Long Feiyu's eyes widened as he fixated on the descending blade aimed at his chest. It seemed to move in slow motion. No, in his perception, the entire world had decelerated. He bent low, deftly evading the strike, and shouted, "Xuanji force." The mountain bandit swung his blade, only to miss his target, witnessing a fist imbued with spiritual energy hurtling towards his chest. He barely managed to gather his own energy at that moment. As Long Feiyu's fist struck home, a line of blood trickled from the bandit's lips, his protective aura ruptured by the force of the blow. At that instant, he concentrated all his inner energy into his fist, transforming it into a potent force directed into his opponent's body. With a thunderous shout, he exclaimed, "Explode!" In an instant, the bandit's chest was blasted open, showering two bystanders with blood. The spirit master beside Long Feiyu wiped the blood from his face, murmuring in disbelief, "Did I just witness that? A single punch? He was obliterated in seconds?" Long Feiyu, confronted with the gruesome scene and splattered with blood, felt his stomach churn violently, leading him to expel the contents of his stomach until only bile remained, which provided him with some relief. He had intended to test the might of the Xuanji technique, but the bloody outcome of his first kill left him in a state of shock. Clutching his aching hand, he lamented the toll it took on his body. This technique was not for the faint-hearted and caused excruciating pain, reducing the contest to a mere test of endurance. He summoned the scant remaining energy to soothe his hand, alleviating some discomfort, and hastily wiped away the coagulated blood on his body. Turning to the dazed guard beside him, he said, "I've expended nearly all my energy. Go assist the others." Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Long Shao shook his head, realizing that control was still too weak. "Oh, understood," replied the guard, snapping out of his stupor, and hurried off to support the others. Gradually, the battle began to turn in favor of the opposing spirit masters. At this rate, Qifeng's stronghold would soon face defeat. The pivotal moment lay with Long Yu. As long as he could withstand the attacks from the two spirit masters, victory would be within reach. Long Yu forced back two foes, raising his blade high, and declared, "Let you two insignificant wretches witness my true strength." With a powerful shout, he infused his energy into the blade, unleashing the explosive flame slash. A blazing crimson arc of energy soared towards the bald giant and the man in black. An advanced spiritual technique? Both opponents gasped in astonishment, swiftly conjuring their defenses. The man in black summoned all his energy, wielding his dual blades to unleash two pale blue slashes. Iron shield. The bald giant bellowed, slamming his iron rod into the ground, raising a rock-solid shield before him. Chapter 15. Annihilation of the stronghold. In an instant, the two sides clashed, and the fiery blade of light ruthlessly shattered the two opposing strikes, cleaving toward the rock shield. Although the rock shield held for a while, it ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of the fiery blade. At this moment, the strength of the fiery blade was significantly diminished due to its confrontation with the two spiritual techniques. The two combatants, unable to evade in time, could only brace themselves with their weapons. With a fierce shout, Long Yu commanded, and the fiery blade detonated instantly. The two were caught at the closest range, and with the sound of the explosion, they both let out muffled groans as they were sent flying. They crashed to the ground, and Long Yu seized the opportunity to approach, ready to finish them off. Suddenly, a blazing red blade struck the ground at Long Yu's feet, and a rugged man with a scarred face blocked his path. Seeing the obstruction before him, Long Yu had no choice but to leap back, evading the great blade while gauging the intruder's strength. The scarred man raised his weapon and yelled at the two fallen warriors, "Useless fools, you've embarrassed me." The two scrambled to their feet, hastily explaining, "Second Master, he possesses a profound grade spiritual technique. Otherwise, we would not have lost." "Oh, a profound grade spiritual technique? Come, let me see what you're truly capable of," the man boasted, sensing that Long Yu was at the pinnacle of spiritual mastery, 2 levels above him. And considering his own energy was nearly depleted, he felt confident in his advantage. "Thief, do not underestimate me," Long Yu bellowed, unleashing his explosive flame technique, sending a blazing red blade of fire toward the scarred man. The rugged man laughed heartily. Useless explosive flame technique. He raised his great blade and struck downwards. The fiery blade dissipated upon impact, and the scarred man charged forward, swinging his weapon. Long Yu quickly raised his own blade to defend, but the man's forceful downward strike overwhelmed him, and he felt his strength waning. Recognizing an opening, the man delivered a powerful kick imbued with spiritual energy directly to Long Yu's chest. The force sent Long Yu staggering backward, his blade scraping the ground as he fell to one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Come again," Long Yu shouted defiantly, rising to his feet. Though his body trembled from the dual exhaustion of energy and physical stamina, compounded by his recent injuries. "Enough, Long Yu, step back. Allow me to handle this." A voice emerged from within the carriage. Upon hearing this, the Long family members exhaled in relief, Their champion was finally ready to intervene. Long Yu obediently retreated. Seating the battlefield, Long Shao slowly emerged from the carriage, softly declaring, "Let me show you what true profound energy is capable of." The scarred man, observing the figure before him, sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy. "A charlatan! Watch as I cleave you in two," he roared, raising his fiery blade to strike at Long Shao. In an instant, it appeared as though Long Shao had teleported, effortlessly lifting the scarred man with his left hand. "Do you wish to dance as well?" The man's expression turned blank, astonished by the speed. Long Shao delivered a measured punch to the man's chest, simultaneously releasing him. In a heartbeat, the scarred man's eyes widened. "Merely a handful of sand, not even a fraction of my worth. Truly, my father is impressive," exuding an undeniable aura. It seems that the legendary band has re-emerged. As Long Feiyu watched Long Shao, he applauded with evident excitement. "Spare one to live, eliminate the rest," Long Shao commanded, wielding his soul power to subdue all the mountain bandits. He waved his hand and approached Long Feiyu. Upon hearing his words, the crowd raised their weapons, and a cacophony of screams erupted. "Well done," Long Shao commended with a smile. "You, at the 7th level of spirit, have taken down a spirit master of the 5th level. I only managed to do so through a surprise attack, and I ended up splattered with blood from myself and my comrades," Long Feiyu sheepishly admitted, scratching his head. Releasing the Xuanji force for the first time inevitably leads to inaccuracies in energy output and control. "With practice, you will master it," Long Shao explained. "Indeed, father. After witnessing your technique, I have come to understand that spiritual skills require a balance of rigidity and flexibility. Rigidity represents strength, while flexibility denotes control. The union of both culminates in the pinnacle of spiritual prowess," Long Feiyu responded, reflecting on the bloodstains as a personal learning experience. "A pupil worthy of guidance," Long Shao remarked with a nod of approval. "You all clean up the scene here. I have certain matters to attend to." "Trouble?" "No, I intend to kill and plunder." Long Shao revealed a peculiar smile. He strode directly to the sole surviving bandit, striking him on the forehead and asking with a grin, "Tell me, how do I get to your stronghold?" His smile, however, cast a somewhat sinister shadow. "I will not divulge that information. If I remain silent, only I shall perish. But should I speak, all in my village will meet their end." The bandit gritted his teeth defiantly. "Then there is no other choice. I must kill you and seek the path myself," Long Shao said slowly, extending his hand in preparation to finish him off. "Wait, perhaps I have a solution," Long Feiyu interjected, rushing over. Activating his Sharingan, Long Feiyu locked eyes with the bandit. The mesmerizing patterns of the Sharingan reflected in the bandit's eyes, captivating him with their beauty. The design expanded and slowly rotated in his mind as if imbued with some enchantment, drawing him into a deep trance. "Father, grant me some spiritual energy." As Long Feiyu gazed intently in the direction his father had departed, Long Yu approached to elucidate. "My father is incredibly powerful. I wonder how Qingfeng village will fare, utterly destroyed." Long Feiyu curled his lip, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. He pointed to himself and said, "Uncle Long Yu, just take a look at the blood on me. Could you fetch some water? Or at least direct me to a source of water?" Upon hearing this, Long Yu scrutinized him and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. "Very well, I'll find you a place with water. You and him can go wash up." He gestured to a nearby man, who was also smeared with blood. Meanwhile, Long Shao had leaped to the edge of a cliff, peering down at the lair of Qifeng village, which astonishingly was nestled within a cavern of the precipice. "I'm sorry, but you are of no further use," Long Shao murmured before casually tossing the bandit, who plummeted freely into the abyss. "Who goes there?" Several guards noticed Long Zhao's presence. "Get to work," he commanded, channeling his spiritual energy to lift a log, upon which he stepped and began to ascend, seemingly flying. Were it not for his previous injuries, he would not have needed to resort to such methods. Any cultivator who reaches the rank of Spirit King experiences a qualitative transformation of their internal spiritual energy, gaining the ability to influence the spiritual essence of the world. At this stage, one can communicate with the earthly spirit energy to condense spiritual wings, thereby achieving flight, a hallmark of the Spirit King. Long Shao landed swiftly, dispatching the gatekeeper with rapid precision before kicking open the village gate. His spiritual power surged forth, permeating every corner, allowing him to grasp all pertinent information. "Approximately 27 individuals," Long Shao remarked, cracking his neck. "Apologies, but I have come to grant you all eternal rest." "Bold, how dare you trespass into my Qifeng village? Are you tired of living?" roared the chief, Musa, as he seized a nearby large blade. In an instant, Long Xiao had lifted Musa effortlessly with one hand. "Oh, how would you prefer to die? Or perhaps, how would you like me to meet my end?" Long Xiao asked with a calm smile, his voice chilling like that of a reaper. Musa, momentarily stunned, released his grip on the blade and grasped Long Xiao's hand, pleading for mercy. "No, please don't kill me." Chapter 16. The Return. Musa, with a flushed face, struggled to utter these words from his constricted throat. "Do not kill me?" he gasped. "I apologize, but do not blame me. Rather, direct your ire toward the multitude of your subordinates." Long Xiao spoke slowly, his grip tightening inexorably. At this moment, Musa comprehended the source of this calamity. As Long Xiao applied more pressure, Musa's head tilted, his breath ceased, and it was evident that his neck had been snapped. The onlookers watched as the once mighty leader was effortlessly lifted and suffocated, a cold sweat breaking out upon them. Some were so terrified they lost control of their bowels. After all, the leader was a formidable figure at the initial stage of spiritual alchemy. "Please, great hero, spare my life. I have never committed any wrongdoing." "Brother, do not take my life. I can serve you like a beast of burden." The bandits fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Long Xiao cast aside the lifeless body, his icy words echoing through the encampment. "I have come to eradicate the stronghold." He surveyed the crowd of supplicants, his expression hardening. "Blame yourselves for following a leader who sought death." Slowly, he raised his arm. The bandits, realizing their grim fate, succumbed to the paralyzing fear of death. They longed to flee, yet their legs felt as though they were encased in lead. Tremors coursed through their bodies, rendering them incapable of even the slightest movement. The abyssal terror loomed within their hearts, immobilizing them completely. With a sweep of his energy, Long Xiao unleashed his power, and in an instant, the sounds of bodies meeting the ground signaled their complete annihilation. Coughing, Long Xiao paused to regain his composure, allowing his turbulent energy to settle. This stronghold still holds some resources. After retrieving Musa's storage ring, he began his journey back. Though modest, it would suffice to elevate the two young ones to the level of spiritual warriors. Upon returning to the merchant caravan, the surrounding corpses had been cleared away, and Long Feiyu had bathed and changed into fresh attire, seated within the carriage. Long Xiao waved to Long Yu, signaling their departure, before taking his place in his own carriage. "Father, you have returned." Long Feiyu smiled at Long Xiao. "What was the outcome of your endeavor?" He extended his hand. Long Feiyu complied. "This is the spoils of war, entrusted to you. It is sufficient for both of you to reach the level of spiritual warriors." Long Xiao produced a storage ring and placed it in Long Feiyu's palm. Upon inspection, Long Feiyu discovered not only a plethora of spiritual stones but also 2 lower-grade techniques and combat skills, along with a collection of assorted items. The former was a necessity, numbering over 50,000, while the latter held little value for the two. At that moment, Long Feiying paused his training, greeted the two, and took Long Feiyu's hand. "Brother, what treasures have you found? Share some with me." Long Feiyu tossed the ring to his younger brother, extracting only 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. "Here, keep this safe." Long Feiling promptly caught the object and began to examine it. After a quick scan, he joyfully embraced the storage ring. "You two should focus on your cultivation over the next few days," Long Xiao remarked before commencing his own practice. In response, both individuals acknowledged with a nod and began their training. During this period, Long Feiling had diligently immersed himself in his cultivation, having initially reached the 5th level of spiritual refinement. Now, he stood at the pinnacle of the 5th level, merely a hair's breadth from the 6th, and anticipated achieving it within a couple of days. Conversely, Long Feiyu, preoccupied with various matters, had made little progress in his cultivation. 2 days later, the merchant caravan returned to the Long family just as noon approached. Long Xiao instructed Long Yu to swiftly finalize the remaining tasks, and the 4 of them proceeded to Long Zhan's residence together. Having received prior notification, Long Zhan prepared a feast and awaited at the dining table with his 2 sons. "Father, I have returned," Long Xiao exclaimed, leading the way into the hall, followed closely by the others. Upon hearing his voice, Long Zhan and the others immediately rose to greet them. After exchanging pleasantries, Long Zhan suggested, "It is getting late. Let us take our seats and enjoy our meal while conversing." In such a setting, Long Feiyu felt he had no place in the conversation, merely greeting the elders before indulging in the meal with great enthusiasm. It was no wonder, given that they had endured days of travel without a proper meal. Observing the two's eagerness, Long Zhan chuckled. "These little rascals must be famished." "Long Yu," Long Xiao called, lifting his gaze. "Yes," Long Yu responded, producing a storage ring to present to Long Zhe. This is the total amount we sold during this journey. 1 million low-grade spiritual stones and 23,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Am I dreaming? Long Zhe exclaimed in shock after inspecting the contents. This is enough to equal 3 journeys. Had it not been for the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from the storage ring, he would have doubted his senses. What did you say? 3 times the usual amount? Long Jin and Long Ding echoed in unison. How could there be so much? Indeed, it is true, Long Xiao confirmed, then turned to Long Yu, saying, Please summarize the details of our journey. Following the directive, Long Yu succinctly highlighted the key points. The price of spiritual herbs suddenly surged, allowing us to sell at a high point. On our return journey, we encountered the Qingfeng gang and annihilated them. Shower, well done. If it weren't for you, this endeavor would not have gone so smoothly, and we would have suffered casualties, Long Jun remarked with a hint of admiration. He was well aware of the Qingfeng gang's notorious reputation, which had plagued the Long family multiple times in recent years. Long Zhe bitterly stated, The destruction of the Qingfeng gang is a relief for the people. They have been excessively arrogant of late. Although there have been efforts to eradicate them, they're too cunning. Those sent to eliminate them often return empty-handed or face dire consequences. The leader of the Qingfeng gang, Musa, is a formidable figure at the Pill Realm, and combined with his treacherous nature, anyone who dares to confront him. Aside from the Lord of Yingshan City and the heads of the 3 major families comparable to the Long family, is merely delivering themselves as offerings, Long Ding remarked, raising his cup to take a sip. Third brother, you have the capability to eliminate him without exhibiting any noticeable weakness. Your injuries should have stabilized and are gradually healing. Correct? Long Xiao responded, Yes, thanks to everyone's support. I have not been preoccupied with anything these past few years, focusing solely on my recovery. And I have finally managed to suppress my injuries. There will be time for conversation later. Come, everyone, let us raise a glass, Long Jun declared, lifting his cup. The others, upon witnessing this, clinked their cups together and drank heartily. After setting down his cup, Long Jun turned to Long Xiao and inquired, How is your strength faring? Long Xiao swallowed a mouthful of rice, took a sip of wine, and replied, Currently, I can only exert the peak strength of the spirit pill realm as long as my injuries do not worsen. Should I attempt to harness greater power, my condition would deteriorate. Alas, as your father, I possess little capability to heal you. You must rely on yourself. Focus on your cultivation at home. I will not assign you any tasks unless absolutely necessary, Long Jun said, gazing at his third son with a tone tinged with gravity. Long Xiao swiftly raised his cup, clinking it with Long Jun's, and reassured him, Do not fret, father. Soon, word of my destruction of the Qingfeng village will circulate throughout Yingshan City, and none would dare to provoke our Long family. Father, elder brother, second brother, I have something to share with you all. In due time, I plan to take the 2 of them on an expedition in search of methods to treat my injuries. If all goes well, I may not return for a while. Third brother, you intend to leave? Why such abruptness? Long Zhe asked in surprise. Long Ding raised his cup, looking at Long Xiao, and spoke deliberately. Third brother, I support you. You may venture forth with peace of mind, though I cannot assist you significantly. Both of your elder brothers will exert every effort to help father manage the family affairs. With that, he downed the wine in his hand. When do you anticipate departing? Long Jin asked Long Xiao, his deep-set eyes revealing a hint of melancholy as he inquired slowly. When they officially step into the Spirit Master realm, Long Xiao replied, Haha, that is still quite a while away. Let us eat. Come, drink. Long Jin exclaimed, lifting his cup and rising with a hearty laugh. The others stood to clink their cups. Long Feiyu, noticing this, tugged at his brother to rise. After swallowing a bite of rice, one held a cup of water aloft, barely managing to clink it above his head. The sight prompted uproarious laughter from all present. This act not only dispelled the previously heavy atmosphere, but also infused it with a newfound cheerfulness. Chapter 17. Cultivating Spirit Techniques as the sun rose in the east. A gentle breeze wafted through the air. Blazing Fireball Technique. A colossal fireball blazed fiercely above the back mountain, its flames scorching the surrounding atmosphere, transforming the morning's expected coolness into a sweltering midday heat. Long Feiyu gasped for breath, collapsing onto a large round stone on the mountainside. Blazing Fireball. Another fireball appeared in the sky, though it was noticeably smaller than its predecessor. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Your fireball is much larger than mine, Long Failing exclaimed, also sinking down and panting heavily. It had been a month and a half since their last return. Long Feiyu had advanced from the 7th to the 9th level of spirit cultivation, while Long Failing had progressed from the 6th to the pinnacle of the 8th level, merely a step away from the 9th. However, since breaking through to the 9th level half a month ago, Long Feiyu's cultivation speed had markedly slowed. Despite daily practice, his progress was minimal. Long Feiyu understood that the reason lay in his rapid elevation in rank, which left his body struggling to fully master this newfound power. Thus, he diligently practiced several spirit techniques bestowed upon him by the system. He also imparted the blazing fireball and earthwalk techniques, along with the clone and transformation techniques, to his younger brother. The reason he refrained from teaching the Great Breakthrough was that Long Failing lacked the wind attribute. Naturally, Dragon Xiao was aware of these spirit techniques, and Long Feiyu had anticipated this. When questioned, he casually claimed them as his own creations, easily deceiving the astonished Dragon Xiao. In the cycle of consuming and replenishing spiritual energy, Long Feiyu's cultivation speed, paradoxically, accelerated beyond that of before. Through the practice of these spirit techniques, Long Feiyu discovered that the clone and transformation techniques posed no challenge, allowing for effortless execution. Proficiency served as the measure of skill, as these two techniques were foundational. The clone technique created an illusory duplicate to confuse enemies, though it was easily discerned, hence its infrequent use. The transformation technique, as the name suggests, enabled one to morph into any object. These two techniques possessed no offensive capabilities, categorizing them as functional spirit techniques. The remaining 3 offensive techniques were as follows. Blazing Fireball gathered fire attribute energy at the chest and expelled it from the throat, forming a large fireball. Earthwalk concentrated lightning attribute energy, releasing it to traverse the ground or water. Its power amplified when paired with water attribute techniques. However, neither of them possessed water attributes. The Great Breakthrough, akin to the Blazing Fireball, was equally straightforward, differing only in elemental attributes, one wind, the other fire. Regarding these 3 spirit techniques, Long Feiyu had also experimented with their combined usage. Much like the original Naruto series, combining ninjutsu could yield effects that doubled or even multiplied the results. The two utilized the Blazing Fireball and Great Breakthrough simultaneously, merging their techniques. The wind enhanced the fire's intensity, and the flames borrowed strength from the wind, significantly increasing both range and damage, though they would still need to recuperate afterward. At present, given their total spiritual energy, they could only employ these techniques a few times before depleting their reserves, thus perpetually engaging in a cycle of consumption and recovery. Gradually, Long Feiyu began to feel that the effectiveness of the spirit techniques had diminished. The consumption of spiritual energy had become excessive, with much energy wasted during the execution of the techniques. Typically, the frequency of utilizing spiritual techniques is closely linked to the mastery and overall quantity of spiritual energy. Elevating one's realm signifies an increase in total capacity. However, ascending such realms is no simple feat. This brings us to another crucial aspect: control over spiritual energy. The system, too, acknowledges the feasibility of this notion. Long Feiyu contemplated training in a manner akin to Kakashi's method of instructing Team 7, engaging in tree climbing and water walking exercises, both of which had proven quite arduous for the protagonist group. Tree climbing, in this context, is not merely the conventional use of hands and feet. Rather, it involves channeling spiritual energy to adhere to the soles of one's feet, enabling one to ascend the trunk in an upright position. Water walking, on the other hand, presents a more formidable challenge, requiring a delicate balance between the output of spiritual energy and one's own weight. This equilibrium is easily disrupted, such as by ripples on the water's surface, resulting in the unfortunate consequence of becoming drenched. Failing, we have both acquired a fair amount of spiritual techniques. Yet I sense our control over spiritual energy remains inadequate, Long Feiyu remarked, having completed his meditation. He stood and gazed at his younger brother, speaking slowly. What can be done? We can only gradually seek the sensation through the application of spiritual techniques, Long Failing replied, scratching his head and shrugging his shoulders. Long Feiyu smiled slightly, tilting his head as he said, "What if I told you I have a method?" With that, he lifted his leg and strode towards the woods. Long Failing, though puzzled, followed suit. The two meandered through the forest until they eventually came upon 2 towering trees. "I shall demonstrate first," Long Feiyu declared, raising his right leg to rest it against the tree trunk, allowing his spiritual energy to connect with the bark beneath his foot. Gradually, he lifted his left foot from the ground, mirroring the earlier steps, and placed it upon the trunk. Is it truly possible to do it this way? Long Feiyu seemed to have stumbled upon a new discovery. With this newfound technique, he managed to take a few hesitant steps before suddenly faltering. His left foot's spiritual energy wavered, and with a forceful push, he lost his balance and tumbled down, landing on one foot and spinning around. Thus, one must adeptly manage the spiritual energy adhering to the soles of the feet and the trunk. Relying solely on the coordination of both feet and spiritual energy to ascend the tree, he explained, observing a distinct dent on the trunk. It appears my energy output was too vigorous. Long Failing gazed at the indentation on the trunk, smirking slightly. Brother, you really can't maintain your composure for long. In response, Long Feiyu shot him a disapproving glance. You ought to try it for yourself before boasting, little brother. I'll give it a go, Long Failing replied, mimicking his brother's actions. He gradually positioned himself upright against the trunk and began to step upward, carefully regulating the amount of energy adhering to his feet. Upon reaching 1/3 of the height, he turned his head and cheerfully exclaimed, "How about that? Brother, I must be more skilled than you." However, a moment of inattention caused him to miscalculate the energy attachment, leading to a sudden and unceremonious fall. Ah! A startled cry echoed through the woods. Long Feiyu, having anticipated this outcome, remained unfazed and swiftly rushed forward to catch him. Don't act so boastful. Pride often invites misfortune, little brother, came a lightly teasing voice. Had I not caught you, you'd have landed quite ungracefully. Long Failing sheepishly scratched his head in embarrassment. It was merely a moment of carelessness. Long Feiyu chuckled as he patted his companion's shoulder and strode towards the grand tree, proclaiming loudly, "Let us strive. Complete the tree climbing within today." Throughout the following day, apart from the time they returned home for meals, the two were engrossed in their practice. Several larger trees nearby bore the marks of their exertions, and their cries of pain and expletives echoed intermittently. By heavens, I refuse to believe I cannot conquer you. Today, I am determined to outdo you, damn it. Ouch, that truly hurts. Oh dear, just you wait. You'll soon be beneath my feet. During this time, Long Shao visited, initially intending to summon the two for sparring. However, upon witnessing their unconventional training method, he became intrigued. Initially perplexed, he observed patiently until he grasped that this approach was aimed at controlling their spiritual energy. Let these two rascals have their fun for a couple of days, Long Shao mused as he departed. As evening descended, the two dangled from the branches. Their once pristine black training attire now smeared with a mixture of grime, their bodies marked with an array of bruises. They gingerly touched their swollen heads, bursting into laughter at their predicament. Just then, in a moment of unanticipated misfortune, both slipped simultaneously. Oh no! Without a shred of doubt, they plummeted downwards. Ouch! My backside! My waist! It feels like it's breaking. Long Failing wailed while rubbing his posterior on the ground, while Long Feiyu lay sprawled, hands clutching his waist, both donning expressions of agony. Long Feiyu silently lamented, "Had I known, I would not have been so distracted. After a long stretch, without falling, I chose the worst moment to be careless." He concluded that their tree climbing practice for the day had come to an end, suggesting they rest and recover before heading back. As he channeled his internal energy to mend the damaged cells, he grimaced while speaking. "All right," came a breathy reply. Approximately 10 minutes later, Long Feiyu, with his left hand supporting his waist and his right hand against the tree, managed to rise. He approached his brother and extended his right hand to assist him up. The two leaned on each other, unsteadily making their way back to the courtyard. There, their eyes gleamed at the large vat filled with emerald liquid, and without hesitation, they stripped and leaped in. As the medicinal fluid gradually diluted, their bodies began to restore. When the liquid finally transformed into clear water, they stood up, stretching languidly, the sound of their bones and joints cracking in harmony. After absorbing the liquid, Long Failing sensed an impending breakthrough, a faint awareness that he was on the verge of transcending that thin barrier. It should happen within these next few days, he mused. Chapter 18. The 9 Levels of Spirit Refinement. The following day, as dawn began to break, the two brothers exchanged greetings with Long Shao before embarking on their training. Having completed their tree climbing practice the previous day, today they would advance to a new exercise, walking on water, balancing upright on the surface. Before long, they arrived at a quaint lotus pond. It was the transitional period between spring and summer, with scattered emerald green lotus leaves dotting the water's surface, and a few plump flower buds barely visible. This small pond belonged to the Long family, a cherished spot where the brothers would come each summer to bathe during the sweltering heat. At this time, with the number of lotus leaves still limited and the water shallow, it served as an ideal training ground for their practice. Here it is. You took quite a tumble while climbing yesterday. Today, you 1T fall. You'll merely end up a drenched chicken, Long Feiyu teased, glancing at his younger brother. Long Failing, hands on hips and fists clenched, retorted with indignation, "You may have grasped it faster than I did, but you also fell just as hard. Just you wait, today. I will surpass you." Without waiting for a response, he eagerly stepped onto the water's surface. In the next moment, a splash echoed as Long Failing became the first to join the ranks of the soaked. "Ah!" Long Feiyu exclaimed, watching his brother emerge from the water, face-palming in exasperation. "Don't be so reckless, little brother." Long Failing merely chuckled sheepishly. While both tree climbing and water walking were methods to hone their control over spiritual energy, they were fundamentally different. Climbing a tree required a stable attachment of spiritual energy to the soles of one's feet, creating an adhesive force with the trunk. In contrast, walking on water necessitated a reverse repulsive force acting beneath the water's surface. However, the water's surface was far from stable. It was turbulent and unpredictable. Thus, walking on water not only required finding the appropriate frequency of energy output but also demanded adjustments based on the surface's undulations and the body's movements. Achieving this was no trivial task. Yet for Long Feiyu, it merely meant swallowing a few mouthfuls of water. After all, with his soul energy honed over 2 lifetimes, combined with the experience gained from climbing trees, his control would be impeccable. "Don't rush ahead just yet. Let me give it a try first. Activate your Sharingan and observe the strength of the energy beneath my feet closely," Long Feiyu instructed his brother, who had just crawled back onto the shore. Immediately, Long Failing complied, his eyes widening as crimson hues manifested within his gaze, revealing 2 small, tadpole-like black dots at a 180-degree angle. He approached the pond's edge, gently placing his energy-infused right foot onto the water's surface. As he applied his weight and increased the flow of energy, Long Feiyu gradually found himself with 1 foot on the shore and the other on the water. However, as the waves rippled beneath him, his right foot began to sink. Observing this, he swiftly adjusted his energy output, and in a short while, his foot stabilized atop the water's surface. Next came the left foot. Once again, he slowly exerted force with his left foot while the right foot gradually expanded its ethereal energy. When the left foot was entirely lifted, the right foot noticeably sank beneath the water's surface. At this juncture, success was already half achieved. With a mere thought, ethereal energy enveloped the sole of the left foot. Upon contacting the water's surface, he mirrored the previous actions. Ultimately, both feet successfully stood upon the water, albeit with a slight misalignment. As the water level had clearly reached the ankles. "That's about it. Failing. Give it a try, paying close attention to the coordination between your body and the ethereal energy." Long Feiyu instructed his younger brother while diligently adjusting his ethereal energy. "Okay, I'll give it a go," came the response. A flicker of light gleaming in his crimson eyes as he meticulously recorded the former's movements in the flow of ethereal energy. Subsequently, Long Failing followed the recorded actions, gradually standing upon the water's surface. By the time he fully balanced on the water, Long Feiyu had already stabilized himself above the surface, taking slow, deliberate steps. Just as everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, a fish leaped from the water's surface and dove to the depths, prompting a surge of excitement within both of them. The originally tranquil water suddenly erupted in waves, and seeing this, Long Feiyu quickly straightened his legs and focused intently on maintaining his balance. Despite his efforts, his feet began to sink once more. At that moment, a wave surged toward the already precariously balanced Long Failing. With a splash, he plunged back into the water. Immediately after, the resultant wave cascaded toward Long Feiyu, who, already struggling, was struck by an even larger wave, resulting in another splash as he too fell into the water. Again, the two climbed ashore, shaking off the water, and re-entered the depths once more. As time swiftly passed into the afternoon, the two stood upon the water's surface, gazing at each other. After half a day of training, they had both mastered the art of standing upright on the water and even managed to jog. Although more vigorous movements remained beyond their current capabilities, they exchanged a glance, and Long Feiyu waved his hand, signaling a return to the shore. Despite not practicing their ethereal techniques, the exertion from treading water and climbing trees consumed not only their ethereal energy but also their vitality. Both were now yearning for a reprieve on their beds. Throughout this half-day of training, they had replenished their ethereal energy several times. As the current level of consumption was quite significant, Long Feiyu settled cross-legged on the bank, commencing his meditative practices to recover the expended energy, with Long Failing doing likewise beside him. Once Long Feiyu had restored his energy, he rose and glanced beside him. Noticing that the individual seated there had spread out several spirit stones, their ethereal energy in tumult, signaling an impending breakthrough. After assessing his own realm, He estimated he was in the mid-stage of the 9th realm of ethereal refinement, still a bit short of reaching the pinnacle. Failing is catching up to me. Host, please don't be absurd. Within the realm of ethereal refinement, the 9th level is akin to the fusion of the preceding 8 levels. If you can still leap about as before, that would be truly abnormal, the system countered. Your brother will need at least a month, perhaps even 2, to progress from the initial stage of the 9th level to its peak. In just over half a month, you will reach an intermediate stage, and within a month, you can utilize the system's elixirs to open the spirit sea and step into the realm of spiritual warriors. Upon hearing the system's rebuttal, Long Feiyu chuckled awkwardly. Oh dear, let us remain modest. Humility is a virtue. By the way, I am particularly eager to see what treasures may appear in the system's exchange section. Rest assured, host. There will be an abundance of weapons, spiritual techniques, and elixirs, all suitable for your current realm. Now, it merely awaits both of them to completely break through to the realm of spiritual warriors. In less than 2 months, they would be taken out by their father for training, Long Feiyu mused. Therefore, during this period, the host should diligently refine their spiritual techniques and combat skills. In the Divine Wind Continent, myriad races coexist, and countless talents abound. Strength is paramount. If one lacks power, wouldn't he venturing outside merely serve as a feast for others? The system sensed that Long Feiyu seemed a bit overconfident lately, prompting a gentle admonition. He pursed his lips, somewhat noncommittal. Am I not aware? Gradually, Long Feiling's ascension approached its climax. As he inhaled deeply, the surrounding spiritual energy dissipated, and the spirit stones lost their luster in an instant. Soon after, his aura began to rise, reaching its zenith, and a current emanated from his body, causing his once damp garments to rustle in the wind. Finally, his eyes opened wide. At that moment, his face was fair and delicate, glowing faintly like jade. His slightly damp hair fell in disarray, yet upon closer inspection, it exuded a warm, jade-like essence, presenting the image of a graceful young man. Truly, he is my brother, handsomely striking. Long Feiyu clicked his tongue and nodded in silent admiration. At this moment, the system grumbled. Bah, how shameless. Praising oneself. If I had a corporeal form, I would slap you across the face. Long Feiling stood up, stretching his body. He threw an arm around Long Feiyu's neck, exclaiming excitedly, How about it, brother? I have reached your realm. It's only a matter of time before I catch up to you. He has reverted to his old self, still the same foolish little brother. Long Feiyu flicked his forehead playfully, smiling as he said, You're thinking a bit too highly of yourself. Do not forget that the 9th level is equivalent to the total of the previous 8. Just joking, brother, he replied, rubbing his forehead with a mischievous grin. Let us negotiate something, shall we? I've called you brother for over 10 years. How about you call me that once? With that, he turned and scampered off. Long Feiyu shook his head, both amused and exasperated. Chapter 19. Spiritual Sea Pill 2 months later. With a resounding thud, the dull sound of flesh colliding echoed as 2 arms, infused with spiritual energy, intersected in a fierce clash. The tumultuous air currents lifted their sleeves, revealing faint outlines of muscular definition and taut veins. In a brief moment of stalemate, one individual made the first move, launching a swift kick towards the opponent's head, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. The other swiftly raised both hands to block, simultaneously executing a sweeping kick aimed at the lower body. At that moment, the former leaped on one foot, using the other leg to hook the opponent's arm for leverage, then executed a backward kick that traced a graceful arc, once again targeting the head. Yet another powerful kick followed, prompting the latter to lean back, performing a spinning kick that collided with the attack, while the other leg shot directly towards the opponent's head. The impact echoed as their limbs met, clearly indicating a successful block. The 2 airborne fighters, propelled by the force of their clash, separated, each performing a flawless somersault before landing steadily on the water's surface. Not bad. You've improved, one remarked. This time I will definitely win. They clashed again, fists, palms, arms, elbows, and legs all striking like weapons aimed at each other. As their fierce combat intensified, a cacophony of sounds erupted, accompanied by splashes of water. Xuanji force. After nearly 100 exchanges, their fists met in a powerful confrontation, the explosive force reverberating through their arms, leaving them both with aching limbs, yet neither yielding. They then simultaneously kicked towards each other, both letting out a muffled grunt as they staggered back, each leaving a damp footprint on the other's chest. Fireball. 2 massive fireballs collided above the water's surface, unleashing a searing heat that dried their previously damp garments. leaving their skin flushed from the intensity. Major breakthrough. Suddenly, Long Feiyu ceased his assault, inhaling deeply before exhaling a gust of wind that swept the colliding fireballs towards Long Feiling. The latter, witnessing this, allowed his spiritual energy to dissipate beneath the water's surface, resurfacing only after the flames had subsided. As he wiped the water from his hair and face, Long Feiling shouted, "You actually used wind attribute techniques. That's not fair." Clearly, their unwritten rule was that whoever fell into the water first would be deemed the loser. Apologies, but you lost. Besides, who said wind attribute techniques were off limits? Long Feiyu chuckled as he approached his drenched sibling, extending his hands. "Let me help you up." Long Feiling grasped his brother's hand, channeling his energy to regain his footing on the water's surface. "Stay calm. I didn't win this time, but I will strive harder next time. Let's head back for a meal and change our clothes." Long Feiyu patted his brother's shoulder, twisted his neck, and started walking towards the shore. "Ah, well, I haven't won many times either," Long Feiling replied, shaking off the water from his body before following suit. As the two engaged in their daily training, time slipped by unnoticed. Their mastery of spiritual techniques and combat skills blossomed through their practice, occasionally enhanced by Long Zhao's interventions to test their limits. Just a few days prior, Long Feiling had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of spirit refinement, fulfilling the requirements to open the spiritual sea. Long Feiyu had long since perfected the 9th level of spiritual refinement, and his soul power had reached the mid-stage of the spiritual realm. However, he had refrained from attempting to break through to the rank of spirit master, concerned that a rapid increase in his cultivation might destabilize his foundation. Thus, he chose to consolidate his progress before pursuing a breakthrough. Both the system and Long Zhao acknowledged his perspective. Long Zhao later presented each of them with a pill designed to assist in breaking through to the spirit master realm and to open the spiritual sea pill. Upon returning home, Long Zhao had already prepared lunch. The two changed into fresh garments and sat at the dining table to partake in their meal. After dining, Long Zhao took a sip of water and remarked, "I have observed your sparring sessions, and indeed, you have made considerable progress in recent times. This is evident even when I serve as your training partner. Your strength, reflexes, agility, mastery of spiritual techniques, and combat awareness have all significantly improved. Given your current capabilities, once you open the spiritual sea and break through to the spirit master realm, you will be fully qualified to accompany me on my excursions." After a brief pause, Long Zhao turned to Long Feiyu, saying, "Moreover, Feiyu, the spiritual energy within you must have been in turmoil for quite some time now. This is a sign of an impending breakthrough. Typically, after reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level, one experiences this turbulence. You have consolidated for long enough. You may consume the spiritual sea pill at any time to initiate your breakthrough." "Understood, father. I shall take the pill today and commence my breakthrough," Long Feiyu replied. Long Zhao then directed his attention to his younger son, stating, "Feiyu's breakthrough will require some time. During this period, I will train you. Once your brother has successfully broken through, you may then take the pill." He added, "Do not worry about the stability of your foundation post-breakthrough. Feiyu's rapid cultivation speed necessitated such caution." "Very well, father. I am ready for any training you have in store," Long Feiling declared confidently, thumping his chest. Long Zhao smiled and nodded. "Excellent. That is the spirit of my son. Father, I shall now proceed to consume the pill and begin my breakthrough," Long Feiyu announced. With that, he turned and returned to his room, closing the door behind him. He sat cross-legged on the floor and took out the spiritual sea pill that Long Zhao had entrusted to him. "System, shall I consume this pill directly? How does this pill differ from those exchanged in the system?" Long Feiyu inquired within his thoughts, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. The spiritual sea pill is effective in assisting with the opening of the spiritual sea, and even in the event of failure. It ensures that the user's cultivation level does not decline. Products from the system are of exceptional quality. It guarantees a 100% success rate in breaking through to the spirit master realm and alleviates concerns regarding instability post-breakthrough. Furthermore, there is even a chance of directly entering the 2nd level of the spirit master realm. However, this pill may only be consumed once. Taking it a second time will yield no effect on the breakthrough. Upon hearing the system's response, Long Feiyu felt a wave of realization wash over him. He had indeed been unnecessarily stifling his own progress, for he could have broken through without any adverse effects long ago. The host's approach to suppressing their realm is not misguided. Firstly, The probability of directly ascending to the second level of Spirit Master after consumption can only be triggered by those who have lingered at the pinnacle of spirit refinement for some time. Additionally, following a typical breakthrough, there exists a period during which cultivation cannot progress. The host, having chosen to suppress their realm due to an excessively rapid cultivation speed prior to the breakthrough, not only solidifies their foundation but also allows for steady growth in their cultivation thereafter. Having understood this, Long Feiyu decisively commanded the system. Absorb the Spirit Sea pills in my possession, converting them into energy points, and exchange for 2 Spirit Sea pills from the system. Absorbing the Spirit Sea pills grants 500 energy points. Exchanging for 2 Spirit Sea pills consumes 1,600 energy points. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of low-grade spirit stones appeared on the floor. He then commenced his cultivation technique, absorbing the Spirit Sea pills and infusing their medicinal power into himself. Chapter 20. Breakthrough. The pinnacle of spirit mastery. Within the confines of a room, a solitary figure sat in quiet meditation, clad in cool, short garments. His eyes were tightly shut, and his hands rested gracefully upon his knees, breathing deeply and steadily. This figure resembled a statue, immobile and serene, with disheveled black hair cascading over his smooth forehead, slightly arched brows, and thin lips that bore a gentle smile. Beneath his refined visage lay an undercurrent of determination and warmth. Beside him lay a collection of spirit stones, brimming with immense spiritual energy. As time passed, the energy from these stones began to diffuse, enveloping every corner of the room. At this moment, he was refining the medicinal power continuously infused by the system, guiding this energy to coalesce within his dantian, where it began to whirl rapidly. As time progressed, the spiritual energy within the dantian amassed in greater quantities, and its rotation quickened. When Long Feiyu had absorbed and refined all the medicinal power bestowed by the system, the energy in his dantian became exceedingly dense. At that juncture, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Accelerate the rotation of the spiritual energy and condense it. Upon hearing this, Long Feiyu exerted immense pressure on the energy within his dantian, causing the once fast energy to shrink to half its size, its spinning becoming swifter, leaving behind a faint afterimage. At that moment, a small void slowly expanded within the swirling energy until it reached the size of a fist. Not enough. With the system's voice echoing once more, the spirit stones in the room instantaneously crumbled to dust, their pure spiritual energy fully extracted, followed by an influx of colossal energy from the system. Quickly refine it, and gather all spiritual energy at the sea of spirit, then compress. With this overwhelming energy surge, all of Long Feiyu's meridians surged, accompanied by a subtle throbbing pain. Spirit Fusion Secret Manual. Refine it for me, he grunted, channeling the massive energy through the intricate pathways of his body, directing it into his dantian along the trajectory of his cultivation technique. His complexion reddened, veins bulged, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, clearly indicating the tremendous effort he was exerting to refine this energy. Upon contact, the two energies swiftly merged into a vast, rapidly rotating spiritual force. He compressed it once more, subsequently gathering all energy within him to the dantian. After completing this intricate series of maneuvers, Long Feiyu felt utterly exhausted, as if drenched in perspiration. Host, persevere. Continue to compress and rotate the spiritual energy. This is the essential path to becoming a powerful being. The stronger the sea of spirit, the smoother the subsequent journey of cultivation will be, and your strength will grow more formidable. Just as Long Feiyu felt the urge to falter, a thunderous voice reverberated in his mind, akin to a bolt of lightning striking. Startled, he jolted awake. The system's voice had always been calm, yet this time it bore an unmistakable urgency. Realizing the gravity of the moment, he inhaled deeply, allowing his soul's power to surge into the dantian, continuing to compress and rotate that immense spiritual energy until it had diminished tenfold. At this point, the void that had once been the size of a fist had expanded to that of a basin. At that moment, the spirit sea suddenly stirred, and an immense suction force emanated from Long Feiyu's body, drawing forth a continuous influx of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. Before long, a vortex of spiritual energy materialized above the courtyard, with its epicenter unmistakably located in his room. System, I request assistance. Please absorb some spirit stones for me. Long Feiyu silently urged, as he waved his hand to retrieve a pile of spirit stones from his storage space. Since the onset of his breakthrough, he had already consumed 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. With the infusion of energy from the system and the surrounding spiritual essence, Long Feiyu fervently channeled his cultivation technique, dividing his focus. On one hand, he rapidly absorbed the energy supplied by the system, while on the other, he cautiously gathered and refined the modeled spiritual essence from the atmosphere, transforming it into pure spiritual energy to infuse into the spirit sea. The spiritual energy within the sea began to surge, akin to a tempest, swirling and tumultuous. What had initially been a small vortex, no larger than a fist, now expanded like a blooming flower, quickly growing to the size of a palm. After half an hour, the suction abated, and the spirit sea gradually settled into tranquility. Long Feiyu, having shed his earlier discomfort, regained a complexion as fair as jade. His features were refined, with elegant eyebrows and a high nose, while his thin lips added to his striking appearance. He sat upright, exuding an unparalleled aura, as if enveloped in a faint luminescence that captivated all who beheld him. With a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupting forth, the fabric of his garments rustled like leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. His eyes snapped open, two beams of brilliance shooting forth. Three dark, tadpole-like figures swirled within his crimson irises, conveying an extraordinary beauty. Success. Spirit Master Realm. Logically, most cultivators typically open their spirit sea to a size no larger than their hands, and the swirling energy vortex, even at the third level of spirit mastery, would barely reach the size of a palm. Moreover, the density and rotational speed of the energy vortex would be significantly inferior. Long Feiyu's breakthrough surpassed that of most peers in the same realm by at least threefold. He immersed his consciousness into the spirit sea, observing the palm-sized vortex of spiritual energy, feeling the immense power contained within. Peak of the second level of Spirit Master. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the Spirit Master realm. The system has two pieces of good news. First, the spirit sea you have opened is several times larger than that of ordinary cultivators, and the vortex of spiritual energy spins at a faster rate. This implies that not only will your cultivation speed increase, but you will also possess a greater total of spiritual energy within the same realm, naturally enhancing your strength. This advantage will extend to future ascensions as well. The second piece of good news pertains to the system's exchange, which you have been keenly interested in. The items available for exchange have been updated. Please check the specifics at your convenience. Just as Long Feiyu's consciousness delved deep into the spirit sea, the mechanical female voice of the system interrupted his contemplation. The system exchange. Let's see what treasures await. He slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this important matter. Clearly, he paid little heed to the first announcement of the system. After all, it was a well-known fact that required no further attention. Upon this realization, he promptly accessed the system's exchange interface and perused its offerings. The items that captivated his attention most were undoubtedly the weapons and spiritual techniques. In the weapons section, he found an extensive array of weaponry encompassing nearly every item that had graced the original narrative, including the 7 ninja swords, the Kusanagi blade, and the Uchiha fan. Among others, the section dedicated to spiritual techniques was even more astonishing, featuring all B-rank and C-rank ninjutsu from the original work, categorized as profound-level techniques. However, a slight shortcoming remained: the absence of training methods for the Chidori and the Rasengan. Chapter 21. The Kusanagi sword. Never mind. Human greed knows no bounds. Let us first explore the realm of spiritual techniques. Long Feiyu shook his head and continued to browse through the spiritual techniques section, selecting several options. He exchanged for the magical O shackles, the magical O mirror that transforms the world, and the sealing technique. After acquiring the foundational illusion technique of the Sharingan, he contemplated further selections. Alas, let us opt for the shadow clone technique. Long Feiyu sighed in relief, having searched for quite some time, feeling that this was the most suitable choice for him. Given his current low level of cultivation, no amount of additional techniques would yield any benefit. He could always acquire more later if the need arose. Just as Long Feiyu was considering exchanging for the Kusanagi sword, his peripheral vision caught sight of an item that did not belong in the spiritual techniques category: the transformation and nature of spiritual energy. Upon seeing this item, his eyes lit up, and he immediately exchanged for it, knowing it to be the foundation of advanced spiritual techniques. If mastered proficiently, there would be no need to exchange for techniques like Chidori or Rasengan. He could create his own. Nodding with satisfaction, Long Feiyu opened the weapons section. Gazing at the array of weapons before him, without hesitation, he sought out the Kusanagi sword used by Uchiha Sasuke and clicked on its description. Kusanagi sword, an advanced spiritual treasure of the mysterious rank, possessing an exceptionally strong ability to conduct spiritual energy, incredibly sharp, indestructible, and capable of evolution. The exchange requires 150,000 energy points. Excitedly, Long Feiyu exclaimed, "Let us exchange." The system had indeed enhanced the Kusanagi sword, making it not only indestructible but also capable of evolution. This meant a weapon that could last indefinitely. Exchange successful. The host has acquired 4 types of advanced mysterious spiritual techniques: the transformation and nature of spiritual energy, the Kusanagi sword, consuming a total of 155,000 energy points. The host will unlock the evolution of the Kusanagi sword upon reaching the Spirit Pill realm. Furthermore, this weapon has been imbued with the laws of the world, rendering it unbreakable. As for the host's choice of the transformation and nature of spiritual energy, thorough understanding would indeed allow for the self-creation of spiritual techniques. Truly, the host of this system possesses a keen intellect. Long Feiyu paid little heed to the system's teasing remarks and directly retrieved the Kusanagi sword from his storage space, cradling it in his hands for careful examination. The sheath and hilt were pure black, with a long and sharp blade extending straight to the tip. The tip featured a curved design, and the single-edged blade glimmered with a chilling light, sending shivers down one's spine. The overall lines flowed gracefully, imparting a sense of lightness and agility. However, beneath this ethereal exterior lay an unfathomable sharpness. Merely gazing at the sword, one could sense its unparalleled sharpness, as if it could effortlessly tear through the air and sever any obstacle in its path. Long Feiyu lowered the sheath and held the sword horizontally before his chest with his left hand, delicately touching the edge with his right index finger. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged, and he noticed a small crimson droplet forming on his fingertip. What an exquisitely sharp blade! I barely pressed down. He let a droplet of blood fall upon the blade, and to his astonishment, there was no resistance. It slid off seamlessly to the ground. This sword does not retain bloodstains. What a remarkable item! Indeed, products from the system are bound to be of superior quality. Long Feiyu momentarily subdued the elation swelling within him, allowing a few drops of blood to fall upon the sword sheath and hilt. A crimson sigil emerged, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Although the Kusanagi sword had acknowledged him as its master, he remained somewhat apprehensive. Thus, he left additional soul imprints in the same 2 locations. In doing so, as long as he could sense the presence of the Kusanagi sword, he would be able to summon it to his hand at any moment. Next, he retrieved a small, ebony iron rod from the room, manipulating it with his spiritual energy to hover in midair. With a powerful swing of the Kusanagi sword, a flash of white light sliced through the air, cleaving the iron rod into 2. Upon inspection, he noted the smooth, even cut, while the sword's blade gleamed with a pristine, icy sharpness. Excellent! From now on, the sword shall be my personal weapon, Long Feiyu exclaimed, his trembling form betraying the excitement coursing through him. The sudden acquisition of such a formidable sword would surely raise suspicions among Long Shao and the others. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on that. A casual excuse would suffice. 2 days prior, on a crisp morning, a middle-aged man stood resolutely in the courtyard, observing the relentless assault of a young boy before him, his demeanor stern. The boy danced across the ground, his feet weaving through the air with a sound like the rush of wind, launching a torrent of strikes at the man. Despite the barrage akin to a torrential downpour, the man remained steadfast, his broad arms deflecting every incoming attack. Sweat droplets plummeted to the ground, their rhythm synchronizing with the labored breaths that punctuated the sounds of combat. The boy's black hair, drenched with perspiration, clung to his forehead, while his sharp eyebrows arched slightly, and his youthful visage bore a resolute expression. The light in his eyes sparkled with intensity, revealing a crimson hue wherein 3 small black tadpoles swirled, exuding a captivating yet sinister aura. Even though no assault could breach the middle-aged man's defenses, the boy continued to dance tirelessly, his fists, imbued with spiritual energy, striking again and again at his target. A flaw. The man's calf quivered slightly, a minute deviation captured by the boy's keen crimson gaze. A glimmer of insight sparked in the boy's eyes as he leaned forward, unleashing a whip-like kick aimed at the man's lower body from an on as the flames subsided, the youth's crimson eyes fixed intently ahead. On the scorched earth, a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, the ground beneath him untouched by the inferno, while 6 shurikens lay scattered haphazardly beyond the immaculate surface. Indeed, it was a failure. Yet, the young man remained undaunted. With a flick of his right hand, he retrieved a small pile of spirit stones and settled into a meditative posture, commencing the cultivation of his energy to replenish the expended spiritual power. The middle-aged man picked up a searing shuriken, casting a glance at the entranced youth, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes as he nodded in satisfaction. To maintain stability during the impact and skillfully unleash spiritual techniques while simultaneously deploying hidden weapons demonstrated not only adept combat skills but also a keen awareness in battle. Achieving such prowess is no small feat. Indeed, he is my son. Once he has restored his spiritual energy, training shall resume. Chapter 22. The beginning of a breakthrough under the blazing sun. The midday orb resembled a colossal fireball, radiating its brilliance with unrestrained vigor. The air was thick with sweltering heat, akin to a steamer enveloping the surroundings. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard as Long Failing stretched out his arms, quietly savoring the exquisite sensation of the wind. "Father, the heat is becoming increasingly intense," Long Failing remarked, dressed in light shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow as he addressed the middle-aged man before him. It should be nearing the time for his breakthrough. After several days of rigorous training, the cyclical process of consumption and recovery had solidified his mastery at the pinnacle of the 9th level of spirit cultivation. The spiritual energy within him began to stir, clearly signaling the impending breakthrough. Long Zhao's gaze swept toward the chamber where Long Feiyu resided. From the moment his son commenced his breakthrough, Long Zhao had cast a barrier around the house to shield it from any external disturbances. This was why their training in the courtyard remained undisturbed despite the momentous occasion unfolding within. "We are now in the final stages. First, you must adjust your state. And once your brother emerges, you can commence your own breakthrough." "Understood, father." Following their brief exchange, Long Failing settled himself cross-legged upon the ground, adopting the posture of meditation. He began to circulate his cultivation method, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish the energy expended during the morning's training. Meanwhile, Long Zhao gazed upward at the sky, his slightly squinted eyes seeming to pierce through the clouds toward the distant horizon. At that moment, he contemplated the long journey ahead and the various supplies required for their expedition. This composed and contemplative man had long been deliberating on the optimal ways to nurture his two sons. He understood that this journey would pose a significant challenge for them, yet it also represented an invaluable opportunity for growth and development. Thus, he needed to ensure that everything was meticulously prepared. First and foremost, food and water were essential for survival. Additionally, he needed to pack protective gear. As the two were preoccupied with their respective tasks, time quietly slipped away. The scorching sun began to temper its intensity, and the breeze carried a hint of refreshing coolness. Suddenly, a subtle surge of spiritual energy stirred the air. Though faint, Long Zhao nonetheless detected the sign. He directed his spiritual awareness toward the room and observed the youth sitting cross-legged, his breath transitioning from a tumultuous rise to a steady calm. He waved his hand to dissipate the barrier surrounding the room, nodding in satisfaction. The young man, now in a meditative state, stirred slightly, opening his left eye for a moment before closing it once more. After a while, Long Feiyu emerged from the room, casting his gaze upon the two and releasing his aura without reservation. "Brother, have you emerged? Have you broken through?" This surge of spiritual energy is astonishing, at least 10 times stronger than 2 days ago. Long Failing rushed over, embracing his brother's neck with a grin. "It's my turn now. Once I achieve my breakthrough, we can compete. Perhaps you should focus on your breakthrough first. Besides, how many times have you actually won?" Long Feiyu retorted, reciprocating the embrace while ruffling Long Failing's hair with his right hand. "I am now at the 2nd level of spirit mastery," Long Zhao murmured softly. Although he was already aware of his son's extraordinary talent and remarkably swift cultivation speed, witnessing the fact that he had directly reached the 2nd level of a spirit master after opening his spiritual sea was a revelation. While he had heard of such feats before, seeing it with his own eyes was an entirely different experience. It is worth noting that when he himself achieved a breakthrough, he merely needed to avoid consolidating his realm, allowing his strength to increase directly with practice, which was already enough to earn him the title of genius. Today, however, he encountered a prodigy far superior to himself, and to his astonishment, it was his own son. Long Zhao's heart was simultaneously filled with pain and joy. Clearing his throat, Long Zhao interrupted the playful antics of the two. A deep, magnetic voice resonated. "Fei Ling, when you are ready, proceed to enter seclusion. Remember the techniques I shared with you." Hearing his father's words, Long Fei Ling nodded and replied, "All right, I will go right away." With that, he turned and walked towards his room. Observing this, Long Feiyu followed suit while saying to Long Zhao, "I will discuss the details with him." Once the two closed the door, Long Feiyu looked at his brother, who was seated in a meditative posture, and said, "Show me the spiritual sea pill you possess." In response, Long Fei Ling extended his right hand, revealing a pill the size of a dragon's eye, freshly retrieved from his storage space. Long Fei Yu took it, feigning deep contemplation as he examined it. Then, with a swift motion, he replaced it with a system-produced spiritual sea pill, quickly storing the former in his storage ring. Indeed, this is the one, Long Fei Yu remarked, handing the pill to his brother, who accepted the luminous pill with anticipation, just as he was about to consume it. Long Fei Yu's voice echoed once more. Before taking the pill, it is best to compress the spiritual energy in your dantian, rotating it rapidly while continuously absorbing the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. Only when you feel you have reached your limit should you take the pill for extraordinary results. After imparting this advice, Long Fei Yu exited the room. Closing the door behind him, Long Fei Ling, heeding his brother's counsel, retrieved 100 low-grade spiritual stones. He began to circulate his technique, compressing and rotating the spiritual energy within his dantian. Meanwhile, as Long Fei Yu entered the courtyard, Long Shao raised his hand, forming several seals. A wave of spiritual energy radiated forth, manifesting a faintly visible circular barrier above the room. "Father, I wish to test my current strength," Long Fei Yu declared, adopting an offensive stance with determination gleaming in his eyes. "Your gaze is commendable. Bring it on." Long Shao stood firm, extending his right hand in a defensive position, gesturing for his son to attack. Taking a deep breath, Long Fei Yu shouted, "Sharingan, activate." Instantly, his dark eyes transformed into a crimson hue. With a swift step forward, he propelled himself, his left foot following closely behind. In that fleeting moment, the spiritual sea within Long Fei Yu surged wildly, a torrent of immense spiritual energy flooding every corner of his being. In the blink of an eye, he was entirely engulfed by this formidable energy. His calves bent slightly before he launched himself powerfully off the ground. A resounding thud echoed as a distinct crater formed beneath him. In that instant, Long Fei Yu resembled a live leopard, charging toward Long Shao with astonishing speed. "Xuanji force!" he exclaimed. With a thunderous roar, a fist brimming with spiritual energy surged forth, propelled by an intense force aimed squarely at Long Zhao's chest, slicing through the air with a cacophony of explosive wind. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious assault, Long Shao remained remarkably composed and unperturbed. He merely raised his hand slightly, effortlessly deflecting the fist's tremendous power, which could have shattered mountains, dissolving it into nothingness. Observing this, Long Fei Yu swiftly retracted his fist, his internal spiritual sea stirring as waves of energy surged forth. Stepping forward with his right foot, every part of his body, fist, elbow, knee, and leg, transformed into weapons, launching a torrential onslaught toward Long Shao, creating a symphony of wind as spiritual energy erupted in a dazzling display. The force was commendable. Continue. Chapter 23. Embrace. In the courtyard, the silhouettes of two individuals intertwined, accompanied by the sounds of their bodies colliding, the rush of wind, the explosive force of their movements, and the rustling of their garments. Dust swirled around them, and spiritual energy surged forth. Long Fei Yu gasped for breath. The depletion of his energy combined with the intense exercise in the sweltering air causing his originally fair and pristine face to flush slightly. Sweat trickled down his forehead, gliding over his skin before splattering onto the ground. Despite his body showing signs of fatigue, the power and speed of his attacks did not wane. In stark contrast to Long Fei Yu's drenched state, Long Shao appeared remarkably at ease. His tousled, medium-length hair flowed freely, swaying gently with his movements in the currents of air. His arched eyebrows, high nose, indifferent gaze, faint stubble, and sharply defined features exuded an air of nonchalance and determination. At that moment, Long Fei Yu abruptly leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick. Long Shao raised his arm to defend, his forearm meeting the sole of Long Fei Yu's foot, and then he effortlessly leaped back to create distance, landing gracefully on the ground. Observing this, Long Shao asked with a hint of amusement, "Are you tired?" Long Fei Yu grimaced, gritting his teeth as he rubbed the imprint of a foot on his chest, just as a gust of wind brushed against him. He took a moment to compose himself, and once the turbulence subsided, he retrieved two unsharpened iron swords from the weapon rack, tossing one to Long Shao. "Father, let us spar with these swords," Long Fei Yu suggested, eager to refine his swordsmanship. Without hesitation, he charged towards Long Shao, gripping the sword tightly with both hands, its tip pointed skyward, glinting in the sunlight. He concentrated his energy into his arms and swung down fiercely. The sword tip sliced through the air, tracing a beautiful arc, when suddenly a sharp metallic clash echoed. sending a jolt through Long Feiyu's hand, nearly causing him to lose grip on the sword. He stepped back slightly, inhaled deeply, and altered his previously aggressive approach. His flexible waist twisted rhythmically, perfectly coordinating with his limbs. Although his movements were more technical, the force behind them remained formidable. Slash, chop, lift, thrust. Long Feiyu's techniques flowed seamlessly, harmonizing with the dance of his body. Each strike was imbued with tremendous power. His movements as swift as a tempest, yet as graceful as a leisurely stroll, at times fierce and powerful, at others gentle and fluid. At one moment like a tiger descending a mountain, at another like a dragon emerging from the sea. In that instant, Long Feiyu seemed to merge with the sword in his grasp. As time passed, a loud clang resounded as one of the iron swords fell to the ground. Long Feiyu shook his slightly numb hand and sat down heavily, casually wiping the sweat from his face with his sleeve, breathing heavily. Father, why are you so strong? I always thought I would eventually defeat you, yet here we are. I have yet to win a single time, Long Feiyu said, lowering his head as he gasped for air. Long Shao picked up the fallen sword, placing both swords back on the weapon rack, and gazed up at the night sky enveloped in darkness. A cool evening breeze tousled their garments and hair as his deep voice resonated. I have also endured much, lost many things, and similarly, I have gained a great deal. The desire for strength comes at a cost, however, in this world where power reigns supreme. Strength is the sole criterion for discerning truth. Long Shao paused, as if pondering something, and then continued. As you persist along this path, there will inevitably come a day when you will grow stronger, perhaps even surpassing me. A tempest awaits you in the future, one that you cannot evade. Therefore, dedicate yourself to your training, for the future may bring you loss and tears. Yet, as long as you steadfastly advance and wield your sword, you will be able to protect those you cherish. Father, can I truly protect you? Long Feiyu said softly. Long Shao slowly approached the youth, crouching down to one knee. A smile graced his resolute face as he gazed at the boy, his eyes radiating warmth. He gently placed his hand upon the boy's head and caressed him tenderly. Indeed, you will grow to possess the strength necessary to safeguard us, Long Shao assured as he stroked the ends of the boy's hair. Long Feiyu felt the comforting touch of a broad and warm hand on his head, and at that moment, his heart ached and his dark eyes misted over. He understood deeply that while his father possessed unparalleled strength, he also bore an immense fragility. Reflecting on the memories of the past, he recognized the greatness of his father. Throughout the long journey of life, his father had always been by their side, whether through a smile as warm as spring or through strict guidance. Both etched deeply in Long Feiyu's soul. Feiyu, strive to cultivate diligently, grow swiftly, and move forward without concern for trivial matters. In your and your brother's journey of growth, I shall be a shoulder to lean on, a shield against harm, and a haven of refuge. My love for you both will endure forever. As Long Zhao's deep voice resonated, Long Feiyu lifted his gaze, observing the face marked by the passage of time, where remnants of youthful handsomeness still lingered. The gentleness in his features, the kindness in his eyes, the strength of his embrace, and his encouraging words filled Long Feiyu, a mature soul, with a unique sentiment. Perhaps this is what fatherly love embodies. Long Feiyu grasped the sturdy wrist above him, pulling Long Shao to his feet. He then wrapped his arms around his father's waist. Resting his head against his chest, Long Shao stiffened momentarily, taken aback by this sudden embrace from Long Feiyu. Once he regained his composure, he enveloped his son tightly in his arms, gently patting his back with his right hand. As night fell, the silhouettes of a large and small figure bathed in moonlight. In a room, a figure sat cross-legged on the floor amidst a pile of depleted spirit stones, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his internal spiritual energy in turmoil. As time passed, his expression gradually softened, and his breath steadied. Suddenly, the youth opened his eyes, a glimmer of light appearing as he flipped his palm, revealing a pill the size of a dragon's eye resting in his hand. With a swift motion, he tossed the pill into his mouth. The moment the elixir entered his mouth, Long Feiling immediately felt a surge of immense spiritual energy spreading within him. He promptly activated his cultivation technique to refine the continuous medicinal power according to the trajectory of his method. Gradually, the spiritual energy in his dantian began to accumulate increasingly. Concentrate. Long Feiling let out a muffled groan as he enveloped the swirling spiritual energy within him with his soul's force. He exerted a sudden pressure, causing the colossal spiritual energy to shrink at a visible rate, and the speed of its rotation intensified. Slowly, a small void emerged at the center of the energy vortex, gradually expanding. Chapter 24. The marvelous use of shadow clone technique. With a resounding bang, several plumes of white smoke erupted beside Long Feiyu, gradually dispersing. Subsequently, 3 figures emerged from the dissipating mist. Upon first glance, these individuals bore an uncanny resemblance to Long Feiyu. Nice to meet you all. I am Long Feiyu. Please, I look forward to your guidance. The central youth spoke first, clasping his hands together in a respectful gesture towards the other 3. Nice to meet you. I look forward to your guidance as well, the other 3 youths echoed, also performing the same respectful gesture. Is it really necessary to be so formal? We are all essentially the same, one of the youths remarked. At this, laughter erupted among the group. All right, let us not forget our task. Yes, let us get started. At that moment, Long Xiao stood by, momentarily dazed, gazing at the scene before him. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, muttering for Feiyus? This is actually a spiritual technique I created, the shadow clone, Long Feiyu explained, noticing Long Xiao's incredulous expression. He approached and patted Long Xiao's shoulder, smiling. Oh. This is simply astounding, something I have never heard of before. Long Xiao exclaimed, his mouth agape as he regained his composure. First, it's essential to understand that while there are many spiritual techniques for creating clones, very few possess a tangible form. The practitioners of such techniques typically keep them secret, and even I could not master one myself. Not only is the grade exceptionally high, but the energy consumption is immense, and the difficulty of cultivation is formidable. This is common knowledge across the continent. Consequently, the majority of cultivators resort to using illusory clones as mere distractions. Yet here is a mere child, Long Feiyu, who has managed to create a technique rivaling those of the earth and even heaven ranks. Long Xiao could hardly believe the absurdity of it all. Long Feiyu gently tapped Long Xiao's forehead with his right index and middle fingers, and in an instant, a stream of information flooded into Long Xiao's mind. Advanced Xian rank spiritual technique, shadow clone technique. This technique utilizes spiritual energy to create tangible clones, which evenly distribute the practitioner's spiritual energy. These clones possess an independent consciousness and a certain degree of resilience. Upon dispelling, the memories, experiences, and remaining spiritual energy of the clones return to the original body. Unlike ordinary clone techniques, these clones are tangible, possess the awareness of the original, and are capable of attacking adversaries. Father, this technique should prove beneficial for you. I must return to my training now, Long Feiyu remarked, retracting his hand and leaving Long Xiao in a state of stupefied contemplation, grappling with the intricacies of the shadow clone technique. Evenly distributing the original spiritual energy, possessing independent consciousness, sustaining a degree of damage before dispelling, and returning memories and experiences along with residual spiritual energy. Long Xiao meticulously absorbed the information, gradually dissecting its essence. This technique, when harnessed correctly, is nothing short of a panacea. The fact that Feiyu could conceive such a formidable technique is a testament to a talent that transcends mere genius. Long Xiao thought, his eyes widening with excitement, as he felt an overwhelming desire to delve into the depths of Long Feiyu's brilliant mind. Meanwhile, Long Feiyu and the 3 clones stood firm, their legs apart, bending slightly at the waist, hands pressed together, each cradling a leaf between their palms. With unwavering focus, he meticulously harnessed his psychic energy, transforming it into a wind attribute to slice through leaves. He divided the wind attribute energy into 2 streams, allowing them to blend and refine each other. Becoming ever thinner and sharper, this exemplifies the transformation of the wind attribute. Last night, Long Feiyu had thoroughly absorbed the knowledge from the tome on the morphological and property changes of psychic energy acquired from the system and practiced the technique of shadow clones, albeit with some challenges. The training to master shadow clones was fraught with difficulties. He either produced wisps of white smoke or forms that were unrecognizable. However, after meticulously controlling the psychic energy with his soul power, he finally succeeded in manifesting 3 clones. He then repeated the process of dispelling and recreating the clones. And after several iterations, Long Feiyu's shadow clones gradually became more perfected. While the 3 clones cultivated psychic energy, he focused on honing his soul power. Thus, the night passed, and not only had his psychic energy fully restored, but his shadow clones were also nearing completion in their practice. Most importantly, his previously stagnant soul power had progressed from the early pinnacle of spiritual techniques to the mid-stage of the spiritual realm through this training. Long Feiyu felt immensely satisfied with this advancement, as if the very air around him had become extraordinarily sweet. As for the other 3 illusion techniques, He currently lacked suitable practice partners. Creating illusions in isolation proved impractical. He planned to engage in illusion practice with his brother in due time. In the next few days, Long Feiyu intended to master the transformation of psychic energy properties, for he perceived his current offensive capabilities and lethality as insufficient, yearning for decisive spiritual techniques akin to Chidori and Rasengan. However, he understood that even with the right training methods, his total psychic energy capacity would limit his execution. So he refrained from dwelling on that for the moment. Furthermore, equipped with the Kusanagi sword, he was determined to maximize its power in whatever form he could currently achieve. The Kusanagi sword was known for its formidable psychic energy conduction, making it imperative to infuse transformed psychic energy into the blade. Long Feiyu's psychic energy attributes included 3 elements: fire, wind, and lightning. While fire served merely to burn, lightning offered advantages such as penetration, paralysis, and conduction, whereas wind embodied tearing, cutting, speed, and agility. Weighing these factors, Long Feiyu resolved to infuse the wind attribute psychic energy into the Kusanagi sword. However, prior to this, he needed to undergo specialized training to amplify its power, with slicing through leaves being merely the initial step. Thinner and sharper. He repeated this mantra as he controlled the psychic energy, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead from the strain of concentration. Perhaps due to his adept use of wind attribute techniques, he had acquired some experience. Suddenly, a subtle sensation coursed through his hands as he spread them apart to reveal the leaf in his palms. To his astonishment, an irregular incision extended from the edge of the leaf to its center, effectively splitting it in half. Witnessing the fruits of his labor, Long Feiyu felt a surge of encouragement within himself, and he once again brought his hands together in a gesture of focus. After a while, one of the shadow clones gently shook its hands, its expression suddenly becoming serious, and then it opened its hands to reveal a leaf that had been sliced in half. Long Feiyu also noticed the clone's actions, and, upon closer inspection, realized with a start that he was inferior even to a mere shadow clone. The cut on the green leaf at the center of the clone's palm was smooth and straight, devoid of any wrinkles, and although it had only been halved, the result was evidently superior to anything Long Feiyu had accomplished. Another shadow clone, not to be outdone, promptly followed suit by slicing through its own leaf. Finally, the last clone opened its eyes, smiled faintly, and with a grand gesture, 2 neatly cut leaf segments floated down. Goodness, is there any room left for me? Perhaps you should take my place as the main body. Chapter 25. The first level of Spirit Warrior in a dimly lit room, on the cold, unyielding floor. A youth clad in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt sat cross-legged, his eyes firmly shut, and his breath steady and prolonged. The aura emanating from him grew increasingly potent as he channeled his energy through the techniques he had mastered. The swirling vortex of spiritual energy that had gathered in the heavens gradually dissipated, signaling that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Suddenly, a faint luminescence pierced the silence, prompting the boy to open his tightly shut eyes. With the surge of spiritual energy, a presence far more formidable than before began to radiate from him. In the next moment, his body trembled slightly, and a gust of energy spread outward, stirring the objects around him. At that instant, he appeared to emanate a radiant glow, and his handsome visage seemed even more pristine. Long Feiling lay sprawled on the ground, arms outstretched in a star-like formation, as his consciousness delved into the sea of spirits. Within the realm of his spiritual sea, a vortex of spiritual energy, slightly larger than a fist, spun rapidly. I have finally succeeded in opening my spiritual sea. It has been utterly exhausting, Long Feiling thought, gazing up at the ceiling. He inhaled deeply, and his expression relaxed, for diligence had borne fruit. After several days of dedicated practice, he had achieved his breakthrough. What awaits me in the outside world? How thrilling! I have yet to witness it, he mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he lay on the floor, conversing with himself. After a brief moment, he rose to his feet, tidied the remnants of his endeavor, and stepped outside. What on earth is happening here? He exclaimed, bewildered, as he beheld 4 identical figures that mirrored his own appearance in the courtyard. Good heavens, what has transpired in this world? I feel as though I have only practiced for a few days, yet it seems the world has been utterly transformed. As Long Feiling stepped through the door, he was immediately met by the sight of 4 indistinguishable brothers in the yard. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he looked again, only to be met with the same astonishing sight. He widened his gaze and gaped in astonishment, stammering incoherently. Hello, Feiling. I presume you have broken through to the Spirit Warrior level. Long Feiyu, one of the identical figures, greeted him with a playful smirk, and the others closed in, encircling him. Long Failing stood frozen, his mind struggling to comprehend the sight of four identical brothers approaching him. As they surrounded him, he raised his hands and slapped his cheeks, murmuring, "This must be a dream. Yes, it certainly is a dream." Long Feiyu, witnessing this scene, burst into uncontrollable laughter. He signaled to his shadow clones, indicating they should continue their training. As the shadow clones receded, Long Feiyu grasped his younger brother's hands and playfully gave him a light tap on the head. "This is my newly developed spiritual technique, Shadow Clone. It's yours now." Their fingers made contact at his forehead, and the information regarding the Shadow Clone technique flowed into Long Failing's mind. He shivered slightly, touching his head and smiling sheepishly. "Ah, so that's how it is," he realized, utterly unfazed, for in his eyes, there was nothing his brother could not achieve. "Now that we have both entered the realm of spirit warriors, we should prepare to set off in a couple of days. Father is already arranging supplies, and soon he will inform grandfather and the others," Long Feiyu remarked, smiling at his brother. "Therefore, before we embark on our journey, let us enhance our abilities as much as possible. You should master this spiritual technique first." After speaking, he retrieved a sheathed longsword from his storage space and handed it to Long Feiling. This was the second Kusanagi sword exchanged from the system. "Thank you, brother," Long Feiling said joyfully as he accepted the sword, then gleefully ran to the side to practice with it. Meanwhile, Long Feiyu continued his training in the transformation of wind attribute spiritual energy. After several days of diligent practice, he could effortlessly slice through leaves. And now he could also cut through sturdier materials like wood with the aid of his spiritual energy. Were it not for the shadow clones, he would never have attained such proficiency so swiftly. Long Feiyu opened his palm to reveal two pieces of wood, neatly severed in half, and inspected the smooth, even cut. He nodded in satisfaction, realizing that the hard work over the past 2 days had not been in vain, and he had a commendable control over his spiritual energy. He felt ready to progress to the next stage of training. The 3 shadow clones discarded their own halves of wood and began to circulate their techniques to recover their spiritual energy. Once Long Feiyu had replenished some spiritual energy, he dispelled the shadow clones, and an immediate rush of energy surged within him, accompanied by a wave of fatigue. Shaking his heavy head, he lay down on the ground, arms stretched above him, tilting his head to observe the puffs of white smoke rising nearby. After a moment of watching as the fatigue slightly waned, he sprang to his feet and headed toward the back mountain. "Continue practicing at your own pace. I'll head to the back mountain," he called out. In the woods of the back mountain, a figure descended. It was Long Feiyu. With a loud thud, 3 wisps of white smoke dispersed, revealing 4 identical figures standing in the forest. "Let us begin," Long Feiyu said as he touched his storage ring, causing a pile of shurikens to appear on the ground. He picked one up and saw that the diamond-shaped blade gleamed with a chilling light, the black surface reflecting the sunlight and illuminating his face. He channeled his wind attribute's spiritual energy into it, enhancing its properties. An invisible edge clung to the surface of the shuriken. With a vigorous flick, he hurled the shuriken toward the tree trunk, where it embedded itself deeply, with the handle protruding and a small circle of splintered bark exploding outward. Observing the mark he had created, he stroked his chin in contemplation. The shuriken, thrown with all his might and infused with attribute transformation, penetrated several times deeper than before, affirming that his theory was correct. However, this was not his limit. Firstly, the surrounding damage should not have been so extensive. This was due to a lack of control over his spiritual energy. Secondly, his mastery of property transformation was still insufficient. More practice was required. He needed to maintain a calm mind and refine the transformation of his spiritual energy, making it thinner and sharper. He picked up another shuriken, its chilling light glinting, and silently chanted as he infused it with spiritual energy. Unlike before, this time the energy on the surface of the shuriken was more delicate and solid, the sharp point extending to form a faint, transparent wind blade. With a crisp sound, a wound appeared on the tree trunk, clearly indicating the effectiveness of his technique. Long Feiyu approached to examine it closely. The marks around the wound had noticeably shrunk, and the entire shuriken had embedded itself within the tree but had not penetrated through. Indeed, this method is correct and feasible, he murmured as he returned to his original position. He once again picked up a shuriken and infused it with spiritual energy. The shadow clones beside me each hurled black shurikens imbued with a translucent brilliance, creating a symphony of sharp objects piercing through wood. As time elapsed, my spiritual energy was repeatedly expended and replenished. The shadow clones were summoned and dispelled in succession, and a wave of fatigue washed over me once more. leaving my arms increasingly sore and weighted down. Crack, clink. Two distinct sounds resonated as the trunk of a tree bore the marks of shattered stones behind it, and an item gleaming with a chilling light lodged itself above. Chapter 26: Departure with a gentle release of the shadow clone technique. The weary body collapsed onto the soft grass, the youthful visage of the boy breaking into a smile that gradually widened. At last, he had mastered the intricacies of the wind attribute, allowing him to manifest the initial prowess of the Kusanagi sword. Dragon Feiyu glanced at the sky, where the blazing sun had taken its final bow, ushering in the night. He rose slowly, stretching his fatigued body and sore arms. Drawing the Kusanagi sword from his storage space, he unsheathed it gently, the blade shimmering faintly as it caught the light, emanating a subtle chill. Infusing the Kusanagi sword with his wind attribute energy, a crisp sound of the blade resonated in the air, revealing a thin, invisible edge extending to the tip. He raised the sword and swung it, feeling its weight significantly diminish, the blade carving a delicate arc as if it were tearing through the very fabric of the air. Impossibly light. Let us test its might. Dragon Feiyu focused entirely on channeling the wind attribute to its utmost potential, the sword's tip extending into an intangible blade of wind. Approaching a towering tree, he delivered a measured strike. An explosive sound followed as the tree toppled, the cut smooth and even, with no sensation of resistance. Next, he moved to a rocky surface behind the tree, observing several fissures, with a black shuriken embedded above. Raising both hands overhead, he swung the sword down with all his might, seamlessly withdrawing it afterward. The massive rock was now cleaved in two. As Dragon Feiyu dissipated his energy and gazed at the Kusanagi sword in his hand, he felt as if he had merely sliced through vegetables, encountering only slight resistance in the latter half of his strike. What remarkable cutting power! He sheathed the sword, returning it to his storage space, and made his way down the mountain towards home. Upon entering the door, he was greeted by two wisps of white smoke dissipating slowly, revealing three identical figures in the courtyard. It worked. I finally succeeded. Truly, I am remarkable, Dragon Failing exclaimed, bouncing around in excitement as he looked at his two identical clones, who regarded him with an expression reminiscent of observing an oddity. What is this? Why are you looking at me like that? Is it really appropriate? You two are my shadow clones. Dragon Failing, noticing the peculiar gazes of his clones, retorted angrily. Huh. Is the original always like this? Seems a bit foolish. Don't ask me. I am just like you, utterly clueless. Ah, you too. Dragon Failing rolled his eyes in exasperation, promptly dispelling the shadow clones. Meanwhile, Dragon Feiyu chuckled heartily as he walked inside. Brother, you are laughing at me too, Dragon Failing said with resignation, noticing his brother's mirth. At that moment, a deep voice called out, You too, come with me to have dinner with Grandpa. Dragon Xiao suddenly appeared at the entrance, beckoning towards them. In the past 2 days, Dragon Xiao had successfully learned the shadow clone technique and had dispatched one clone to procure supplies necessary for their journey. Due to the prolonged duration of this outing, it is unlikely that I will return home unless absolutely necessary, and after this separation, it may be years before we meet again. Thus, Long Zhao's true form is headed to Long Zhen's residence to formally bid farewell to his father. Today, the father and son sat in the courtyard, conversing for quite some time and sharing their innermost feelings. Ultimately, Long Zhen organized this family banquet to send off Long Xiao and his two sons. Upon hearing their father's words, the two brothers exhibited no surprise. It appeared that their departure was imminent. With this thought, they immediately followed in Long Zhao's footsteps. Upon their arrival, Long Zhen and his wife, along with Long Ding, Long Zhe, and their respective families, totaling 8 individuals, awaited them at the table. I apologize for being late. Let me punish myself with 3 cups, Long Xiao said with a smile as he led the two to their seats. He then raised his cup and poured the wine in one swift motion, downing 3 cups in quick succession, entering a pleasantly tipsy state. Third brother, your capacity for alcohol leaves much to be desired. You must practice more, Long Zhe remarked with a slight smile, observing his slightly inebriated younger brother. Oh, spare me. Third brother hasn't touched alcohol in ages, Long Ding chimed in. Haha, splendid. Let us indulge today, gentlemen. To drinking, Long Zhen proclaimed, tapping the table with his left hand before downing a cup of wine in one go. Long Ding and the others, inspired by this, promptly raised their cups and followed suit. As the fiery sensation of the alcohol coursed through their bodies, they turned their attention to the delectable dishes before them, devouring them voraciously. The wives looked on, chuckling as they supported their husbands in their drinking endeavors, while the younger generation had already begun their own battles. As the four fathers grew flushed and boisterous from drinking, the remaining guests had nearly finished their meals. At that moment, Long Ding's son, Long Xiang, took a sip of strong liquor, his face reddening as he gasped for breath, while glancing at Long Fei Yu and his sibling with a slight smile. Brothers, how have you progressed so rapidly in your cultivation? It's truly astounding. Long Xiang, who was born 5 years earlier than the other 3 and now 16, was permitted to drink, though moderation was expected. Clearly, he had disregarded his father's caution and was already intoxicated. Long Fei Yu swallowed a mouthful of food, gazing at his flushed elder brother, and said with a grin, "Not at all. It is all thanks to our father's teachings, and besides, your strength surpasses ours by far. Our abilities are simply not worthy of comparison." He waved his hand dismissively as he spoke. "Oh dear, my peak spiritualist cultivation truly pales in comparison. Having practiced for 5 years longer than you, perhaps by our next meeting, you will have surpassed me by leaps and bounds." Long Xiang finished his drink, his gaze hazy as he continued, "Make sure to diligently follow Uncle Long Xiao in your training. You will undoubtedly grow stronger." "Yes, elder brother. We will strive to do our best," Long Fei Yu affirmed, observing Long Xiang's increasing instability. Long Fei Ling, beside him, nodded vigorously with puffed cheeks. "Elder brother, you're about to topple over. Perhaps it's best to refrain from drinking any further," Long Ling Er advised, frowning adorably as she shook Long Xiang's shoulder. The latter simply slumped over the table, belching. "Fei Yu, your cultivation speed is astonishing. How about we discuss something? Perhaps you could take me along?" The young maiden smiled charmingly and playfully remarked, "Well, perhaps we should reconsider this." Long Fei Yu, startled, promptly declined. How could one possibly take this little princess out for training? Has everyone had their fill? "You may return to rest. My sons and I shall linger a while longer," came a slightly inebriated, deep voice. Long Zhen observed the mingling crowd and waved his hand dismissively. One by one, the guests returned to their respective homes. Long Xiang's mother supported him, chiding him as they walked. The brothers Long Fei Yu also made their way home, retiring to bed. Meanwhile, Long Zhen and his companion spent the entire night drinking and chatting at the table, only dispersing as dawn began to break. Upon Long Zhao's return home, he was greeted by the sight of 2 individuals awaiting him in the courtyard. "Have all the preparations been made?" he inquired. "Everything is ready. Let us set forth." Chapter 27. The Spirit Beast Mountain Range. The Spirit Beast Mountain Range sprawls majestically across the northern Xin domain, resembling a colossal dragon coiled upon the land, its vastness seemingly infinite. This awe-inspiring mountain range stretches endlessly, with intricate branches intertwining like an immense web, firmly connecting the entire Xin domain. If one were to liken the northern Xin domain to the body of a giant, then the Spirit Beast Mountain Range undoubtedly serves as the very skeleton that supports this giant. In theory, should one possess the audacity to traverse the entire mountain range, they could journey through the vast expanse of the northern Xin domain. However, such aspirations remain mere fantasies, as few dare to undertake this perilous endeavor. The rationale is simple. The Spirit Beast Mountain Range harbors countless lethal dangers. Within this realm brimming with the unknown and challenges, the terrain of the Spirit Beast Mountain Range is exceedingly complex, fraught with peril. The mountains are riddled with various traps, and a moment's carelessness may lead to a fatal demise. Moreover, they conceal an abundance of precious resources. Yet, alongside these invaluable treasures lurk formidable and savage spirit beasts. Furthermore, countless opportunities and relics left by predecessors lie hidden within these woods. A saying circulates throughout the continent: should one find themselves tumbling down a cliff into unknown territory, do not despair. Instead, venture forth in exploration, for you may rise to become a powerful being, soaring to great heights. Due to the unique resources of the Spirit Beast Mountain Range, an entire economic chain has gradually developed, becoming a crucial economic pillar in many areas. Living off the mountains, they trade in spiritual herbs, spirit beasts, and rare materials, reaping considerable profits. Those who engage in such endeavors traverse the mountains, dancing with beasts, leading a life on the razor's edge known as beast hunters or mercenaries. In essence, the Spirit Beast Mountain Range is vast and fraught with danger, where fortune and peril coexist. This duality attracts many cultivators seeking to hone their skills. However, to emerge as a strong individual in this land, one must possess strength, opportunity, luck, and more. Each element is indispensable. Under the scorching sun, the relentless heat parches the ground, causing it to crack, while the air is thick with arid warmth. Travelers sweat profusely, cursing the oppressive heat. On the broad path, 3 figures walk side by side. 2 shorter individuals carry sheathed longswords slung across their backs, while a tall middle-aged man shows no signs of perspiration. Let us take a moment to rest, Dragon Xiao suggests, leading the two towards the shade of a tree. Plopping down onto the soft grass, the two immediately follow suit, leaning against the trunk, wiping beads of sweat from their brows, and retrieving cups from their storage rings to quench their thirst. The refreshing water flows down their parched throats, akin to a long-awaited rainfall after a drought, allowing them to exhale in relief. Father, are we not heading to the Spirit Beast mountain range? Wouldn't it be quicker to enter directly from Ainshire Town? Long Feiyu leans against the tree, tilting his head as he speaks. Having been on the road for 3 days since departing from Ainshire Town, the trials of their journey and the relentless weather have dulled the initial excitement in the young boy's heart, leaving a faint sense of impatience lingering in both their minds. They are destined for the Spirit Beast Mountains, yet the location here differs from that of Ainshire Town. Their ultimate goal requires them to traverse through here to reach the Fire Flame Gorge. Long Xiao looked at the two with a smile and said, "What's the matter? Are you growing impatient already? Can you not endure any longer? How could that be? We shall certainly persevere. This is merely the beginning." Long Failing, hearing his father's teasing words, responded with dissatisfaction. "Crossing the Spirit Beast Mountains? Did I hear incorrectly?" Long Feiyu grinned. "With our current abilities, we can barely handle a slightly stronger first-tier Spirit Beast. At most, we can only wander around the outskirts. Crossing through seems rather implausible." Long Xiao nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed. But only by placing oneself in peril can one truly unleash their potential." He then changed his tone. "Besides, with me around, do you think I would allow Spirit Beasts to carry you away?" Sighing, he added, "Alas, the arduous life of cultivation is about to commence. It seems we will be spending quite some time in the Spirit Beast Mountains." Long Feiyu patted his brother's shoulder and smiled wryly. "Fear not, even if we struggle, we still have our father." Long Failing reassured his brother with a smile. "But don't celebrate too soon. If you two are not in life-threatening situations, I will not intervene lightly." Long Xiao suddenly poured a bucket of cold water on their enthusiasm. "I plan for you to cultivate in the Spirit Beast Mountains for 2 years before proceeding to the Fire Flame Gorge." The two silently repeated the name of the Fire Flame Gorge, pondering what peculiar aspects it might hold. "You have yet to properly grasp the Xuanji force I have taught you. At this rate, either of you would likely falter against a slightly stronger first-tier Spirit Beast." After mentioning their destination, Long Xiao began to point out their deficiencies in spirit techniques. Upon hearing their father's critique, the brothers immediately sat up straight, attentive. The term Xuanji force emphasizes the final word, force. It involves converting spiritual energy into force during an attack, rapidly infusing it into the target's body to detonate, causing simultaneous internal and external damage to the opponent, resulting in dual harm. This technique demands speed, precision, and ferocity. It is a genuine killing skill. Long Xiao continued. "Your methods of application contain significant flaws. While you manage external strikes adequately, the issues lie in the conversion, infusion, and detonation of force. A mature Xuanji force can rival even Earth-tier spirit techniques in terms of lethality. However, if the infusion and detonation of force are too slow or feeble, it can easily be dissipated by the opponent. Your greatest flaw is your slowness. Imagine facing a formidable adversary while your force is effortlessly neutralized due to your sluggishness. Can such a Xuanji force still be deemed Earth-tier?" Listening to Long Xiao's guidance, the brothers contemplated silently. Apart from their encounters with their father and brother, Long Failing had yet to utilize this spirit technique in battle, feeling that he always infused recklessly first, then detonated, resulting in his force being entirely dissipated. Long Feiyu was contemplating the bandit he had vanquished with a single blow. Had he not been caught off guard and had his spiritual energy not been significantly depleted, the outcome of that encounter might have resulted in mutual destruction. He vividly recalled that as his fist descended, his protective spiritual energy was disrupted, which allowed the force to detonate with greater efficacy. Even so, his arm throbbed with pain. It became evident that he had yet to master the true essence of the Xuanji technique. Meanwhile, both were lost in their thoughts. Long Xiao clapped his hands and rose, stating, "It is good that you understand. Mastery and skill require the refinement of time. It is not something that can be achieved overnight. Come, we must be on our way." Chapter 28. Joining the team as the day gradually dimmed, the three finally arrived at a small town near the Spirit Beast mountain range. This town, known as Linshan Town, was bustling with shops selling spiritual herbs, weapons, and various other goods, largely due to its proximity to the mountains. Here, one could find numerous mercenaries who spent their days hunting spirit beasts, discussing with unabashed enthusiasm the beauty of the local women, the ferocity of the beasts, and the potency of the local spirits. As the trio treaded along the stone-paved streets, the townsfolk regarded them with little surprise. It was evident at a glance that they were likely young masters from a modest family, out seeking experience. For many cultivators ventured into the Spirit Beast mountain range for training. After wandering through the town and grabbing a quick bite, Long Shao observed the darkening sky and led his companions down a street to find a modest inn, where they secured a room for the night. One by one, they washed up and settled cross-legged on their beds, and to their astonishment, several wisps of white smoke materialized in unison. The father and his two sons simultaneously employed their shadow clones, resulting in 4 Long Shaos, 4 Long Feiyus, and 3 Long Failings seated in meditation. With a casual wave, Long Shao cast a barrier to shield the room from any prying energies, then produced 200 mid-grade spirit stones. With that, all the shadow clones and their original selves began their cultivation. Shortly thereafter, Long Feiyu and Long Failing also retrieved a collection of low-grade spirit stones. As Long Failing's 2 shadow clones absorbed spiritual energy, his original self practiced the soul cultivation method from the Soul Fusion Secret Tome. Meanwhile, Long Feiyu sat by the window, bathed in moonlight, engaging in the cultivation of the soul chapter, while his 3 shadow clones focused on harnessing spiritual energy. As time slipped away in the quiet of the night, the dawn broke bright and clear, prompting all 3 to open their eyes. After a night of cultivation, fatigue melted away, replaced by an invigorating surge of vitality. With a resounding bang, the shadow clones dissipated, and an immense wave of spiritual energy flowed into their bodies. They quickly learned to harness the powerful energy coursing within. Before long, Long Shao and Long Failing stood up, observing Long Feiyu, who was still immersed in his cultivation. Sensing the chaotic energy within him, Long Shao remarked, he is on the verge of a breakthrough. Soon after, Long Feiyu's aura began to ascend, and as he breathed deeply, the surrounding spiritual energy rushed into him eagerly. After a few minutes of this influx, Long Feiyu's eyes snapped open, a glimmer of brilliance shining within his dark irises. He rose to stretch his body, exhaling deeply, and turned to his companions with a radiant smile. I've broken through to the 3rd level of Spirit Master. Indeed, the Shadow Clone technique proved to be an extraordinary shortcut, significantly accelerating his cultivation speed. Long Feiyu savored the newfound spiritual energy within him, acknowledging that this breakthrough had greatly enhanced his strength. As they prepared to enter the Spirit Beast mountain range, it was essential to bolster their power to mitigate the trials ahead. All right, it's time for us to venture into the Spirit Beast mountain range, Long Shao declared as the trio completed their morning routines. He waved his hand, opened the door, and stepped outside. Long Failing, with a smile adorning her face, wrapped her arms around her brother's neck, closely following in her father's footsteps. The Spirit Beast mountain range was fraught with peril, each step laden with trepidation. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fatal demise. Typically, only the most skilled and audacious mercenaries dared to venture into its depths alone, while the majority opted to form teams for safety. However, given the current capabilities of the 2 siblings, when combining their strengths, they might barely manage to confront a formidable first-tier spirit beast. Yet, should fortune not favor them, and they encounter a second-tier spirit beast, even with the use of the Kusanagi sword, they would likely find themselves outmatched. Before their departure, Long Shao made it abundantly clear that unless an extraordinarily dire situation arose, he would not readily lend his aid. In other words, he would only intervene if the 2 siblings found themselves in an utterly desperate predicament, where their lives hung in the balance. This placed a tremendous burden upon them. Faced with such circumstances, the siblings could only accept their fate with resigned smiles. Well aware that their father feared that under his protection, they might lose their vigilance towards impending dangers, a fledgling eagle, sheltered beneath its mother's wings, could never truly soar through the skies. Only by confronting adversity could it unleash its potential and ultimately soar high above. Thus, after careful consideration, Long Shao resolved to seek a mercenary group to accompany into the mountains, intending to part ways later to find a suitable training ground. This choice offered 2 notable advantages. Firstly, traveling with a group would allow for safer encounters with spirit beasts, thus accumulating valuable combat experience. Secondly, mercenary groups were generally well acquainted with the periphery of the Spirit Beast mountain range, typically choosing safer areas for entry, barring certain specific missions. Overall, this approach would facilitate the brothers' growth. The trio proceeded along the stone-paved path, casually resolving their breakfast at the roadside, until they reached the far end of the small town, which marked the entrance to the Spirit Beast mountain range. At the town's edge, a considerable number of mercenaries had gathered, engaged in lively discussions and calls for team formations. Mercenaries in this town could be broadly categorized into three types: lone wolves, temporary teams, and fixed groups. The first category consisted of bold and skilled individuals who preferred to operate alone. The second encompassed ad hoc teams that disbanded after completing a single task, lacking the camaraderie and trust characteristic of established teams. The calls echoing in this area belonged to the latter category. The third type comprised well-organized teams, where each member had defined roles, with varying numbers. Within the town of Linshan, two of the strongest teams existed, each comprising just over 100 members, all possessing strength no less than that of spirit warriors. The leaders of these two premier mercenary groups had attained the realm of spirit masters. Long Xiao chose not to lead his siblings directly into any mercenary group, but instead observed closely which team appeared more reliable, given the myriad dangers of the Spirit Beast mountain range. Just as Long Xiao was deliberating on a mercenary group, a robust shout resonated from behind. The physicians from the Huichun Pavilion are entering the outskirts of the mountains to gather spirit herbs. There are only 30 spots available, and participants must be at least at the first level of spirit warrior. Those wishing to register should hurry. Upon hearing this call, Long Xiao immediately turned and ran towards the source, knowing that this was the mercenary group he had been seeking, with his siblings following closely behind. As a multitude of individuals ventured into the periphery, it was evident that the number of attacking spirit beasts would be scarce. By merely locating a secluded and secure place for cultivation within the mountains, one could easily detach from the group. The brothers quickened their pace at this thought. Simultaneously, as Long Xiao and his companions made their move, the surrounding mercenaries hastily converged towards the brawny man who had just shouted. A large throng was entering together, and given the circumstances, as long as luck was not exceedingly unfavorable, they could almost certainly emerge unscathed and obtain their commission. Who would not be tempted by such prospects? We three shall join, Long Xiao proclaimed, standing before the imposing figure, dust swirling about his feet as he raised his right hand and spoke loudly. Chapter 29. Entering the periphery in the vast expanse of the forest, towering trees intertwined their branches and leaves, creating a canopy that shielded the radiant sunlight and warmth from the sky, leaving behind large patches of dense shade. Under the sun's gentle illumination, the earthy aroma of the soil and foliage wafted through the air. Occasionally, the calls of birds echoed within the woods, lending an air of quietude. On the forest floor, a large troop advanced quietly, their steady gazes sweeping across the surrounding trees, particularly scrutinizing the more concealed spots. Gripping their weapons tightly, they remained ever ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. For these seasoned veterans who roamed the Spirit Beast mountain range, maintaining vigilance was a fundamental trait of a competent mercenary. After all, no one could predict when a ferocious spirit beast might leap from a shadowy corner, posing a threat to the team. Long Feiyu wiped the fine sheen of sweat from his brow, a result of their hurried march, and glanced back at the medicinal team from the Rejuvenation Pavilion, which was being meticulously guarded by mercenaries. His gaze then settled on several young women clad in white dresses, who were encircled by the others. At that moment, the women slightly bent forward, wiping the beads of perspiration from their foreheads. Their delicate features, combined with their slightly breathless demeanor, painted a picturesque scene that caught the attention of those around them. Indeed, some of the girls from the Rejuvenation Pavilion possessed quite remarkable qualities. Long Feiyu mused quietly to himself. Just as everyone's attention lingered, a handsome young man emerged from the side, engaging in conversation with the women. After a brief exchange, the young ladies smiled and shook their heads, continuing on their way. A rejected advance. Long Feiyu chuckled with a hint of malicious amusement at the sight. The young man, unperturbed by the rejection, offered a faint smile and called out to the nearby mercenaries, members of the brave mercenary group, "Stay alert. We are now at the outskirts of the mountains." "Yes, sir," came the unified response from dozens of burly men, drawing the attention of those nearby, including the previously mentioned young women, who turned to glance back. The young man was evidently pleased with this reaction, hastening to catch up with the ladies, continuing to smile and engage them in conversation. What a nuisance. That scoundrel is once again trying to charm the young maidens, preying on innocent beauties. If it weren't for his father being the leader of the brave mercenary group, would he be so audacious? Exactly. He simply relies on his father's influence. Humph. This guy has no idea how many beauties he has already pursued. His notorious reputation has spread throughout our mercenary circle. Does he think he can win a fair maiden's heart this way? The young mercenaries surrounding Long Feiyu whispered discontentedly as they observed the young man conversing with the women. The brave mercenary group? Long Feiyu scanned the young man and the burly men's attire, finally resting his gaze upon the belt at their waists. The buckle bore the insignia of a helmet, suggesting that these individuals belonged to one of the two most powerful mercenary factions in Linshan Town. It appeared that the primary protective mercenaries hired by the Rejuvenation Pavilion's medicinal team were from the brave mercenary group, while the other scattered recruits were comparatively weaker. As time progressed, the team gradually ventured deeper into the periphery of the Spirit Beast Mountains, beginning to discern traces left by the ethereal creatures. At this moment, the mercenaries were all on high alert, wary of a sudden assault by the spirit beasts. "Caution! We are under attack!" A loud cry rang out, drawing everyone's attention. From their vantage point, they beheld several first-tier spirit beasts, the green venom serpents, launching a surprise attack from the trees, sinking their fangs into one mercenary's back and swiftly injecting venom into his system. Instantly, the bitten mercenary felt a numbing sensation coursing through his body, causing him to collapse. The green venom serpent, a first-tier spirit beast, was equivalent to a spirit master in strength and belonged to the wood attribute. Its venomous bite released a neurotoxin that incapacitated the victim, rendering their limbs immobile. If the toxin remained untreated for over an hour, it could prove fatal. In the absence of appropriate antidotes, one could channel their spiritual energy to impede the venom's infiltration, thereby prolonging their survival. Those of formidable strength could even expel the serpent's poison directly. Long Shao cast a glance toward the afflicted mercenary before turning to his companions. The mercenaries, faced with this unexpected assault, swiftly concentrated their firepower to eliminate the several first-tier spirit beasts. After a thorough examination of their bodies, they procured 2 thumb-sized, pale green spirit crystals, tinged with traces of blood. These spirit crystals, also known as spirit cores, were concentrated masses of energy within spirit beasts, containing formidable and volatile power, making them exceedingly valuable. Although they could not be directly absorbed, they served numerous purposes. For instance, they were a primary material for alchemists in the formulation of various elixirs. Once combined with other medicinal ingredients and refined by skilled practitioners, they could transform into highly sought-after potions among cultivators. Furthermore, spirit crystals could be embedded into weapons and armor, and those imbued using special techniques would not only experience significant enhancements, but also facilitate easier utilization, even augmenting spiritual energy. The multitude of applications and benefits rendered spirit cores a coveted commodity on the Divine Wind continent, where they would be swiftly purchased at high prices upon entering the market. Due to their exorbitant cost, scarcity, and high demand, numerous mercenaries emerged, eager to hunt spirit beasts, yet the acquisition of spirit crystals proved to be a formidable challenge. Firstly, spirit cores could only be obtained through the hunting of spirit beasts, whose formidable physiques and fierce natures, coupled with their powerful and volatile spiritual energies, often surpass those of human cultivators of the same tier, complicating the hunting process. Secondly, not all spirit beasts possess the ability to condense spirit cores. Typically, only those of the 3rd tier and above could guarantee the presence of a spirit crystal, while those below the 3rd tier were largely left to chance. It was common for a mercenary group to laboriously wear down a spirit beast, only to find themselves empty-handed without a spirit core. Therefore, the acquisition of 2 spirit crystals from a handful of first-tier spirit beasts was indeed a delightful surprise. The mercenary who had been bitten was promptly carried to the rear by 2 companions, entrusted to the physicians of the Revival Pavilion for detoxification. Following the attack of the green venom serpents, the group became increasingly vigilant, adopting more cautious movements and maintaining heightened mental alertness. However, in such a place, mere caution cannot ensure one's safety. Just after the team traversed a mountain ridge, an unexpected upheaval occurred. Spirit beasts launched a series of assaults, but fortunately, the sheer number of the team allowed them to repel the attacks through concentrated fire. Nevertheless, numerous mercenaries fell victim to the sharp claws of the beasts, sustaining grievous wounds. After several encounters with the spirit beasts, Long Feiyu and his companion naturally joined the fray. A first-tier shadow wolf charged toward the trio, prompting Long Shao to gradually withdraw. Leaving the battlefield to the 2 others, his voice resonating softly, "This is your prey." Chapter 30. The Battle Fei Ling. I shall take the lead, while you remain in reserve. Long Fei Ling glanced at Long Shao beside him, then shifted his gaze to the approaching spectral wolf, which was charging toward him with fervor. He inhaled deeply, retreating a short distance, his legs slightly bent as he adopted a crouching posture, his eyes transforming into a crimson hue. Gripping the hilt of the Kusanagi sword fastened at his waist, he resembled a poised tiger, ready to unleash his latent ferocity at any moment. Long Fei-yu drew the Kusanagi sword from its sheath on his back, his left hand firmly clutching the scabbard. A flicker of crimson glimmered in his open eyes, and three small, tadpole-like black dots materialized. At that moment, in Long Fei-yu's perception, the frenzied charge of the demon wolf appeared to slow to a crawl. No. To be precise, it felt as though the entire world had decelerated. Everything became vividly discernible, the wolf's movements, its breath, even the way its fur swayed. All lay bare before Long Fei-yu's keen eyes. I can see it. I can perceive its motions. Long Fei-yu inhaled deeply and murmured, "Come forth, beast." In the next instant, the spectral wolf surged forward like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, pouncing upon Long Fei-yu with the ferocity of a ravenous tiger. However, this seemingly perilous scene unfolded in slow motion within Long Fei-yu's perspective. He swiftly bent his body, arching his back and placing his hands on the ground, deftly evading the wolf's lethal assault. Long Fei-yu's movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any stiffness. He spun around with remarkable agility, standing upright in the blink of an eye. The wolf, momentarily perplexed, found itself confronted by a delectable prey mere inches away, and its bloodthirsty instincts compelled it to launch another attack without hesitation. The spectral wolf opened its gaping maw, its sharp fangs glinting ominously, as it hurtled toward him like a speeding projectile. Long Fei-yu inhaled again, the spiritual energy within him surging forth like an unstoppable tide, instantly saturating his entire being. He raised the Kusanagi sword in his left hand to deflect the attack, while his right hand quietly concentrated a dense essence of spiritual energy. In an instant, the wolf's forelimbs collided forcefully with the scabbard, producing a sharp, resonant sound as its fangs met the sword's sheath. Long Fei-yu's body swayed slightly from the impact. The force was immense, and had he not adeptly angled his defense to dissipate some of that power, he would undoubtedly have been toppled by the ferocious creature. Xuanji power. Long Fei-yu unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the wolf's abdomen, a strike he had meticulously prepared, awaiting the moment when the wolf's old strength waned and new strength had yet to arise. The wolf, acutely aware of the impending threat of death, trembled with trepidation. A primal instinct for survival ignited within it, unleashing extraordinary strength as it fought desperately to alter its fate. Now precariously balanced on its hind legs, with an extraordinary display of agility, it twisted its body with all its might. Yet, despite its valiant effort, it was far too late. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the ethereal wolf's abdomen collided with a fist imbued with potent spiritual energy. The overwhelming force sent it tumbling, a surge of fierce energy coursing through its body, eliciting a piercing howl of anguish. Indeed, as the saying goes, with a head of bronze and bones of iron, yet a waist of tofu. For such spiritual beasts, their midsection is their most vulnerable point, and this strike rendered it incapacitated. But the ordeal was not yet over. Explode. With a thunderous command from Long Fei-yu, the energy that had been previously infused erupted violently. Before the wolf could fully descend, a muffled sound echoed as a gaping wound, the size of a bowl, appeared on its belly. The ethereal wolf collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, its eyes gradually losing their luster as the internal organs were obliterated by the explosive energy. It could scarcely comprehend that the prey it once regarded as a target, Long Fei-yu, had transformed into the grim reaper of its very existence. Killing a first-tier spiritual beast grants 10 energy points. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Only 10 points? Alas, it matters not. I never intended to amass wealth through such means. Henceforth, such notifications are unnecessary. Long Fei-yu mused silently. Apologies, failing. I managed it on my own. He adjusted his breath and turned to Long Failing with a smile. I thought I could showcase my skills. Indeed, avoiding direct confrontation, deflecting force, and striking with precision, swift, accurate, and lethal. The clarity of his battle mindset and the decisiveness of his movements were commendable. Dragon Shao nodded in satisfaction, continuing to rapidly inject explosive energy in midair and detonate it before the adversary lands, balancing power and speed. This level of mastery in the Xuanji technique is nearing completion. Long Fei-yu smiled and nodded, then approached the lifeless form of the ethereal wolf. Drawing forth the Kusanagi sword, he executed several precise strikes, shattering the creature's hardened skull like a blooming flower. For such spiritual beasts, their spiritual crystals are typically located in the head. Long Fei-yu extended his hand within, rummaging until he retrieved a thumb-sized white crystal tinged with a faint hue of blue. Freshly extracted from the corpse, the crystal still bore traces of blood and warmth. Ah, the spiritual crystal. It seems fortune favors me today, he mused. Savoring the tempestuo, only with sufficiently formidable strength can one earn the respect of others. This is the simplest of principles. As Long Feiyu listened to the praises surrounding him, he remained modest, merely waving his hand and offering a gentle smile before returning to Long Zhao's side. As the group ventured deeper, following several assaults from spirit beasts, the two of them joined forces with the surrounding mercenaries to confront these creatures on multiple occasions. Among these encounters, one first-tier spirit beast, the rock serpent, clad in a tough rocky armor, was cleaved in two by Long Feiling's blade. From that moment onward, admiration for these two remarkably youthful individuals swelled among the crowd. However, all that transpired along the journey was keenly observed by a handsome young man at the center of the group, who licked his lips and cast a meaningful glance at the trio of differing heights. Chapter 31. The Temptation. As the spectral wolf lunged toward Long Feiyu, Lin Ming had already taken note of him, not merely at that moment, but since the trio had embarked on their ascent. The striking combination of one adult and two youths was undeniably conspicuous, particularly amidst the throngs of cultivators drawn to the Spirit Beast Mountain range for training. Lin Ming surmised that Long Feiyu was merely a junior from a prominent family, accompanied by a middle-aged guardian. With a single strike, the spectral wolf of equal standing was dispatched, indicative that his cultivation techniques and skills must be at least of the profound tier, an echelon he himself found insufficient. The aura emanating from the man was evidently weaker than his own, yet, armed with profound-level techniques and skills, he was able to vanquish formidable foes. Furthermore, the long sword that effortlessly shattered the resilient skull of the spirit beast spoke volumes. These elements stirred a sense of greed within Lin Ming, yet simultaneously instilled a profound wariness. "Master, shall we take action?" inquired a burly man with a menacing visage, his voice a low, gravelly murmur, as he raised a hand in a gesture reminiscent of slitting a throat. His rugged features, complemented by a prominent scar running from shoulder to forearm, inspired trepidation. Slinging a black hammer across his back, it gleamed with a blinding light under the sun's rays. This man was the second in command of the Brave Warriors mercenary group, accompanying Lin Ming into the Spirit Beast Mountain range. The moniker Scar was earned due to a grievous injury sustained in his early encounters with spirit beasts. Scar, with your dual-tier spirit master prowess, you would likely find it challenging to overcome that guardian. As alluring as the treasures may be, one must remain alive to enjoy them. Lin Ming replied, turning to face him. That man in black indeed radiates an aura of danger. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming's gaze darkened. If even Scar, the second strongest of the brave warriors, sensed peril, then caution was imperative. "I shall venture forth to test their mettle," Lin Ming declared, clearly unwilling to forego the immense temptation before him. As dusk approached, the advancing group arrived at a clearing graced by a gentle stream, their pace gradually slowing. Here, they set up camp, having reached their intended destination. At that moment, the leader of the returning Spring Pavilion's pharmacists stepped lightly upon the soft earth. Donned in a flowing azure gown, she delicately raised her hand, wiping away the beads of sweat that adorned her porcelain wrist. Slightly tilting her head back, revealing her fair neck, she called out in a clear, resonant voice. Upon hearing her melodious call, the mercenaries, who had been progressing steadily, promptly sank onto the grass, taking a moment to rest before commencing their camp setup. Long Xiao retrieved camping tents and tools from his storage ring, leading the others to a secluded corner to begin erecting the tent. Meanwhile, Lin Ming's gaze remained fixed on the trio's position as he swiftly approached their vicinity. "Greetings, young brothers. I am Lin Ming from the Brave Mercenary Corps. I noticed your remarkable strength when you single-handedly took down that first-order ghost wolf. May I have the pleasure of becoming friends with you?" Lin Ming smiled gently, extending his right hand in a warm invitation. "I am Long Feiyu. You flatter me." Long Feiyu chuckled as he shook Lin Ming's hand briefly before letting go. Lin Ming then turned to Long Feiling beside him and continued. "Are you both interested in joining the Brave Mercenary Corps? We offer special treatment for talented individuals like yourselves. After all, the Spirit Beast Mountains are fraught with danger, and having a team to look out for one another is quite advantageous. I apologize, but my brother and I are accustomed to our freedom. Joining your esteemed mercenary corps might lead to unnecessary troubles, which would likely disappoint you, Master Lin Ming." Long Feiyu responded with a faint smile, shaking his head gently at Lin Ming's proposition. "No worries. The doors of the Brave Mercenary Corps are always open. Should you reconsider, you are welcome to join at any time. I shall not impose further." Lin Ming, upon hearing Long Feiyu's clear refusal, remained unperturbed and replied with a mild smile before turning to leave. This is troublesome. Their guard is quite formidable. If my father were here, he would fearlessly confront that guardian, and no matter how talented they might be, they would ultimately falter. Lin Ming's gaze darkened slightly as he clenched his teeth. Very well. Perhaps it is best not to complicate matters further, he thought to himself. Unable to gauge the depth of the middle-aged man, he decided to temporarily suppress his desires, especially since his primary purpose for this journey was not merely escorting. I hope that fellow does not deceive me, otherwise. Lin Ming pondered silently. As Long Shao set up the tent, he remarked, we have now entered a relatively safe area of the Spirit Beast Mountains. Let us rest tonight and begin our search for suitable cultivation grounds tomorrow. Furthermore, that individual earlier did not strike me as benign. There are hidden thoughts behind his facade, though he conceals them well. In future encounters, we must maintain a vigilant mindset. I understand, and I too sense something amiss. Long Feiyu stroked his chin in response. Long Failing appeared somewhat bewildered. Lin Ming seemed quite amiable, yet seeing his father and brother express such caution, he silently acquiesced. Once the camping tent was set up, Long Shao retrieved some hair and a collection of small, hard items resembling stones from his storage ring, addressing the two. While camping in the Spirit Beast Mountains, one must not light a fire. If a fire is lit, it must be extinguished before sleep, as flames may attract foraging spirit beasts. Additionally, these are high-level spirit beast hairs and dry droppings. Scatter these small items around our dwelling to create the illusion of high-level spirit beasts inhabiting the area. Lower-level spirit beasts will then avoid this region. You both should each take some and sprinkle them around this grassy expanse. With that, Long Shao stood up and walked towards a corner, occasionally tossing a few small stones and tufts of hair. The two, seeing this, divided the task evenly and proceeded to imitate his actions. Once their task was complete, the sky had fully descended into night. The surrounding mercenaries gradually entered their erected tents to rest. Clusters of mercenaries lingered outside the tent, clutching their provisions in one hand while a flask rested beside them. They tore and chewed on jerky, followed by generous swigs of strong liquor, engaging in spirited discussions about their journey, punctuated by bouts of hearty laughter. Perhaps due to their surroundings, their voices were not particularly loud. Long Shao returned to the tent's entrance, plopping down onto the soft grass, extracting his rations and water, swiftly attending to his evening meal. At that moment, Long Feiyu and his companion also arrived at the tent, mimicking Long Zhao's actions by alternating bites of food and sips of water. They hastily resolved to eat and rest, for an early departure awaited them the following day. Observing this, Long Shao swallowed his mouthful and spoke in a low voice. Chapter 32. The Cave on the following morning. As the eastern sky began to blush with the faint light of dawn, the grass and flowers on the ground were adorned with delicate droplets of dew, and the air was permeated with a sweet fragrance. Long Shao folded the tent and addressed his two sons. It is time. We must seek a suitable place for our training. Understood, father, they replied in unison. The morning earth was particularly soft, yielding slightly beneath their feet. Walking across the grass, the dew-soaked blades and petals brushed against their skin, offering a gentle chill. The oppressive heat of summer had not yet fully risen, making this refreshing morning the perfect time to travel. A suitable training location must meet several criteria. Firstly, it should be sufficiently remote, ideally devoid of human presence. Secondly, it must be concealed, not easily discovered by others. Lastly, and most importantly, it must be in proximity to a water source, for water is the essence of life. If they could locate a cave that satisfied all these conditions, it would be the ideal training ground. However, such places are rare, thus, they should first focus on areas with water sources, as the other conditions could be created. Long Shao paused briefly before continuing. The best way to find a water source is to observe the humidity in the air. Since we are near a small stream, and water flows downward, we need only follow the stream uphill to discover its origin. As for whether we can find a location that meets our requirements, we shall leave that to fate. Oh, one more thing. Your swords are too formidable. Unless you face a life-threatening situation, I do not permit you to wield them for practice. Allowing you to use the Kusanagi sword would render our journey to the Spirit Beast Mountain range rather pointless. With a shift in his tone, Long Shao retrieved two long swords from his storage ring and handed them to his sons. These were unsharpened swords, which they would use for combat henceforth. Long Failing reluctantly accepted the sword, grumbling slightly, yet he stowed the Kusanagi sword in his storage ring and secured the long sword at his waist. Long Feiyu, however, was not surprised by his father's request. After all, if they were to train, using the Kusanagi sword would eliminate any challenge. Thus, he too placed his Kusanagi sword in storage and positioned the long sword at his lower back. As the three of them hurried along, time slipped away swiftly, and soon the sun hung high in the sky. During their journey, they encountered two spirit beasts. At Long Failing's insistence, Long Feiyu refrained from intervening. In the struggle against the spirit beasts, even with all his efforts, Long Failing found himself in a rather disheveled state. Had it not been for the dynamic vision granted by his Sharingan, he might have faced a humiliating retreat. Fortunately, these two first-tier spirit beasts were relatively weak, and they ultimately succeeded in slaying both, a commendable feat for Long Failing, who was at the first level of spiritual mastery. Alas, they did not discover any beast cores. After two encounters with spirit beasts, Long Failing overcame his inner distractions, and a keen sharpness entered his gaze. At this moment, the three individuals traversed along a riverbank, the scorching sun mercilessly baking the earth, while waves of heat emanated from the evaporating water around them. Long Feiyu maneuvered through the thickets of trees, halting beneath a broad expanse of shade. He immediately crouched down, parting the blades of grass before him. Beside a cave ahead, a massive blue wolf lay sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. Adjacent to the blue wolf, in the crevice of the cave, a plant with green stems and leaves revealed two fist-sized white fruits, presenting itself before Long Feiyu. The surrounding area was saturated with rich spiritual energy, exuding a faint fragrance. This was the spirit-attracting white fruit. Long Shao glanced at the white fruit and remarked in a low voice, "What is the use of this?" Long Failing, scratching his head, asked in confusion. "It is a fourth-tier spiritual herb that accelerates cultivation, solidifies spiritual energy, and strengthens one's foundation. Such a thing is rare and invaluable for those at the spirit master level," Long Shao explained, observing the scenario for a moment before continuing. "However, this herb is guarded by a wind wolf that has just broken through to the second tier. It appears this wind wolf is waiting for the herb's potency to reach its peak before consuming it. Quite clever, but it shall not wait for that moment." Turning to the two, Long Shao declared, "I will first slay the wind wolf. Failing, keep an eye on the spirit-attracting white fruit. It will fully mature soon. As for Feiyu, come with me to the cave. There seems to be something intriguing inside." With that, a surge of potent spiritual energy radiated from Long Shao, filling his entire being. In an instant, he dashed out from the shadows towards the dozing wind wolf. Within a mere moment, he was by its side, raising his right foot to deliver a downward strike to the wolf's flank. The wind wolf sensed the impending danger, opening its eyes in alarm. In that fleeting instant, it beheld a formidable human charging toward it with intent to attack. Startled, it attempted to flee, but alas, it was too late. The wolf could only watch helplessly as a leg, imbued with immense spiritual energy, sliced through the air with a sonic boom, aimed directly at its abdomen. A resounding thud echoed as the two bodies collided, the wolf's eyes dimming with despair as its waist was cleaved, its insides violently ruptured by the overwhelming force. Splattering blood acro, Long Shao circled the stone wall twice, his hand brushing against a round protuberance. With a firm press, intricate patterns of light emerged around the stone wall. Almost immediately, a stone platform entwined with the luminous designs extended from the adjacent wall. He had found it. Approaching the platform, Long Shao noticed a palm-shaped indentation on its surface. Aligning his left hand with the imprint, he turned to Long Feiyu and said, "This is a seal. I am unable to unlock it. However, due to the prolonged existence of this seal, its energy has considerably waned, allowing me the possibility to forcibly break it." With that, Long Shao concentrated a vast amount of spiritual energy in his left hand, which surged through the light patterns, reverberating throughout the stone wall. As the sound of cracking echoed, the dense patterns of light shattered into fragments. Chapter 33. Entering the stone chamber in the heart of the forest, three figures swiftly traversed upstream along the river. The surrounding flora swayed, stirred by the currents generated by their rapid movement, producing a rustling sound. "Zhou Fu, have you truly not lost your way after traveling all morning?" A handsome man questioned, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, a note of impatience lacing his tone as he addressed the lean figure racing ahead. "I assure you, I cannot be mistaken about this path. We shall arrive shortly, Captain Shao," Zhou Fu replied, his body flinching slightly at the evident emotion in the man's words. He too wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to respond promptly. "I hope you will not disappoint me," Lin Ming uttered coolly. At these words, Zhou Fu quickened his pace. To falter in the presence of this individual would surely make his future days in the Brave Men mercenary group rather uncomfortable. The events of today can be traced back to a recent incident. On that day, a torrential downpour had suddenly descended upon the Spirit Beast mountain range, leaving Zhou Fu drenched to the bone. Seeking refuge from the relentless rain, he stumbled upon a cave, intending to wait until the storm abated. However, just as he was about to enter, he spotted a fourth-grade spirit herb nestled in a shadowy corner of the cave's entrance. Due to the heavy rain and the herb's immaturity, he opted not to harvest it, and instead proceeded into the cave. Upon entering, he unceremoniously sank onto the ground, leaning against the cave wall. After a brief rest, noticing that the rain showed no signs of letting up, he decided to explore the cave, finding it to be more intriguing than it first appeared. Zhou Fu ignited a torch from his storage ring and ventured deeper into the cave. As he explored, he discovered that the cave, seemingly simple, was in fact a realm of hidden wonders. Had it not been for his extensive experience in the Spirit Beast mountain range and his long tenure as a mercenary, he might have overlooked its secrets. Upon triggering a hidden mechanism, intricate light patterns emerged on the stone walls, and a stone platform extended nearby. Yet, a new challenge loomed before him. He understood that this was a restriction, but the means to unlock it eluded him. Attempting to force it open was beyond his capabilities, leaving him in an awkward predicament. After a fierce internal struggle, he reluctantly decided to confide in Lin Ming, hoping to enlist his aid in opening the stone wall and sharing in whatever treasures lay within. Just as he resolved this, the rain outside ceased, prompting Zhou Fu to head toward the cave's exit. However, the next moment nearly startled his soul from his body. There, sprawled at the cave entrance beside the spirit herb, lay a massive blue-winged wolf. Fortunately, this second-tier spirit beast was asleep. Otherwise, Zhou Fu's slight frame could have been easily torn apart by a single swipe of its paw. Hugging the wall, Zhou Fu concealed his presence with utmost effort, retrieving a handful of hypnotic powder from his storage ring and casting it towards the wind wolf. As the wolf inhaled the powder, its snoring ceased abruptly, and Zhou Fu's face turned ashen. Upon exhaling deeply, the wind wolf let out a thunderous snore. Observing this, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Swiftly making his way along the wall and descending the mountain to inform Lin Ming of the situation. After traversing a thicket, Zhou Fu turned to Lin Ming with a sycophantic expression, remarking, "We are nearing our destination. The second-tier spirit beast and the restrictions within the cave will soon trouble you." "Captain." Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, casting a weary glance at him, and replied impatiently, "Leave the other matters to Uncle Scar. Your sole responsibility is to guide us. Once we succeed, a share of the spoil shall not be out of the question." Ahead lay their goal. Zhou Fu deftly navigated through thorny underbrush, parting the verdant foliage, revealing a clear path ahead. However, as they beheld the scene before them, the expressions of the three men turned icy. They had been outpaced. Lin Ming clenched his teeth in frustration. With the shattering of the light patterns, the restrictions had been undone. Long Shao pressed his left hand firmly against the stone wall, which split apart with a rumbling sound, creating a narrow passageway for two to traverse, illuminated by a dim light emanating from within. "Let us proceed." Long Shao extinguished the flame in his right hand and stepped inside, with Long Feiyu closely following. Upon entering the passage, Long Feiyu felt a slight chill in the air. The silence was punctuated only by their footsteps and breaths. He surveyed the surroundings, noticing irregularly shaped crystals embedded in the ceiling and walls, radiating a gentle glow. After walking a short distance and turning a corner, their vision expanded, revealing a vast stone chamber. The interior bore no extravagant adornments, appearing rather austere. Scattered across the walls and ceiling were crystals serving as illumination, sufficient in number to prevent the chamber from being dark. At the center of the chamber lay a large stone bed, devoid of any notable items save for a storage ring, two thin, yellowed books, and inscriptions etched upon the stone bed. Introduction to Alchemy and Techniques, Utilization of Soul Power. Long Feiyu murmured as he read the titles. This stone pillow was no ordinary object. It possessed the ability to nurture the soul. Long Shao ran his hand over the stone pillow, its cool and smooth texture providing immense comfort. He picked up the nearby storage ring for a closer inspection. Inside, he discovered spirit stones of varying grades: inferior, medium, superior, and premium. The inferior and medium stones were valued at 60,000 and 25,000, respectively, while the superior and premium stones were worth 10,000 and 5,000, culminating in a total of 100,000. Long Shao expressed mild astonishment, reflecting on the abundance of inferior and medium stones in his own storage ring, while the superior and premium stones were scarce. With these resources, his injuries could be somewhat alleviated. Yet, There was more. Alongside the spirit stones, numerous alchemical formulas and various auxiliary materials for potion making were also present. Long Xiao remarked in surprise. Speaking of alchemical formulas, one could not overlook the esteemed profession of alchemist in the Divine Wind continent. The alchemist, as the name suggests, is an individual who concocts elixirs. Each alchemist holds a distinguished position and commands great respect. Some high-ranking alchemists are even fervently sought after by various factions. This is an item left behind by an alchemist. Father, look at the inscription on the stone bed. Long Feiyu pointed to the engraved words on the stone surface. I am Chen Xian. This cave was left behind during my travels across the world, born from a moment of inspiration. Those who take my belongings, if they lack the intention to learn alchemy or possess no innate talent for the craft, may take the spirit stones. Seek those with exceptional qualities and a genuine interest in alchemy to cultivate. Those who practice my alchemical techniques shall be considered my disciples. Should we meet again in the future, one must observe the rituals befitting a master and apprentice. Chapter 34. The Alchemist Father. Could it be that this alchemist named Chen Xian is still alive? Long Feiyu inquired, stroking his chin with a hint of uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Long Xiao promptly responded. Based on the restrictions of this cave, it appears to have been set up approximately 10 to 20 years ago. The craftsmanship is exquisite and the skill is exceptional. Such a formidable individual would not succumb easily, thus it is likely he is still alive. Furthermore, I have heard whispers of the name Chen Xian before. Are you interested in becoming an alchemist? Long Xiao continued. Never mind, let Failing handle that. Long Feiyu quickly shook his head, dismissing Long Zhao's suggestion. He already possessed a system which would allow him to exchange for increasingly valuable items as his strength grew, including elixirs. The profession of alchemy, however, is an incredibly time-consuming and demanding endeavor. If he were to focus on combat while his younger brother specialized in alchemy, it would create a harmonious synergy. Yet, the allure of becoming an alchemist was undeniable to Long Feiyu. Even a mere novice alchemist would command immense respect. This phenomenon stemmed from two primary reasons. Firstly, the elixirs crafted by alchemists possess effects that are nothing short of enchanting. Not only are these potions remarkable, but formidable spiritual treasures are also forged by powerful alchemists. Secondly, the prerequisites for becoming an alchemist are exceedingly stringent. The essential factors in elixir creation include fire, a potent soul perception, materials, and the alchemical formula. Firstly, one must inherently possess a fire attribute. This alone eliminates the vast majority of candidates. In the realm of chiffon, individuals typically awaken a single attribute by the age of 6, and those who awaken the fire attribute, excluding the rare wind and lightning attributes, are only 1/5 of the population. The flames required for alchemy must be derived from fire attribute's spiritual energy. Additionally, there are certain spiritual flames birthed from the convergence of natural forces. Should a powerful alchemist be fortunate enough, they may harness such flames. Elixirs crafted using spiritual flames not only exhibit enhanced potency and superior quality, but also boast a significantly higher success rate. Given that the alchemical process necessitates prolonged exertion of spiritual energy, any proficient alchemist is inherently a formidable fire attribute wielder. The second condition to become an alchemist is to possess a greater soul power than the average individual, or in other words, superior perceptive abilities. It is vital to understand that in alchemy, the temperature and pressure of the flames, along with all aspects within the furnace, require meticulous control. Even a slight miscalculation may result in minor flaws, diminishing the elixir's efficacy, or worse, turning it into a mere pile of waste. Therefore, mastering the overall control during the alchemical process is essential for any alchemist, and achieving this requires an exceptionally robust soul perception. Materials, as the term suggests, encompass various heavenly treasures and earthly gems. Without high-quality materials, the potency of the resulting elixirs will be severely compromised, or perhaps no elixir will be produced at all. Lastly, the alchemical formula, also known as the medicinal formula, is an exceedingly critical component. These formulas are the culmination of countless predecessors' wisdom. Without an exceptional formula, an alchemist would be incapable of crafting elixirs. If one were to devise a unique elixir formula, it would necessitate the expenditure of considerable time, effort, and materials, engaging in a relentless cycle of trial and error. Ultimately, the vocation of an alchemist demands both innate talent and substantial financial investment. Moreover, alchemists typically instruct their apprentices in a face-to-face manner, thereby maximizing the potential for their disciples to avoid missteps. Under such circumstances, the prevalence of alchemists is exceedingly rare, akin to the proverbial needle in a haystack. The scarcity of alchemists directly correlates to a diminished supply of elixirs, creating a market where the demand far exceeds the available supply. To partake in these limited elixirs, one must be prepared to pay exorbitant prices, thus elevating the esteemed status of the alchemist. Long Xiao withdrew 15,000 superior and exquisite spiritual stones, placing the storage ring into Long Feiyu's hands. He then picked up a tome titled The Application of Soul Power, addressing the latter. Even if you do not pursue the art of alchemy, this book is certainly worth perusal. It promises unexpected revelations. With everything secured, the two began their return journey, during which Long Feiyu casually collected some illuminating crystal stones to add to his storage ring. Upon arriving at their destination, Lin Ming and his companions were greeted by a striking scene. A massive blue wind wolf lay lifeless on the ground, its midsection torn open. Blood flowed from its body, staining the earth in crimson. Nearby, Long Failing sat against the stone wall, while not far from him, a spirit herb bearing white fruit swayed gently in the breeze. How fortuitous to encounter them here, Lin Ming muttered through clenched teeth, a faint chill flickering in his gaze. Initially, he had resolved to avoid conflict regarding the cave, but fate seemed to conspire against him, leading him to cross paths with them once more. The opportunity within the cave was one Lin Ming was unwilling to forfeit. After all, it was his group that had first discovered it. Regardless of the peculiarities surrounding the guardians of those two youths, he was determined to contend for it today. To engage in this endeavor would inevitably offend the trio, and to prevent any exposure, he needed to act decisively, seizing the profound techniques and those two swords without hesitation. Is it time to strike? That spirit herb appears to be ripe, Zhou Fu inquired softly. Uncle Scar, the middle-aged man is your responsibility. Zhou Fu, you must capture that young man and secure the spirit herb, Lin Ming replied coldly. He could no longer afford to hesitate. The arrow was knocked, and it had to be released. Regardless of whether Uncle Scar could defeat Long Xiao, action was imperative. Understood, Captain, Zhou Fu responded, drawing his large blade from his waist. Channeling his spiritual energy, he propelled himself forward like a wild stallion, charging toward Long Failing. Who goes there? The commotion startled Long Failing, causing him to startle, his eyes flaring with a crimson hue. Earth-shattering slash, he intoned, conjuring a high-tier, human-level spiritual technique. Zhou Fu raised his blade above his head, infusing it with his spiritual energy, which enveloped the white blade in a soft yellow glow, imparting a sense of weight. He then swung down fiercely toward Long Failing. Long Failing concentrated his spiritual energy at his legs, and with a powerful push, his body shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, narrowly evading the tremendous strike aimed at him. Drawing the unsharpened longsword from his waist, he slightly bent his knees, gripping the hilt firmly, his gaze locked onto his opponent. That little rascal is quite nimble, isn't he? However, your luck will soon run out, Zhou Fu bellowed, raising his large blade once more to strike at Long Failing. Although Long Failing was unaware of the reason behind this sudden assault, allowing someone to trample over him without retribution would be utterly disgraceful. Thus, he boldly confronted Zhou Fu, and the two engaged in a fierce melee, the clash of metal reverberating in a series of resounding thuds. Chapter 35. The duel. As the battle between the two adversaries wore on, Long Failing gradually found himself drained of energy, forced into a defensive stance, evading and parrying blows. Were it not for the enhanced dynamic vision bestowed by his Sharingan, he might have already succumbed to defeat. Ultimately, his youth and insufficient cultivation proved to be his downfall. On the other hand, Zhou Fu grew ever more vigorous in combat, continuously drawing spiritual energy from his spiritual sea and channeling it throughout his body. The great sword in his hand shimmered with a faint luminescence, empowered by this spiritual energy. The blade, accompanied by a howling wind, slashed repeatedly toward Long Failing. This could not continue. Sooner or later, he would face defeat. He needed to devise a strategy. His hands, gripping the sword, ached from the fierce clashes, forcing him to begin evading Zhou Fu's relentless strikes. With another diagonal slash, Zhou Fu advanced, prompting Long Failing to swiftly sidestep and tilt his head to avoid the blow. At that moment, their gazes locked. Eureka! An idea sparked in Long Failing's mind as he concentrated fire attribute spiritual energy in his throat. His crimson eyes gleamed with a flicker of light. The magical Sharingan froze Zhou Fu's movements as his gaze fell upon Long Failing's blood-red eyes, where three small, tadpole-like black dots outside the pupils stood in stark contrast, exuding an eerie yet perilous aura. Seizing the moment of Zhou Fu's distraction, Long Failing leaped and delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. The recoil propelled Long Failing into the air, where he inhaled deeply and exhaled a massive fireball. The Great Fireball. The colossal sphere of flames surged forth, radiating searing heat, akin to a fearsome demon with claws outstretched, barreling toward Zhou Fu. Wherever it passed, moisture was instantly evaporated. Zhou Fu, just regaining his senses, had no time to evade. As the fireball approached, he could only condense a layer of spiritual energy around his body and hastily position his sword horizontally across his chest, bracing himself to withstand the impending impact. A piercing scream echoed as the dazzling flames gradually subsided. The ground that had been engulfed by the fireball lay in darkness, with steam rising ominously. In stark contrast, Zhou Fu's condition was utterly tragic. His garments had been reduced to ashes by the fierce flames, and the air was thick. Why, if blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at oneself for having ventured into this cavern. Lin Ming's expression abruptly transformed into one of ferocity, his right hand brimming with a formidable surge of spiritual energy. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he launched himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, delivering a punch that sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh. It was the low-tier Xian-class spiritual technique, the mountain-crushing fist. At that moment, Long Failing's eyes widened in shock as he sought to evade the overwhelming force of the impending strike. However, the previous battle had drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy, and his body was already fatigued. A twinge of helplessness flickered in Long Failing's heart. Although he could perceive Lin Ming's movements with clarity, his body was incapable of evading. In a moment of desperation, he hastily positioned his unsheathed sword horizontally before his chest, a faint arc of lightning cascading across its blade. He had decisively infused his sword with lightning attribute spiritual energy, declaring, "If you seek to take my life, you must also bear the consequences." With a thunderous shout, the collision between his fist and the sword ensued. An irresistible and colossal force erupted upon their contact. Long Failing was hurled back as if struck by a raging bull, crashing heavily against the stone wall, and the sword slipped from his grasp. At that moment, he felt a searing pain radiating through his back, his arms feeling alien to him, and his palms split open, oozing crimson droplets. It felt as though his arms were fractured, the pain excruciating. Blood surged through his body, and soon a trickle escaped from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Ming was not faring any better. The impact with the sword, now charged with elemental energy, sent jolts of searing pain coursing through his arm, spreading throughout his entire being. He knelt on one knee, overwhelmed by a wave of burning agony, his body rendered immobile. Only after the arcs of lightning dissipated did he gradually regain his composure. Gasping for breath, Lin Ming glanced at his right hand, slightly charred from the clash, his eyes ablaze with fury. Had he not instinctively utilized his spiritual energy to mitigate some of the damage in that fleeting moment of contact, he might well have succumbed. A shiver of fear washed over him at the thought. Lightning and fire, what an enviable dual affinity. The ability to unleash flames and lightning with such ease was indeed a remarkable talent. How astonishing that such gifts could inflict injury upon one whose cultivation was vastly superior. However, there was no time for lamentation. Capturing him would yield the desired outcome. And there were the treasures hidden within the cave as well. Thus, Lin Ming rose and approached Long Failing, seizing him by the collar with an unsettling yet exhilarated grin, exclaiming, "Boy, do you possess any further abilities? Show them." Yet, Long Failing merely stared back with wide eyes, silent and unyielding. In that moment, Lin Ming noticed the beauty of his captivating and enchanting gaze. Such a unique bloodline. If I could transplant it, it would be mine. Scarred uncle, gather that spiritual herb. We shall retreat, Lin Ming commanded decisively, intent on taking Long Failing with him. Confident that the remaining two were yet unaware of their departure. Should he take him back and subject him to brutal interrogation regarding the techniques of spiritual cultivation? Subsequently removing his eyes, he could surreptitiously acquire that which he initially desired. As for the treasures within the cave, their nature remains uncertain. Wagering on them could potentially result in greater losses. It would be wiser for the two to withdraw at this juncture, leaving the rest for another day, thus avoiding a perilous battle without assurance of victory. Consequently, Lin Ming resolved to take Long Failing away, while the scarred man approached the spirit-calling white fruit, intending to collect it. In an instant, a translucent, wind-bladed sword shot toward Lin Ming's neck, accompanied by a furious voice. "Lin Ming, what have you done to my brother?" Chapter 36. Repulsion. Lin Ming twisted his neck, narrowly evading the long sword. However, he felt a slight sting at his throat, akin to a blade's cut. He reached up to touch the area, and his fingers were met with a vivid crimson. Lin Ming's heart sank in disbelief. How could this be? I clearly dodged. His gaze shifted towards the cave entrance, where Long Feiyu was racing towards him, eyes wide with fury. Long Feiyu, in his frantic rush, had never anticipated that after merely exploring the stone chamber for a brief moment, Lin Ming would appear and injure his brother. It seemed his expectations had been thwarted. But so be it. Let the confrontation commence. Lin Ming rose to his feet, channeling his entire spiritual energy in preparation for the impending battle. Brother. Long Feiling watched his oncoming sibling, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. Xuanji technique. Long Feiyu leapt into the air, unleashing a thunderous roar as his internal energy surged through the pathways of his technique. His right fist clenched tightly, his veins pulsating with a formidable force. His face contorted with rage, and his eyes glowed with a maniacal crimson light. The tumultuous energy caused his sleeves to tighten, and he drew back his fist before launching it with lightning speed. A trifling third-level spiritualist dares to confront me? Mountain-cleaving fist. Lin Ming slightly crouched, his right hand forming a fist, as a pale yellow energy surged violently within him, enveloping his right arm in a layer of that hue. He swung his arm fiercely, his powerful fist colliding with Long Feiyu's. Bang! The two fists met mid-air, producing a sound reminiscent of thunder. The surrounding air was disturbed by the swirling energies, causing their garments to rustle wildly. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. How is this possible? A mere third-level spiritualist cannot possibly contend with me. Lin Ming was taken aback. How could someone so young stand firm against his sixth-level prowess? If he were to grow for another year or two, the consequences would be dire. But it is not over yet. Explode. With Long Feiyu's furious shout, Lin Ming's right arm suddenly erupted with fissures, the chaotic energy causing him to weaken, fear flickering across his face. Seeing his attack succeed, Long Feiyu seized the moment to press forward. He twisted his body mid-air, every muscle tensed. With his right leg coiled back, he unleashed a whip kick. The fabric of his pants cracking through a towering and menacing figure loomed before Lin Ming, the grotesque scars adorning his arms a testament to his ferocity, while the massive hammer at his back gleamed with an almost blinding radiance. Scarface, eliminate him. A chilling, deep voice escaped Lin Ming's lips, his teeth tightly clenched, and his pale face radiated a profound intent to kill. The power exhibited by Long Feiyu had already instilled fear in the young master of the fierce mercenary group. Should these two men manage to leave this place alive, given time, he would undoubtedly face devastating retribution for his actions today, and at that moment, his demise would be inevitable. Very well, I shall act swiftly. Upon hearing Lin Ming's request, Scar replied in a low voice, secretly adding in his heart, should that middle-aged man not be present. With that, a faint yellow aura surged around Scar, the presence of a second-tier spiritual master locking onto Long Feiyu. He propelled himself forward with great force, leaving two small craters where he had stood, a testament to his strength. In the blink of an eye, he was before Long Feiyu. He swiftly unslung the dark, hefty hammer from his back, spun around, and swung his arm in a wide arc, aiming a vicious strike at Long Feiyu's head. Yet, in the face of Scar's assault, Long Feiyu remained utterly unperturbed, standing still, his body motionless, save for his eyes, which glowed with a fierce red light, fixated on Scar. It was not that he had surrendered to despair. He was acutely aware that, with his current strength, he could not contend with a spiritual master. Although he could perceive Scar's movements, his body could not react in kind. Thus, Long Shao would inevitably intervene. In the nick of time, just as the hammer descended halfway, a long sword shot forth from the cave, striking with precision against the black hammer. The force of the collision sent the hammer's arc veering away, narrowly missing Long Feiyu and crashing into the ground with a resounding boom. With a resounding thud, Long Feiyu beheld the spot where the hammer had struck, observing a noticeable depression in the ground, accompanied by several prominent cracks. You are courting death, Long Shao remarked coldly as he emerged from the cave, casting a glance at Long Feiling, who sat on the ground. Scar, without paying much heed to Long Shao, swiftly lifted the hammer once more, intent on delivering another blow to Long Feiyu. Sensing Scar's intention, Long Feiyu seized the opportunity during the brief moment of attack to swiftly scoop up Long Feiling and dash towards Long Shao. With a low-level, spinning hammer of rupture, Scar slightly bent his legs, propelled himself forcefully, spinning several times as he swung the softly glowing black hammer towards Long Feiyu's form. In an instant, Long Shao, enveloped in a faint red aura of spiritual energy, darted before Scar. One hand struck the grip of the hammer, while the other swiftly aimed at Scar's chest. A powerful Song Long Feiyu set his brother aside and rose to approach Lin Ming in the distance, his blood-red eyes resembling those of a malevolent demon. His expression icy as he fixed his gaze upon him. "I shall kill you," he uttered in a calm tone. Yet the words bore down on Lin Ming like the ominous presence of a harbinger of death, despite the glaring sun hanging high in the sky. Lin Ming felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being chilled by the fury and murderous intent reflected in Long Feiyu's crimson eyes. "Uncle Scar, take me away," Lin Ming shouted, his voice trembling, filled with regret for having acted recklessly and now yearning to escape this perilous place. However, Long Feiyu, consumed by rage, would not allow him to fulfill his desire. He picked up the unadorned longsword from the ground, and with the infusion of wind elemental energy, an invisible blade of wind extended forth. "Brother, do not kill him. Let them go. The face I have lost, I shall reclaim it myself." Chapter 37. The journey. Long Feiling rose, supporting himself on his knees, panting heavily as his chest heaved violently, barely suppressing the injuries he had sustained earlier. "I will defeat him with my own strength," Long Feiling declared, gritting his teeth, each word a testament to his resolve. Upon hearing this, the unadorned longsword in Long Feiyu's grip dissipated its invisible blades of wind, reverting to its original form. Long Shao observed the determined countenance of Long Feiling, tightening his fist with a surge of impulse to tear the two before him apart. Yet, he ultimately chose to withdraw the faint red energy that enveloped his body. Though he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his wrath, the purpose of this journey was to hone their skills, not merely to take lives. Had he wished for bloodshed, he would have acted the moment his son was injured. After listening to Long Feiling's words, he resolved to allow the two to depart. When his sons grew strong enough, they would resolve this grudge themselves. Scarface remained motionless, fixated on Long Shao, the tension causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. He understood that in this place, Long Shao held absolute authority. Even if the two young men were willing to release him and his companion, if Long Shao opposed it, they could not escape his pursuit, even if they attempted to flee with Lin Ming. "You may leave. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs," Long Shao stated calmly as he withdrew the pale red energy that had coiled around him. Instantly, Scarface dashed to Lin Ming's side, hoisting him up with great speed. The heavy hammer slung across his back as they hurried away from the scene. The charred figure of Zhou Fu, scorched by flames, was left entirely disregarded. Only after covering a considerable distance did Scarface set Lin Ming down, striving to calm his racing heart. Should Lin Ming perish here, the captain's wrath would be upon him. Even if he escaped Long Zhao's clutches, he would certainly face the captain's fury. In contrast to the quickly composed Scarface, Lin Ming's pale, blood-streaked face bore a mixture of murderous intent and terror, having now incurred a grudge against Long Shao and his companions. Lin Ming realized that if he did not swiftly detain them within the Spirit Beast Mountains, he would face certain death when they sought vengeance in the future. The enormity of the disaster he had wrought made him foresee the captain's fury upon learning of this debacle. "Do you know why they appeared here?" Long Shao inquired, handing 2 white fruits to the pair. Long Feiyu shook his head in confusion, sensing no signs of being followed. Lin Ming and his companions had materialized here without warning. He was not alone in this thought. Long Shao shared his bewilderment. "Because of the cave Lin Ming had mentioned before injuring me. Perhaps they came for this cave, and I arrived here first." Upon hearing Long Feiling's words, the two suddenly understood. No wonder even Long Shao had not detected any clues. It turned out they were not being tracked. In a sense, the trio of father and sons were the true villains, having usurped the opportunities of others since time immemorial. Whether it be rare materials or fortuitous encounters, fortune favors those who are destined. Their arrival after us signifies their lack of connection. Yet, in their desire for fortune, they sought to forcibly seize it. One must bear the consequences of their actions. To seize opportunities, one must be prepared for the possibility of failure. Dragon Shao suddenly exclaimed, interrupting the thoughts of the two. He continued, "The path of cultivation is a fierce contest against the heavens, the earth, and fellow beings. It is inherently brutal. In this world where strength reigns supreme, achieving one's goals, protecting others, and living without regrets, all necessitate formidable power. This is an irrefutable truth. Therefore, if they have already struck first, should we still hesitate? Regardless of the circumstances, they have harmed my brother, and they must face the repercussions." Dragon Feiyu smiled coldly, a faint murderous intent rising within him. Initially, he had thought that spending this time in the Spirit Beast Mountains, dancing with beasts, would be monotonous and dreary. However, after today's events, boredom would certainly not be an issue. Dragon Failing rubbed his aching arm and, grimacing, said, "Brother, I wouldn't concern myself with anything else. That Lin Ming fellow, you must leave him to me. Then you must work even harder in your cultivation," Dragon Xiao replied. Dragon Failing pointed at Zhou Fuan, who lay charred and lifeless on the ground, and asked, "Father, how shall we deal with this fellow?" Dragon Xiao picked up 2 longswords from the ground, tossing one to Dragon Failing as he walked, stating, "This place has been exposed and is no longer suitable for cultivation. We must seek out another location. As for this individual, we shall leave him here to fate." "Understood, father." Upon hearing Dragon Zhao's words, the two promptly agreed. With a mere glance, they followed in Dragon Zhao's footsteps, racing through the mountains and forests. 3 days later, a crimson sun hung on the horizon, casting a golden glow that painted the clouds in fiery hues. Dragon Feiyu swung his sword, severing the head of a rock-scaled python, cleaving it open. But upon reaching in with his right hand, he found no trace of spirit crystals. This was a first-tier rock snake, camouflaged against the stones due to its similarly colored scales. Had it not launched a surprise attack while the trio was traveling, they might not have paid it much mind. Disappointed, he shook his hand. Such outcomes were to be expected. It was improbable for spirit crystals to be so abundant. If that were the case, they would not be in such high demand. As dusk settled and the sun began its descent, the three had been traveling frantically along the river by day and camping in safe spots by night. During this time, Dragon Xiao unleashed his spiritual power, deftly avoiding high-tier spirit beasts while swiftly searching for a suitable cave. "Brother, what is that on your sword?" Dragon Failing inquired, pointing at the blade wielded by Dragon Feiyu. The blade, devoid of edges, emanated transparent wind blades that quivered gently, exuding a sharp aura. Dragon Failing had noticed this earlier, but had not paid it much attention until he witnessed his brother decapitating the notoriously tough rock snake with the edgeless sword. Only then did he realize the extraordinary nature of the transparent wind blades. "Ah, this is merely a transformation of the properties of wind attribute spiritual energy. What? Do you wish to learn?" "I do wish to learn." In Long Failing's gaze, one could perceive a glimmer of excitement as he looked at his elder brother. Sheathing his sword at his waist, Long Feiyu gestured towards the thicket of brambles ahead. The faint sound of rushing water could be heard in the distance. Upon closer listening, it seemed we were nearing our destination. "Let us hasten, for there are several new wonders I wish to impart to you." With that, Long Feiyu sprinted after Long Xiao, and upon witnessing this, Long Failing promptly followed suit. The three of them navigated through the dense forest with nimble agility, their sight gradually expanding as the sound of water crashing against rocks grew ever louder. Chapter 38, The Abode After a Few Leaps. They ascended a small hill and sprinted for a considerable distance. Upon traversing a massive boulder, the sight before them left both gasping for breath. A grand waterfall cascaded directly from the lofty mountain peak, its torrents crashing against the pool and boulders below, producing a thunderous roar. The mist enveloped the area, creating an awe-inspiring atmosphere. The waterfall plunges 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way descends from the heavens, murmured Long Feiyu, captivated by the magnificent spectacle. The thought of spending the forthcoming days in such a celestial abode ignited an enigmatic sensation within him. "Can you believe it? I've somehow become a sage of sorts." Albeit merely in residence, he unabashedly reflected. "How breathtaking! But will we manage to sleep here at night?" Long Failing inquired. The other two momentarily froze at her peculiar line of thought. "Well, this place is quite satisfactory. It resonates with my desires." Long Xiao cleared his throat and gestured towards the waterfall, indicating they should explore further. On either side of the waterfall lay numerous protruding stones, forming steep cliffs. As they approached, they discovered that some shadows near the rocks concealed natural caves. Long Xiao, channeling his spiritual energy, sought an appropriate cavern. Moments later, he made his way towards the waterfall, with the others closely trailing behind. Arriving at the steep cliff, Long Xiao disregarded the slick, exposed stone surface. With a few agile leaps, he reached a cave nestled closely beside the waterfall. Long Feiyu and the others followed suit, concentrating their energies at their feet to maintain balance on the slippery stones. With similar dexterity, they entered the cave. Due to its proximity to the waterfall, the entrance was rather damp, occasionally receiving splashes from the rushing water, resulting in a small pool forming at the cave's mouth. Inside, the cave was not particularly expansive, roughly the size that 3 individuals could encircle with outstretched arms. However, the interior was quite spacious, resembling several irregular cylindrical chambers. Aside from a few supporting stone pillars, there was ample room for 5 or 6 occupants. This cave boasted an advantageous location. Not only was its entrance concealed by the waterfall, making it difficult to detect, but it also lay nestled within the mountainside, rarely visited by spiritual beasts. If they were to further obscure the entrance with stones, it would become even more hidden, alleviating any concerns of encountering a ferocious creature during the night. Having already surveyed the cave's condition using his spiritual powers, Long Shao ventured to the innermost part. Just as he was about to retrieve items from his storage ring to construct a sleeping area, a cloud of dust invaded his nostrils. Wiping his hand across the ground, he was met with a layer of accumulated grime. Feiyu, please clear the dust within the cave. Long Shao called to Long Feiyu near the entrance. I will disperse some high-level spiritual beast excrement and fur around the vicinity. Just when I had a glance at this cave, I am tasked with menial labor. Feiyu sighed. Nevertheless, it was an unavoidable circumstance, for among the three, he was the only one possessing wind attributes, rendering him the most suitable for dusting. As the two individuals exited the cave, a resounding bang echoed, followed by the emergence of 3 wisps of white smoke that gradually dissipated. Long Feiyu summoned 3 shadow clones, and together they executed a grand breakthrough. A fierce gust of wind surged through the cave, sweeping away the dust and debris, propelling it out into the open air. Moments later, Long Feiyu dispelled the shadow clones, gazing at the now pristine cave, feeling a sense of dimness enveloping him. He retrieved the crystalline stones he had taken from the stone chamber, inserting them one by one into the crevices of the surrounding stone walls, illuminating the once gloomy cave with their radiant glow. Now, go and catch some fish for our dinner. The rest we shall prepare together. After Long Feiyu completed these tasks, Long Shao and the others entered the cave, satisfied to see its newfound brightness. With a wave of his arm, Long Shao conjured a pile of essential items for constructing their sleeping arrangements. Long Feiyu departed the cave, channeling his spiritual energy into his feet, deftly navigating the protrusions of the stone walls and leaping back to the ground. He observed the fish swimming in the pond and gradually made his way to its center. Catch fish? Long Feiyu was acutely aware of his lack of proficiency in this endeavor, yet he contemplated various alternatives to procure fish, such as employing electric shocks. Resolute in his decision, Long Feiyu immediately mobilized the spiritual energy within him, directing it along the established pathways of his body. He then bent down, placing his palms flat against the water's surface. In an instant, arcs of blue electricity surged from his hands, continuously flowing forth. Upon contact with the water, these arcs swiftly spread out, rapidly extending from the center of the pond to the shores. As countless intricate blue arcs flickered and danced within the expansive river, fish began to flip over, exposing their white bellies as they slowly floated to the surface. Mission accomplished. After collecting a dozen or so electrified fish, Long Feiyu returned to the cave, sought out some dry firewood, and began to prepare the fish over a fire. At this point, Long Feiling, having already constructed their resting arrangements, assisted in gutting the fish, while Long Shao formed several hand seals, conjuring a transparent barrier that enveloped the cave entrance. Once these tasks were completed, Long Shao sat on the ground, processing the fish while stating, with this barrier in place, anyone looking into the cave from the outside will only see a stone wall. Even if someone were to wander about outside, they would merely encounter stone. Furthermore, this barrier bears your essence, allowing you to pass freely. Thus, neither man nor beast shall be able to enter the cave. In Linshan Town, at the mercenary corps of the mighty warriors, a middle-aged man with a cold demeanor leaned back in a grand armchair adorned with a large insignia resembling a helmet. A rhythmic tapping of fingers echoed against the armrest. The man lifted his gaze to a handsome young man kneeling before him, pale and with his right arm wrapped in white bandages. Suddenly, he seized a teacup from the table and forcefully hurled it at the young man's feet. The sound of shattering glass reverberated throughout the room, shards scattering and striking the handsome youth, who remained motionless. Lin Ming, is this the kind of deed you have committed? Not only did we fail to uncover the treasures, but we also incurred the wrath of formidable adversaries. Lin Zhan's expression was icy as he reprimanded softly, Father, Lin Ming stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. I have always advised you against undertaking ventures without certainty. Matters must be executed with meticulous precision, leaving no loose ends. Look at the mess you have created. Lin Zhan sighed deeply. Alas, it is done. To prevent future retribution, we must take the initiative. For the time being, refrain from venturing into the Spirit Beast mountain range. Focus on recuperating from your injuries. Now leave. Yes, Father. Once Lin Ming had departed, Lin Zhan called out with authority. Summon the men. Instruct them to locate the whereabouts of those 3 individuals and report back to me. Chapter 39. infusion having satisfied his hunger and thirst. Long Feiyu sat upon his bed, retrieving a beast core from his storage ring and cradling it in his palm. He scrutinized the thumb-sized beast core, feeling the ferocious energy contained within, and pondered quietly. System, can you purify and absorb this ferocious energy from the beast core and infuse it into me? The voice of the system resonated in his mind. Yes, but there is one point to consider. This item harbors immense energy. To avoid resource wastage, this system recommends that the host absorb it upon promotion, as it will facilitate a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Upon hearing the system's affirmative response, Long Feiyu felt a surge of satisfaction and casually stored the beast core away. In his eyes, this core resembled an enhanced version of a spirit stone, deserving of accumulation for unforeseen circumstances. After all, these beast cores would undoubtedly prove invaluable and should never be squandered lightly. Meanwhile, the other two had also finished their meals. Long Xiao casually discarded the leftover fish bones and debris outside the cave, then retrieved 2 books and a stone pillow imbued with soul-nurturing properties from his storage ring. Long Xiao and Long Failing seated themselves on the ground, positioning the stone pillow between them, and opened one of the books, only to find it utterly blank. Upon opening the second book, he was met with the same empty pages. Could these be fakes? Long Feiyu inquired, puzzled. Long Xiao shook his head, responding, no, they're not fakes. Each page of these books pulsates with an extremely subtle wave of soul energy. If I am not mistaken, the contents of these books are inscribed with soul energy. The sole method to access the information within is to read it using soul energy. With that, Long Xiao enveloped the 2 books with his soul energy. As they made contact, a powerful surge of soul energy emanated from the books. Words and symbols began to intertwine and emerge. Long Xiao expanded his soul energy, meticulously exploring every corner. As the pages turned slowly, all the information was imprinted in his mind. After some time, Long Xiao opened his eyes, slightly fatigued, and gazed at the books before him. To his astonishment, the previously potent waves of soul energy emanating from the 2 books had now vanished entirely, leaving them devoid of any trace of soul energy, completely dissipated. It seems one can only observe once, Long Feiyu remarked, looking at the now inert books in confusion. It is merely a skill of an alchemist. A method of utilizing soul energy, Long Xiao explained, closing his eyes to recuperate. He then extended his fingers, bringing his index and middle fingers together to touch the foreheads of his companions. Concentrate. The volume of information is substantial. Do not underestimate it, Long Xiao admonished. Upon hearing this, both of them straightened their postures, their nerves taut. Long Xiao had never issued such a serious warning during previous transmissions, making this instance particularly unusual, indicating the extraordinary nature of these books. Due to the overwhelming volume of information, Long Xiao was compelled to alter his method of transmission. He first duplicated the printed information into 2 copies and then implanted them into the minds of both individuals. This method of transmission was not intended for them to memorize all the information at once, but rather to serve as a seal, awaiting their gradual comprehension and assimilation in the days to come. As a steady stream of text and symbols flowed forth, beads of sweat began to emerge on Long Xiao's forehead. It was evident that processing such a vast amount of information was no trivial task for him. The transmission process was long and arduous, lasting a full half of the night. During this time, as the 2 could not endure the overwhelming influx of knowledge, Long Xiao had to alleviate their burden by adopting a gentler, more sustained method of importation. Nevertheless, both Long Feiyu and his companion continued to sweat profusely, feeling dizzy and disoriented. When the transmission of information finally concluded, Long Xiao shook his head, slightly dazed from the excessive consumption of spiritual energy, wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned his gaze toward his 2 sons. The ability to integrate and apply this knowledge would yield unexpected benefits for you both. At that moment, the 2 were sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for air, their heads throbbing painfully, and it took them quite some time to recover. I'll go wash up under the waterfall, Long Feiyu declared. I want to go too. Once the dizziness in his head subsided somewhat, he stood up, immediately feeling the discomfort of his sticky sweat. He bid farewell to Long Xiao and hurried outside. Seeing this, Long Xiao followed suit. Thus, the 2 joyfully took a refreshing cold shower, changed into clean clothes, and lay on their beds, their thoughts sinking deep into their minds. Long Feiyu glanced over and was astonished to discover that Long Xiao had imparted both the basics and techniques of alchemy and the utilization of spiritual power to them. He was amazed to find that this extensive information was exceptionally comprehensive, integrating imagery, insights, text, and techniques. The author seemed to have meticulously documented his genuine experiences along his journey, inspiring in him a profound respect for the alchemist elder known as Xin. This was akin to receiving hands-on guidance from a master. However, given that Long Zhao's primary task at present was to alleviate his internal injuries and restore his strength as much as possible, he recognized that healing was a process that required considerable time. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury, and his situation was far more complex than mere muscle strains. Learning the art of alchemy and becoming an alchemist was a pursuit that demanded an immense investment of time, energy, and resources. Consequently, weighing these factors, Long Zhao did not plan to pursue alchemy in the short term, at least not until his strength was restored. The brothers shared a similar mindset. Their purpose in venturing out was to enhance their strength and accumulate combat experience. They barely had enough time for cultivation, let alone for alchemy. Moreover, with Long Feiyu possessing a system that served as a cheat, he could essentially exchange for any medicinal pills suitable for him, rendering the current study of alchemy somewhat redundant. However, this did not imply that alchemy would be of no use in the future. On the contrary, there would be ample opportunities to utilize alchemical skills down the line. Moreover, among the several essential elements in the alchemical process of pill refinement, the aspect of spiritual perception stands out as the most crucial. During the crafting of advanced elixirs, if one's spiritual strength is insufficient, the ability to control and perceive the dynamics within the alchemical furnace will not reach its optimal state, thereby significantly diminishing the likelihood of success. Thus, in a certain sense, cultivating spiritual power is tantamount to honing the art of alchemy. Hence, the perspectives of the two brothers are not without merit. Consequently, at this juncture, the only avenue that proves to be greatly beneficial and non-conflicting for the trio is the application of spiritual strength. Chapter 40. The application of soul power in the realm of Shifeng. It is generally understood that the primary focus of cultivators lies in the mastery of spiritual energy, soul power, and the physical body. Most cultivators devote their energies to the refinement of spiritual energy and the corporeal form. In other words, for the majority of practitioners, their cultivation of spiritual energy reaches an apex of excellence, while their physical training is pursued with unwavering diligence and relentless rigor. Conversely, the cultivation of soul power receives considerably less attention. This can be attributed to various factors. For instance, under the relentless pursuit of countless predecessors in Shifeng, the cultivation of spiritual energy has been refined to its zenith. Numerous techniques for harnessing spiritual energy have emerged, akin to mushrooms sprouting after rain, proliferating in abundance. In contrast, the more obscure, enigmatic, and esoteric nature of soul power has led to fewer individuals striving to comprehend it. With a diminished number of practitioners exploring the pathways of soul power, the techniques and skills associated with its use naturally dwindle, resulting in a lack of emphasis on its importance. Spiritual energy possesses numerous characteristics. It is powerful, domineering, sharp, and solidified, representing a comprehensive and balanced form of energy. Soul power, however, is entirely different. It is ethereal, gentle, and, when employed as a means of attack, comparatively weaker than spiritual energy. Collectively, these factors contribute to the perception among most cultivators in Shifeng that soul power is inherently inferior in combat to spiritual energy. However, this perception is misguided. The relationship between soul power, spiritual energy, and the physical body is one of mutual reinforcement, with each possessing its distinct characteristics. Moreover, in the later stages of cultivation, soul power can be equally formidable as spiritual energy. It is not inconceivable for a cultivator with immense soul power to summon winds and rain, or to move mountains and fill seas, without lifting even a finger. Furthermore, practitioners of soul power often excel in various aspects compared to those who primarily cultivate spiritual energy. This includes enhanced perception, the ability to dispel illusions, resistance to enchantments, and even greater insight. Long Feiyu carefully contemplated the insights gleaned from the book The Application of Soul Power. This text shattered many of his previous misconceptions, revealing that a substantial portion of spiritual techniques is not exclusively reliant on spiritual energy. Soul power is indeed a form of energy as well. The book provides an extensive and detailed exploration of soul power, offering comprehensive explanations and numerous successful case studies regarding its application in various contexts, not limited solely to combat. Long Feiyu felt a surge of joy. This was not merely a manual on application. It was a compendium of soul techniques, It proposed all conceivable possibilities and methodically addressed them, exhibiting both logical coherence and practical utility. For the two brothers still in the early stages of their cultivation journey, acquiring such an impressive compendium of techniques is akin to obtaining a celestial-grade manual of skills and methods. Mastering the contents of this book could undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement of their prowess. Long Feiyu recalled the scene from earlier that day when he faced the scarred man, his aura, belonging to the realm of the spirit master, locking onto him. Though his gaze remained cold and seemingly fearless, a sense of powerlessness in the face of an overwhelming force enveloped his heart. Had he mastered the techniques within this book? While defeating such a formidable opponent as the scarred man would have been a fanciful notion, he would at least have possessed the strength to contend with him. Long Feiyu was blissfully immersed in the world of symbols and images, unable to extricate himself. Although he could not yet wield most of the techniques, this did not diminish his yearning for power. Furthermore, he had discovered several soul techniques that would greatly assist him in his current endeavors. By the time the two brothers had perused the entirety of the book, dawn had broken. The sun began to crest the mountain peaks, ready to unfurl its radiant light. Long Feiyu summoned 3 shadow clones, retrieved spirit stones for his cultivation, then reclined on the bed, disregarding the disdainful and beleaguered expressions of his shadow clones. It was merely a fleeting moment of fatigue, nothing of great concern. Beside him, Long Failing mirrored his actions, conjuring 2 shadow clones and collapsing onto the bed, embodying the role of a capitalist oppressing the laborers. Awaken, the grilled fish is nearly ready. Long Shao approached the two, shaking them awake. Night had fallen, and the brothers had inadvertently slept through the entire day. Long Feiyu, with his eyes still closed and mouth agape, yawned and stretched. He sat up, donned his shoes, and moved about to loosen his joints, producing a series of cracking sounds. Approaching the cave entrance, he noticed the water cascading down, splashing into the small pool below. He casually scooped some clear water with his hand, washed his face, and rinsed his mouth, gradually regaining clarity. He strolled to the roaring fire, grasping a grilled fish that sizzled and emitted an enticing aroma. Eagerly, he brought the fish to his mouth and took a hearty bite. The perfectly grilled, succulent fish melted in his mouth. It was rich yet not greasy. Coupled with the meticulously crafted special seasoning, the delightful flavor spread liberally across his palate. Each contact of his tongue with the fish was akin to a revelry for his taste buds. At that moment, Long Failing, having just finished washing up, approached while rubbing his bleary eyes. He casually seized a grilled fish and took a vigorous bite. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if the entire world had become clear, and he felt invigorated. As he chewed heartily, he mumbled about the heat, devouring several fish in one breath, eliciting laughter from the others. Burp. I'm full. Long Failing sighed contentedly, rubbing his round belly, his face adorned with a blissful smile. Clean up your mess, follow me, I have something to show you. Long Shao waved his hand, stepping out of the cave, signaling them to follow. The two exchanged puzzled glances before swiftly tidying up and trailing after their father into the open air. Long Shao stood upon a prominent boulder not far from the mouth of the cave, his eyes gently closed. Waves of ethereal energy surged forth from his being, enveloping every inch of his skin like a tidal current. To an observer from a distance, it appeared as though he were cloaked in a gossamer veil. Soon after, this translucent soul energy coalesced behind him, writhing and extending. Gradually, a grand framework of expansive, transparent wings, woven from the very essence of soul energy, materialized before the eyes of the two. This was the transformation of soul energy into wings. No, it was a technique from the tomes, the fusion of soul wings. Chapter 41. Fusion of spiritual wings. The concept of spirit energy wings is, as the name suggests, the process of condensing spiritual energy into wings, thereby acquiring the ability to soar through the skies. In the realm of Shinkong continent, it is well known that to attain the power of flight, one must reach the realm of Spirit King, drawing upon the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, and combining them with one's own externalized spiritual energy to coalesce into a pair of wings upon one's back, enabling them to glide through the heavens with grandeur and superiority. Flight is the fervent aspiration of all cultivators who yearn to liberate themselves from the shackles of the ground and to gallivant freely amidst the clouds. Countless practitioners, undeterred by hardship, relentlessly strive towards the exalted realm of Spirit King. However, those who achieve this coveted ability are few and far between, with many formidable individuals thwarted by the insurmountable barrier of Spirit King, often meeting their demise in the process. Yet, there exist alternative avenues to attain the ability to fly. even without reaching the Spirit King level. For instance, there are spiritual treasures endowed with flight capabilities, as well as rare, nearly forgotten flight techniques. Although these two methods allow for aerial movement akin to that of a Spirit King expert, they inherently lack the potency and elegance of true spirit energy wings. Even as these alternatives are comparatively weaker, their bearers remain exceedingly scarce, underscoring their immense value. The fusion of spiritual wings can indeed be categorized among flight techniques. The transformation surrounding Long Xiao continued as he focused his mind, causing torrents of powerful spiritual energy to surge forth from his spiritual sea, flowing relentlessly to envelop his entire being. In an instant, a light crimson spiritual energy, akin to a blazing inferno, wrapped around him completely. Simultaneously, the expansive framework of wings, formed by the power of the soul, was filled with this crimson energy, gradually becoming more solid and substantial. The dual wings, constructed from these two energies, materialized behind Long Xiao as if they were tangible. Upon closer inspection, the wings' contours were distinctly visible, resembling a pair of exquisitely crafted wings of fiery red crystal. In that moment, Long Xiao unfurled his magnificent wings, surrounded by the searing light crimson energy, transforming into a divine angelic figure before the eyes of the two onlookers. Turning towards them, Long Xiao spoke, "Fusion of spiritual wings. These wings are forged from two energies, a technique documented in the tome utilization of soul power found within the stone chamber, straddling the realms of soul techniques and spirit techniques. The method of condensation involves first using soul power to construct a framework that acts as a vessel, affixed to the back. Subsequently, spiritual energy is infused until it solidifies. During its application, one must precisely control the soul power that envelopes the body to lift oneself, managing the force of elevation judiciously. Only then, when the wings are activated, can one achieve flight. It is crucial to note that this method demands an exceptionally rigorous control of soul power, requiring the mind to be divided in its focus." Having finished speaking, Long Xiao suddenly ascended into the air, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he dove towards the water's surface. Just before plunging into the river, his expansive wings surged into motion, and Long Xiao's body soared almost parallel to the water, propelled skyward. The air displaced by his rapid movement skimmed across the surface, creating ripples that spread outward. After soaring gracefully through the air several times, Long Xiao gently descended, returning to the large rock where he had previously perched. Long Feiyu observed his father, effortlessly gliding through the skies and casually maneuvering his direction, and began to suspect certain truths. It appeared that his father's strength before his injury was undoubtedly above the Spirit King level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain his ease in coalescing and merging the spirit wings today, as well as his adeptness in flight. Shaking his head, he cast aside his thoughts. He was acutely aware of the difficulties inherent in utilizing the merged spirit wings, which required a divided focus. Merely controlling the subtle nuances of spiritual energy was already exceedingly demanding. Yet, one could not deny that the ability to soar freely through the air without reaching the Spirit King realm presented a tantalizing temptation for any cultivator below that level, including Long Feiyu himself. The technique of merging spirit wings had captured the attention of the two brothers long ago during their readings. Given its unique capabilities, they had already resolved to cultivate it. One could easily imagine the immense advantage it would confer in battles against opponents of equal standing below the Spirit King realm. The ability to ascend into the air would undoubtedly shift the tides of combat. Furthermore, should one encounter a more formidable adversary, manifesting the spirit wings to take flight could serve as a life-saving skill. The two extraordinary tomes obtained from the stone chamber were rare opportunities not to be overlooked. They must be comprehended thoroughly. Moreover, should they encounter a renowned alchemist by the name of Chun Xian, who bestowed this opportunity upon them, the three of them would undoubtedly extend their respects as disciples. Long Xiao dissipated the merged spirit wings, drawing the two energies back into his being. He approached his sons, patting them on the shoulders with earnestness, and remarked, "I need not elaborate on the invaluable nature of this technique before breaking through to the Spirit King realm. If you both can master it at this stage, even if you are unable to defeat an opponent, you can always take to the skies and escape." His expression then turned grave as he continued, "I grant you 3 days. Should you fail to initially coalesce the merged spirit wings within that time, be prepared to face the consequences." Long Feiyu and Long Failing exchanged glances, bemused by the dark tone that seemed at odds with Long Xiao's usual demeanor. They nodded with resignation. If he intended to implement some training regimen, he could at least do so without the air of mystery. Even if they managed to manifest the spirit wings within 3 days, the looming punishment would still await them. The development and practice of the spiral sphere and Chidori might have to be postponed. Alas, it seemed prudent to prioritize mastering the merged spirit wings, as it was an essential skill for survival. Long Feiyu sighed inwardly, contemplating that he had yet to grasp the nature transformation of the lightning attribute. What training methods do you have in mind for us, father? Long Failing asked, exasperation evident on his face as he looked at his father, shrugging his shoulders in helplessness. Long Shao pointed towards the pool beneath the waterfall, smiling as he replied, water resistance training awaited with anticipation. With that, he returned to the cave, creating 3 shadow clones, retrieving spirit stones, and commencing his own cultivation. The path of cultivation resembles rowing against the current. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. Only those who diligently practice day after day can steadily consolidate their foundations and elevate their realms. Dragon Shao, despite bearing grave injuries, must diligently cultivate in order to suppress his wounds and regain a semblance of his former strength. At this juncture, the 2 brothers can only muster their resolve to attempt the fusion of spiritual wings. Fortunately, their minds are imbued with intricate knowledge, encompassing the methods of condensation and various experiential insights. Therefore, theoretically, they should be able to accomplish this by merely following the information in their minds. However, even if the rationale is sound, achieving success and proficiency is by no means a trivial endeavor. Simultaneously controlling both spiritual energy and soul power, dividing their focus and exercising precise control over both energies, presents a formidable challenge that is far from mere rhetoric. Chapter 42. Success. Long Feiyu sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes in tranquil meditation. He quietly summoned the power of his soul, enveloping his body with a faint, colorless membrane. With a subtle control of the soul energy at his surface, he felt a noticeable lightness envelop him. Carefully assessing the intensity of the soul energy surrounding him, he focused his mind and reinforced the translucent membrane. Soon, the challenge of coalescing the ethereal wings began to reveal itself. As Long Feiyu perused the information in his mind, he gradually shaped the outline of the dual wings with his soul energy. Being his first attempt, he proceeded with utmost caution, fearing even the slightest deviation. As the saying goes, slow and steady wins the race, especially in matters demanding high precision. Time ticked away, and the general outline of the transparent wings on his back gradually took form. He remained utterly absorbed in controlling the soul energy, meticulously constructing the contours. After a while, he successfully formed a pair of delicate wings, faintly illuminated with a soft glow. Wiping the beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead from intense concentration, he inhaled deeply, nodding in satisfaction at the nearly complete wing framework behind him. If one is to undertake a task, it should be executed to the utmost perfection. The next step involved refining the intricate patterns and details. After a period of meticulous craftsmanship, the once rudimentary wing framework became distinctly defined. Fine lines intertwined and overlapped, complemented by the undulating structure, creating a mesmerizing beauty. At this stage, the utilization of soul energy was complete. The subsequent step, the final phase, required him to infuse the energy within him into the framework, solidifying it as much as possible. Only after accomplishing this step could the fusion of the ethereal wings be deemed a preliminary success. This phase required the simultaneous control of 2 types of energy, perfectly aligning them while maintaining the integrity of the wings, a quintessential exercise in dual focus, illustrating its inherent difficulty. Long Feiyu summoned the energy within him, and wisps of grayish-white energy flowed from his spiritual sea, quickly radiating throughout his being. Gradually, the translucent wings on his back began to take on a grayish hue. As the energy infused, the color of the wings deepened, and the pressure on Long Feiyu's mind intensified. Suddenly, he faltered. A tremor in his soul energy caused a section of the wings to twitch, resulting in a small tear. Sensing the anomaly, he immediately held his breath, centering himself, halting the influx of energy and swiftly stabilizing the soul power to repair the rupture. Having completed this series of actions, he patted his chest with some trepidation, wiping the sweat from his brow, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic failure. After adjusting his breathing and calming his unsettled mind, he refocused to control the 2 energies, ensuring their perfect cohesion. This time, his control proceeded without any mishaps, flowing smoothly and flawlessly. A pair of grayish-white ethereal wings emerged behind Long Feiyu. Perhaps due to his relatively low level and the fact that this was his inaugural attempt, the wings possessed a lighter hue and appeared somewhat diffuse, lacking the stunning visual impact seen with Long Shao. Having completed the convergence, Long Feiyu gazed at his younger brother, who sat cross-legged with his eyes closed atop another massive stone. The contours of his wings had taken form, now being infused with spiritual energy, presenting a faint grayish-white hue. Yet, the beads of sweat trickling from his forehead revealed that he was struggling far more than Long Feiyu. This was to be expected, as Long Feiyu's soul power had reached the mid-stage of the spiritual realm, while his brothers, bolstered by the three-tomo Sharingan, was merely at the initial stage. Furthermore, their strengths differed, making the ease or difficulty of coalescing spiritual wings starkly apparent under such conditions. Nevertheless, the indomitable Long Feiling was undeterred. His progress had gradually been edging closer to success. Long Feiyu diverted his gaze, turning to observe the river flowing beneath the waterfall. The broad cascade crashed onto the water's surface, sending up tumultuous waves that echoed with a tremendous roar. As he contemplated the river, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. If he were to leap recklessly into the depths, managing to control his wings would be one thing. If not, plunging headfirst into the water would surely leave him at the mercy of the current. At the very least, he would tumble a few times underwater and gulp down a mouthful or two. Resolute, he decided to give it a try. Emulating his father's movements, he summoned the spiritual energy that clung to his body to lift himself. His toes gradually rose until he was suspended in the air, gently flapping his wings. He ascended higher, circling above the ground twice to familiarize himself with the sensation of flight. Although he relished the feeling of weightlessness, he quickly realized how exhausting this endeavor was. After merely a few gentle flaps, his spiritual energy dissipated at a visibly alarming rate. He estimated that under his current condition, he would be unable to sustain flight for more than a minute before exhausting his energy. Determined to test the extent of his newfound abilities, Long Feiyu abruptly fanned his wings. A powerful gust of wind erupted, nearly uprooting the weeds nestled in the crevices of the rocks, and correspondingly, his body surged forward. Such velocity! Long Feiyu was astonished. With a full-throttle flap, he propelled himself a remarkable distance in an instant, several times faster than a full sprint on land. However, with each flap, his internal spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. At this rate, Long Feiyu realized he could manage only 2 or 3 more powerful flaps while fully charged with energy. With this thought in mind, he swiftly altered his trajectory, heading back toward the original giant stone. Upon landing, Long Feiyu promptly retracted his wings, plopping down on the stone, rubbing his slightly dizzy head. He took a moment to assess his earlier exertion and let out a deep sigh. The consumption of both types of energy was considerable, yet the expenditure of spiritual energy was predominant. At that moment, his spiritual reservoir had dwindled to merely 20 to 30% of its capacity, and that was after retracting his wings. Truly a life-saving skill, he mused. With such energy depletion, it could hardly be used casually. It was a technique to be reserved for moments of escape when defeat was inevitable. However, it would be even better if perched upon the edge of a cliff. Leaping down to unfurl one's wings and soar away instantly, Long Feiyu mused to himself. Yet, this longing is entirely understandable. After all, soaring through the skies is a dream that countless souls have yearned to realize but have not. In any case, the initial fusion of the spiritual wings has been successfully achieved, with the essence of the soul having recorded this sensation. In the future, it will take but a few breaths to summon it forth once more. With further practice, the ability to manifest it with merely a flick of the wrist would be effortlessly within reach. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he turned his gaze towards Long Feiling's position.